Chapter 51, Terrifying Strength. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi turned their heads and saw a peculiar expression on Lu Xiye's face that shouldn't be there. They exchanged glances, both surprised at what they saw. This old guy seems to be different from what they expected. Cough, it's good to be adaptable, Xiao Qingyi said with a smile as he walked back. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile and followed him back into the house. Lu Xiye looked at the two sitting next to him and asked first, what was that just now? The powerful aura he felt was even stronger than when he saw Lu Qing'an kill someone years ago. Just a mass of energy, yet it exuded such a terrifying aura. The most important thing was that Lu Qing'an could actually control this thing. What on earth had this eternal night demon emperor experienced during the 1,000 years he was gone? What level of power had he reached now? Lu Qing'an replied, I'm not sure what it is, I just know it wants to devour something from your time-flowing demon willow. But I've suppressed that thought, so it won't act recklessly. Lu Xiye, let's not talk about other things. Old Lu, tell us how to adapt. We're all this age, there's no need to beat around the bush, let's communicate plainly. Xiao Qingyi had already taken Lu Qing'an's 2 daughters as family. Such adorable children deserved the best cultivation environment. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, surprised by his proactive help. A round piece of metal suddenly appeared in Lu Xiye's hand, covered with mysterious dark patterns. There was no aura emanating from it, giving the impression of an ancient, weathered piece of scrap iron. I came back this time to take this thing and prepare to go to the sky-falling demon cave. I plan to take this treasure into nearly 30 miles deep, letting the fierce flames inside refine and purify it. Lu Xiye said, looking directly at Lu Qing'an. Since you're back, let's help each other. You take this treasure as deep as you can and stay there for an hour. Hearing the word sky-falling demon cave, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged strange looks. What a coincidence. Stay for an hour? Lu Qing'an asked. For him, handling this was as easy as drinking a bowl of water. If anything, it was more akin to just taking a breath. It's best if the patterns on this treasure turn golden, Lu Xiye said. Lu Qing'an decisively replied, all right, hand it over, I'll take care of it right away. After I finish, they'll bring my daughters over tomorrow, and from now on, my daughters can use the time treasures above your time-flowing demon willow anytime. Wait, using time treasures anytime? That's not right. Lu Xiye quickly interrupted. What's wrong with that? Activating that treasure to connect with the time-flowing demon willow requires a lot of resources. We can't let our demon willow academy bear that cost alone, right? Lu Qing'an thought it was something serious and glanced at Lu Xiye with exasperation. Xiao Qingyi was even more speechless, retorting, does our eternal night demon emperor lack such resources? Lu Qing'an, cough, just got back and found that the magic crystals I had hidden were all burned up, so I'm indeed a bit short. Old Xiao, how many magic crystals have you saved over the years? Xiao Qingyi, how about we just rob some? With your strength, you can do it easily. No one would dare say anything. Xiao Qingyi suggested. He had reached a level where he no longer needed magic crystals for cultivation, so he hadn't bothered to save any over the years. Let's see how it goes. Well, cover the resource costs ourselves, Lu Qing'an said. Lu Xiye finally nodded, handing the iron ball to Lu Qing'an. Then let's set off immediately. If he remembered correctly, Lu Qing'an should be able to reach 30 or 40 miles deep into the sky-falling demon cave. He even felt that Lu Qing'an was somewhat stronger now and might be able to go beyond 40 miles. Lu Qing'an took the iron ball, weighed it carefully, and found it surprisingly light. It wasn't made of iron, but rather a metal he had never seen before. It felt completely different from the sky-falling divine gold, yet somehow similar. It was a strange feeling. Just as he held the iron ball, he suddenly noticed that the mass of energy was exhibiting unusual behavior again. It had developed an urge to devour. What's going on with this little guy? He murmured to himself, but didn't delve too deeply into it. He needed to take care of his daughters first. Thus, Lu Qing'an soared into the sky, forcibly breaking through the void, and took Xiao Qingyi and Lu Xiye to the location of the sky-falling demon cave. In an instant, the three stepped out of the void and arrived above the sky-falling demon cave. Xiao Qingyi had already witnessed Lu Qing'an's powerful travel method, so he didn't show any other reactions. Lu Xiye, however, was not so composed. His old face remained steady, but inside, he was astonished. What kind of technique was this? Lu Qing'an looked at the two and said, you wait here, I'll be back soon. He suddenly transformed into a streak of light and plunged directly toward the center of the sky-falling demon cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had reached the deepest part of the cave. Perhaps it was because he returned here, but the energy mass he had hidden in the box seemed to be elated as if it had come home. Lu Qing'an ignored the energy mass, furrowing his brow. The heat at this depth is obviously much less than before. It seems related to the energy mass I took away. After thinking for a moment, he took out the energy mass and returned it to its original place. Instantly, he felt the fierce flames return to their original intensity. The energy mass that had appeared quickly wriggled toward Lu Qing'an, resembling a round slime, swaying back and forth as if it were being cute. Lu Qing'an sensed that the energy mass's attention was entirely focused on the iron ball in his hand. Why does it feel like this thing looks at it like it's a delicious candy? He certainly wouldn't hand over the iron ball to the energy mass and kicked it lightly to push it away, keeping it from getting too close to the iron ball. This was crucial for whether his daughters could enter the Demon Willow Academy for cultivation. After being kicked, the energy mass curled up in a corner, looking quite aggrieved. It resembled a character from an animated series Lu Qing'an had watched, a big round ball sulking in a corner, drawing circles while muttering, "I curse you." Lu Qing'an still ignored the energy mass and focused on the iron ball in his hand. It didn't even take an hour. In less than 10 breaths, a point in the center of the iron ball suddenly flashed with golden light, and then this golden light seemed to ignite all the surface patterns, transforming them into gold in the blink of an eye. The iron ball in his hand was now activated, radiating golden light. Is this considered complete? But what exactly does it do? He still couldn't discern the function of this treasure. Perhaps it was a special item that required some spell to fully activate. Grasping the iron ball with his large hand, he looked at the energy mass in the corner. All right, time to go. The energy mass crawled over to Lu Qing'an reluctantly. After securing the energy mass, Lu Qing'an transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Moments later, he appeared above the sky-falling demon cave, standing in front of Lu Xie and the others. What happened? Lu Xie frowned and asked when he saw Lu Qing'an return so quickly after just going down. Lu Qing'an directly tossed the glowing iron ball to Lu Xie. Done. Lu Xie? Chapter 52. Praise me. Lu Xie stared intently at the treasure in his hand, which was radiating golden light, his heart filled with shock. How could it be so fast? According to his estimates, this treasure should have stayed at a depth of over 40 miles for at least an hour to be fully activated. And now, how long had it been? How deep did you go? Lu Xie quickly looked at Lu Qing'an and asked. This activation speed indicated that Lu Qing'an had definitely gone deeper than 40 miles. Lu Qing'an's face was filled with casualness. The deepest part. All right, I've fulfilled my promise to help you, so yours should count as fulfilled too. The deepest part. Lu Xie's mood was indescribable. How could anyone reach the deepest part of the heavenly falling demon cave? After the Evernight Demon Emperor disappeared for over 1,000 years, how much stronger had he become? What I promised you will naturally not change. You can bring your daughter here anytime. Lu Xie took a deep breath. He no longer sought to explore Lu Qing'an's strength. He couldn't compete with him anyway. No matter how much stronger Lu Qing'an became, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Then, I will take my leave. Lu Xie nodded and watched as Lu Qing'an left with Shaoqingyi. After the two left, Lu Xie turned his gaze back to the treasure in his hand. With this treasure, I can become much stronger, but I always feel that no matter how hard I try, I will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Lu Qing'an took a moment and returned to his own yard with Shaoqingyi. Zishuan, meow meow, Daddy is back. Daddy, you're finally back. Hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Lu Meow Meow jumped out and leaped into Lu Qing'an's arms. Lu Qing'an naturally hugged Lu Meow Meow, a gentle smile of a father rising on his face. Did you miss Daddy? I did. No matter how much delicious food I ate, I couldn't help but think of Daddy. Lu Meow Meow smiled. Haha, then give Daddy a kiss on the cheek. Mua. Lu Qing'an smiled and looked at Lu Zishuan and the others. Dad, how did it go? She already knew what her father had gone to do. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, you can go to the best academy in the demon domain to cultivate from now on. Lu Zishuan had already inquired about the situation of the Demon Willow Academy from Sun Minzi and was eager to try it after learning that there were time treasures there. She wished she could use all her time to quickly break through to the Emperor realm, and upon hearing this news, a smile appeared on her pretty face. At this moment, Lu Qing'an looked at Xue Tianfei and said, I need to talk to you about something. Xue Tianfei's attention was entirely focused on the spot on Lu Qing'an's cheek, where Lu Meow Meow had just kissed him. She really wanted to kiss him too. What is it? Xue Tianfei came back to her senses. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked. I don't have enough magic crystals on hand. Do you have some? It's for the kids to use the time treasures at the Demon Willow Academy. Tomorrow he would take the kids there and conveniently give Lu Xie a resource. This could almost be considered tuition. Xiao Qingyi hadn't saved any money, but Shui Tianfei should have some, as her family was in business and had a large branch almost throughout the entire demon domain. I have. How much do you need? I have plenty. Shui Tianfei's eyes sparkled at Lu Qing'an's request. Helping this man gave her a great sense of achievement. Let's say 100 million top-grade magic crystals, Lu Qing'an said. Sure, I'll have someone send it over right away. All right, I'll return it to you once my disciple arrives. Lu Qing'an didn't bother to rob anyone else. He could just ask his disciple for a bit later. Why are you being so polite with me? Besides, this magic crystal isn't for you, it's for the kids. So don't say such things to me, or else I won't talk to you anymore, Shui Tianfei said playfully, then walked up to Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao, smiling. Auntie Shui will personally take you to the academy and pick you up in the future. How about that? That sounds great. Auntie Shui, if you have time, can you come with me to the academy? Lu Miaomiao asked with shining eyes. Lu Qing'an said, Miaomiao, what do you want to do? Lu Miaomiao instantly felt guilty and said, if Auntie Shui is there, I can eat delicious food while cultivating. You little foodie, can't you focus more on your cultivation? Didn't you want to break through to the Emperor realm quickly? Before her father could say anything, Lu Zixuan stepped up to her sister and playfully pinched her cheek. Lu Miaomiao pouted. I found that when I eat delicious food while cultivating, my cultivation speed is faster than normal cultivation. You don't believe me, do you? After saying that, Lu Miaomiao decisively demonstrated. Moments later, everyone present looked astonished and fell silent. Even Lu Qing'an, the father, was surprised that his little daughter had such an ability. Unbelievable. When his little daughter was simply cultivating Xiao Qingyi's technique, her cultivation speed was at a relatively stable and fast pace. But when she was munching on a cold watermelon while cultivating, they could clearly see that her absorption speed of magic energy increased, and her cultivation speed was also accelerating. See, I wasn't lying to you. Lu Miaomiao stopped her cultivation and smiled at everyone present. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the top experts in the demon domain, were at a loss for words. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. They were gaining new insights. Lu Qing'an stepped forward and patted his daughter's head, saying, Miao Miao, try cultivating again. To be able to eat while cultivating and still have an accelerated cultivation speed was truly miraculous. He wanted to see what was going on. Lu Miaomiao demonstrated again. Lu Qing'an closed his eyes and sensed for a while before finding the reason. When his daughter ate, her spiritual roots actually expanded. Moreover, there was a hidden and extremely mysterious cultivation physique that had not been developed. He couldn't find the trick to activating such a cultivation physique. Forcing it might harm his daughter, so he could only wait until she was older and her cultivation level was higher to see the situation. In that case, Miao Miao, you can eat while cultivating from now on. Lu Qing'an felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Because he had previously seen his little daughter sneaking food while cultivating, he had warned her not to do that. Yay, Auntie Shui, can you come with me to the academy? If you can't go, can you bring me some delicious food? Lu Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have you been giving Miao Miao delicious food recently? Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei. Not much. Shui Tianfei looked away, feeling shy to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. What could I do? To build a good relationship with Miao Miao, I could only find her a lot of delicious food. Daddy, you can't say anything bad about Auntie Shui. If it weren't for Auntie Shui, I wouldn't have discovered that I could cultivate like this. Lu Miaomiao hurriedly ran to Shui Tianfei's side, staring at Lu Qing'an as if to protect her. Hearing Lu Miaomiao's words, Shui Tianfei's eyes filled with tenderness. Wow, why isn't this child mine? Lu Qing'an smiled and stepped forward, saying, I wasn't saying anything bad about your Auntie Shui, I was thanking her. Is that so? Then how are you going to thank Auntie Shui? There should be a reward, right? Lu Miaomiao asked. Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei. What reward do you want? Really? Shui Tianfei felt happiness come too suddenly. Lu Qing'an nodded. Xiao Qingyi saw this scene and revealed a lewd smile. Shui Tianfei seized the opportunity. Shui Tianfei's heart raced. Then, praise me. Xiao Qingyi was stunned when he heard this. Just like that? Lu Qing'an, hearing this, couldn't help but look at Shui Tianfei again, thinking she would say something more excessive. All right, you did very well. Shui Tianfei said gently, thank you for the praise. Chapter 53, there's a couple-like feeling. Shui Tianfei's behavior surprised both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi. All right, Miao Miao, Zixuan, come with Aunt Shui. I've prepared something for you that should be useful at the Magic Willow Academy. After receiving compliments from Lu Qing'an, Shui Tianfei smiled and then moved on from the topic, gently taking Lu Qing'an's two daughters by the hand and leading them toward her room. It was like an elder preparing a mysterious gift to celebrate a child getting into a good university. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi stepped forward and lightly nudged Lu Qing'an. Wow, is this really the Shui Tianfei we know? She really does have a good wife and mother vibe now. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi but did not respond. Shui Tianfei's performance just now had indeed amazed him. If it had been the old Shui Tianfei, she would have definitely made some excessive demands, forcing them into a romantic relationship. If Shui Tianfei had made such demands, he might still have wanted to keep a distance from her like before. But now, with her behaving this way, he viewed her in a new light. Look at you, haha, I get it. No wonder you're Shui Tianfei impressive. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Lu Qing'an shot him a glance. Nothing to do. Let's drink. Sure, let's go. In the still of the night, the sound of crickets rhythmically echoed around the yard. Inside a room, Lu Zixuan looked at her sister Lu Miao, who lay sprawled out on the small bed in a big character pose, and quietly asked, Miao, are you asleep? Lu Miao, who had been lying still like a corpse, suddenly turned to her side. Not yet. What's up, sister? Lu Zixuan replied. I thought you were asleep. Were you thinking about something just now? No. Lu Miao couldn't hide her thoughts, her eyes darting around as she lied. You seem to really like Aunt Shui. Is it really just because she gives you tasty food? Lu Zixuan asked. She knew her sister had developed the ability to think for herself. At her sister's age, she was already aware of many things. At this moment, Lu Miao secretly glanced at the small bracelet on her wrist, a gift from Shui Tianfei not long ago. It contained the ice essence of heaven and earth, which could instantly freeze anything placed inside it. And there was a compartment to store things that wouldn't spoil. Most importantly, her name was engraved on the bracelet. I feel that Aunt Shui treats me as well as Daddy does, even better than Mother, and she likes me more. Lu Miao pouted and lowered her head to look at the bedboard. Their mother was always focused on cultivation. Even during holidays, she would be off practicing in the back mountains. Compared to their mother, they liked their father more because he was always there with them, knowing what they liked and what they cared about. Lu Zixuan fell silent. She also glanced at the ring on her finger, lost in thought. Sister, I found that when I'm with Aunt Shui, I don't think about Mother as much. Lu Miao said, feeling wronged. Seeing her sister about to cry, Lu Zixuan went to her bed and hugged her tightly. Then let's get along well with Aunt Shui from now on and not think about Mother. The next morning, Lu Qing'an saw that his daughters were well prepared and smiled. We're heading to the Magic Willow Academy soon. Are you nervous? Not nervous. It would be even better if Daddy could go with Miao. Although Lu Miao said she wasn't nervous, her little face looked as if it had been glued in place. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, showed no signs of nervousness and was eager to go. Lu Qing'an laughed. All right, Daddy will accompany Miao on her first day of school. Great. Daddy is the best. Lu Miao immediately jumped up, beaming. At this moment, Lu Qing'an looked at Sun Minzi. Are you coming along? Huh. Can I go too? Sun Minzi blinked her eyes. I spoke with the head of the Magic Willow Academy and told them to let my daughters practice there. You just need to pretend to be my daughter, and you can freely use the time treasures there for cultivation. Is this really okay? I'm such a small person, I might disgrace you. Before Sun Minzi could finish, Lu Qing'an directly said, It's decided then. You'll accompany Zixuan your friends, and can look out for each other. Lu Zixuan smiled. Minzi, listen to my dad. With you here, he'll have some company. Yeah. Sister Minzi, let's go together. Lu Miao laughed, and pulled Sun Minzi's hand. Then, thank you, senior. Sun Minzi quickly bowed to Lu Qing'an, performing a grand gesture. She didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Brother-in-law, my master and I have already created the teleportation array you need. Should we set it up today on both sides? Su Yuni asked with a smile. Auntie, are you going to the academy with us? Lu Miao said, running to Su Yuni and grabbing her hand. Lu Qing'an nodded. Sure, you can set it up on one side while the other does it at the academy. By the way, Yuni, if you don't mind, you can also pretend to be my daughter and join the Magic Willow Academy. With this identity, you can freely enter the time treasures at the academy for closed-door cultivation, where the time flow is 1 to 300, allowing you to break through to the Emperor realm faster. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni was momentarily stunned. Then her cheeks turned red. Brother-in-law, isn't that inappropriate? I'm already this age. Can I really pretend to be your daughter? Xiao Qingyi laughed at this moment. Your face can be compared to mine now. I can already imagine what old Lu would think when he sees you bringing so many daughters. I only said to let my daughters join the Magic Willow Academy, not how many. He agreed, so there's no going back. Lu Qing'an responded to Xiao Qingyi with a smile. Moreover, Lu Xie should know about the incident with Lu Hong that day. One of the reasons he didn't kill Lu Hong was to allow Su Yuni to join the academy. He looked at Su Yuni and said, "Think it over carefully. Do you want face or cultivation strength? You don't need to say anything. Just stand to the side and wait for the admission process to finish." Luo Danhong advised, "Disciple, even I would want to use those time treasures with a 1 to 300 time flow." Lu Qing'an glanced at Luo Danhong. "If you don't care about face, you can also pretend to be my daughter." Upon hearing this, Luo Danhong's cheeks flushed. Forget it, forget it. Although many people in the demon domain don't know me, there are bound to be some who do, especially my junior brother, who knows me. Cough, cough. Luo Danhong felt quite awkward. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, waiting for her response. Su Yuni recalled her recent experience at the Immortal Ruins, ultimately biting her lip and lowering her head, her face red. "All right then, he'll give it a try." "Great, let's set off together," Lu Qing'an said. "Daddy, wait a moment, Aunt Shui hasn't come out yet," Lu Miao said. Shui Tianfei had promised her to accompany her on the first day. Lu Qing'an looked toward Shui Tianfei's room. Just then, Shui Tianfei walked out. She had clearly dressed up for the occasion and applied light makeup. Her natural beauty was now even more dignified and stunning. "Ready to set off? Let's go." Shui Tianfei smiled. Lu Qing'an asked, "Did you dress up specially? It's the first time sending the kids to the academy, and I can't let them be embarrassed, so it's better to dress up a bit." Shui Tianfei seemed to treat today as a very important day for her. "Wow, Aunt Shui, you look beautiful." Lu Miao ran up to Shui Tianfei, grabbed her hand, and expressed her admiration. Shui Tianfei smiled gently. Miao, you have such sweet words." Lu Qing'an had a strange expression. Why did it feel like a couple was sending a group of children off to school? Chapter 54. The super wealthy woman. Once everyone had gathered, they set off. Aside from Wang Duanshan and He Hong, who were still in the refining room, only Luo Danhong remained here. After a moment, Lu Qing'an arrived with a large group of people above the Magic Willow Academy. Song Su, who had been waiting here, was taken aback when he saw Lu Qing'an coming with so many people. So many. Including his master, there were a total of 7. Who exactly is the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly spotted 2 children among the women who bore some resemblance to Lu Qing'an. These 2 must be them. As for the other beautiful girl and the lovely woman, he wasn't sure who they were. "Master, Senior Lu, Senior Shui." Song Su quickly greeted those he recognized, having seen Shui Tianfei a few times before. At this moment, Shui Tianfei was holding Lu Miao's little hand, smiling and nodding at Song Su. It was the first time Song Su saw Shui Tianfei smiling, and he was stunned. Huh, is this really the Shui Tianfei he knows? She can smile. Wait, could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had 2 daughters with Shui Tianfei? No, that can't be right. He had heard his master say that Shui Tianfei had pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor but had not succeeded. Lu Qing'an said, "Take us to see your dean." Song Su quickly nodded and led the group into the academy's formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan carefully observed their surroundings. When they saw the enormous time-reversing magic willow, they felt it was quite dreamlike. So big. From now on, they would be cultivating inside, enjoying a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Su Yuni knew very well how terrifying a time flow rate of 1 to 300 could be. The strongest time treasures in the Immortal Ruins seemed to only have a rate of 1 to 30. No wonder there were more powerful individuals in the demon realm. There was no comparison. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where Lu Xie was located. Having tinkered with the treasure all night, Lu Xie sensed Lu Qing'an's aura. So he put away the treasure and came out to welcome Lu Qing'an. However, when he saw the group of women following Lu Qing'an, his brows furrowed instantly. He recognized Shui Tianfei. Last night, he had been curious about who Lu Qing'an had children with. Now, seeing Shui Tianfei holding a little girl's hand, who bore some resemblance to Lu Qing'an, he confirmed it. There was also another young girl who looked a bit like Lu Qing'an. This girl was slightly older and dressed in a manner similar to Shui Tianfei, so he was completely certain now. It seemed that Shui Tianfei was with Lu Qing'an. Did they have 2 daughters? Last night, he thought Lu Qing'an only had 1 daughter, and now finding out it was 2 was still acceptable. Directly register them for admission. Friend Lu, they are all my daughters. According to last night's agreement, please have someone register them and let them join the academy, Lu Qing'an said, pointing to all the women behind him except for Shui Tianfei. Huh. Lu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Don't be surprised, they are all my daughters. This is my eldest daughter, this is my second daughter, this is my third daughter, and this is my 4th daughter. Lu Qing'an casually assigned them a generation based on Su Yuni and the others' ifs. Lu Xie frowned. You make it difficult for me. I thought you only had one daughter last night. Now you want me to admit all 4 of your daughters at once. This is too obvious. Lu Xie frowned. He had always avoided giving others backdoor access. Quietly arranging for 1 or 2 was fine, but now the number had doubled, which was too conspicuous. It would not be good for his reputation. Lu Qing'an said, What? Does that mean you don't keep your word? Hearing this, Lu Xie's mouth twitched. He couldn't fight back. He hadn't clearly asked last night either. Also, he had just recently learned that the old man Lu Qingshu's nephew had offended Lu Qing'an. And Lu Qing'an didn't kill Lu Hong that day, which clearly showed he was giving the Magic Willow Academy some face or was intentionally not killing him. At this moment, he couldn't refuse this request either. How about you let 2 daughters join the academy first, and then let the other 2 join later? Lu Xie suggested. Old Lu, aren't you just worried about what others might say behind your back? At your age, why care about such things? How about this? If you are afraid of being gossiped about, just blame Lu Qingshu for it, and let him take the heat. Xiao Qingyi walked up to Lu Xie, placing a hand on his shoulder. He immediately understood Lu Xie's concerns and kindly transmitted a suggestion to him. If Lu Qingshu's nephew wanted to mess with his disciple, then he shouldn't blame him for taking the opportunity to mess with Lu Qingshu. There is a saying, rather than making yourself uncomfortable, it's better to make things difficult for others. I'll give you this famous saying. Xiao Qingyi smiled and transmitted it to Lu Xie. Lu Xie considered this and felt it made sense. That guy Lu Qingshu had indeed hidden many things from him that didn't comply with the rules. All right, I'll listen to you. Lu Xie transmitted back. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi smiled and lightly punched Lu Xie's chest twice, as if praising him for being teachable. Cough, cough. All right, I'll help you get this done. You all wait a moment. Lu Xie went back into his room to contact Lu Qingshu. After quite a while, he came out of the room and said, All right, go find Lu Qingshu. He will take care of it. Okay. Lu Xie watched as Lu Qing'an and the others left. Then muttered the words Xiao Qingyi had said. It really made sense. However, he never expected that one day he would have to do such things. Although it felt quite refreshing. Shaking his head, he decided to leave it alone and went back to his room to study his treasure. On the other side, Lu Qing'an and the group found Lu Qingshu. Before Lu Qing'an and the others arrived, Lu Qingshu's face was dark. But when Lu Qing'an and the others came, he quickly changed his expression to appear somewhat flattering. You have arrived. The dean has already instructed me. No, it's all my own idea. I will take care of it right away. Thank you, Taoist Lu. Lu Qing'an said. Small matter. Just a small matter. After a stick of incense's time, Lu Qingshu had registered Su Yuni and the 4 into the academy and issued them identity tokens. Each token was a treasure with many small functions, such as recording lecture sounds, allowing students to transmit questions about cultivation to teachers, etc. Of course, many functions required periodic payments of magic crystals to the academy to recharge the tokens with magic willow value. In the future, if I want the children to use that space treasure at any time, what should I do? Lu Qing'an asked. I have already upgraded the tokens for the 4 of them. They can go there anytime and anywhere without restrictions. However, to stay inside that time treasure indefinitely, they need sufficient magic willow value. How much magic crystal is needed for the children to use it continuously? Shui Tianfei asked at this moment. Lu Qingshu held up 4 fingers. 100 million top-grade magic crystals for each person. Although that sounds like a lot, the consumption really is this number. Sun Minzi's eyes widened when she heard this number. What? So terrifying. However, the next moment, she saw Shui Tianfei throw a storage ring to Lu Qingshu. Inside, there were a total of 1 billion, and to avoid causing any trouble for your academy, the remaining magic crystals can be used to build a few more classrooms for your academy, Shui Tianfei said. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao blinked upon hearing this. Aunt Shui is so rich. Chapter 55. 2 women are not comparable. After Lu Zixuan arrived in the demon realm, she had asked Sun Minzi about many details of life here, especially about the currency, magic crystals, which had almost the same value as the spirit stones in the immortal ruins. Supreme-grade spirit stones are the same as supreme-grade magic crystals. She clearly knew that even a peak powerhouse like Lin Qingxue from the immortal ruins would find it difficult to produce 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, her Aunt Shui took out 1 billion supreme-grade magic crystals in one go without even taking a breath. What a rich woman. At this moment, Lu Qing'an also sent a voice message to Xiao Qingyi, asking, Has Shui Tianfei done a lot of business in recent years? I remember she wasn't this wealthy before. Xiao Qingyi replied. In the past, she was always chasing after you and neglected managing her power. In this 1,000 years, she has been looking for you. But she also spent a lot of time managing her power. Now her influence spreads throughout the demon realm, and she is indeed a wealthy woman. Oh, 10 billion. At this moment, Lu Qingxiu, who received the 1 billion supreme-grade magic crystals, widened his eyes and reached out to sense the storage ring. When he saw that there were indeed 1 billion supreme-grade magic crystals inside, he swallowed hard. Goodness, I thought I was here to take the blame. I didn't expect it to be this enjoyable to take the blame. Just taking a little bit from it. I'm rich now. All right. I will upgrade the magic willow value of these 4 little beauties tokens to the maximum. Lu Qingxiu said with a smile. Lu Qingxiu took back the 4 tokens to handle this matter. Lu Qing'an looked at Xue Tianfei and said, you shouldn't have spent so much. On Xue Tianfei's previously expressionless face, a gentle smile instantly appeared. This amount of money is nothing. You just returned to the demon realm. And you probably don't have many magic crystals on hand. If you need more magic crystals in the future, just tell me. I can provide as much as you need. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, she really is a wealthy woman. She can provide as much as needed? And Xue, you are so rich. Lu Miao's big eyes widened as she looked at Xue Tianfei. Xue Tianfei smiled and said, it's okay. Whatever you want, I can buy it for you. Let me tell you a secret. The good food you get is all bought by Aunt Xue. Wow, being rich is great. In the future, I will also work hard to earn money. I want to buy whatever I want. Haha, you don't need to earn it. Aunt Xue can give it to you directly. Aunt Xue has plenty of money. Is that so? Then Aunt Xue, how much money do you have? How should I put it? Buying 1/3 of the industries in the demon realm is quite simple, Xue Tianfei said with a smile. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi and sent a voice message. Is what she said true? Back then, he didn't earn this much magic crystal even after fighting hard. Xiao Qingyi replied, she is being modest. If you randomly go to any shop in a city and ask who the owner is, there's a 30% chance it's under the business association of Xue Tianfei. After she focused on managing her business, her association has grown more impressive year by year. In any case, her business association has now become the most powerful business association in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an knew that Xue Tianfei's family had been managing a business association for generations, but before, it was just one of the top 10 associations in the demon realm. He didn't expect that after being away for 1,000 years, Xue Tianfei had achieved such great success in managing the business association. Wow. Lu Miao didn't know how impressive this was, but it sounded very impressive, so she gave Xue Tianfei a lot of emotional value. Lu Zixuan understood the significance of this even more, and her gaze towards Xue Tianfei changed. She began to admire her a little. In her heart, she involuntarily compared Xue Tianfei with their mother. In terms of strength, she was now stronger than their mother, treating their father and them with more gentleness. And she was a capable woman who could earn so much money. Honestly, when she first saw Xue Tianfei getting close to her father, she felt a bit uncomfortable. But at this moment, her feelings had changed. Perhaps it would be good if Aunt Xue was with her father. Su Yuni was also watching Xue Tianfei. And at this moment, her feelings were quite similar to Lu Zixuan's. She couldn't help but compare her sister with Xue Tianfei. Then she bitterly realized that her sister was completely incomparable to Xue Tianfei. Most importantly, Xue Tianfei could treat the daughter of her rival like this. If Xue Tianfei's current behavior was heartfelt and not a facade put on for her brother-in-law, then Xue Tianfei truly overshadowed her sister. Lu Qing'an was also watching Xue Tianfei, and seeing her happily chatting with Lu Miao, he felt a little changed inside. He couldn't help but recall whether he had been too prejudiced against Xue Tianfei before. In fact, he didn't know her well enough. Look, my judgment didn't go wrong. Xue Tianfei is actually a pretty good woman. At this moment, Lu Qing'an received a voice message from Xiao Qingyi. This time, he didn't say anything more about Xiao Qingyi. He initially thought Xiao Qingyi might have taken money from Xue Tianfei or was threatened by her, which was why he kept facilitating his relationship with Xue Tianfei. Looking back now, this old man truly regarded him as a close friend when he said those words. Don't talk about me. I just got divorced not long ago. How about you? At your age, have you thought about finding a companion? Lu Qing'an sent a voice message back. A deep light flashed in Xiao Qingyi's eyes, as if time had returned to a long time ago. Then he shook his head and smiled. I am a free spirit. 3 disciples are enough for me. Besides, with your 2 daughters living here, I'm not lonely. What do I need a companion for? Lu Qing'an smiled slightly and did not continue. He had heard about Xiao Qingyi's past. This old man had a sealed-off past that he had never shared with anyone. Lu Qingxiu finally brought back the tokens and flatteringly handed them to Su Yuni and the others, specifically remembering their appearances, and quietly said that if they encountered any issues in the academy, they could come to him for help. Once he confirmed that his daughters had indeed joined the Magic Willow Academy, Lu Qing'an asked, "Now they can cultivate in the academy, right?" "Yes, yes. They can also attend classes freely. Our instructors here are very professional and have researched different cultivation realms and physiques, focusing on teaching according to the students' needs." Lu Qingxiu explained the situation of the academy to Lu Qing'an in detail. Because of the matter with his disciples, Lu Qing'an didn't dare to teach the children recklessly. But if he really let the children cultivate here, he needed to see the level of the instructors. After all, in his eyes, the instructors here had some shortcomings as well. For example, Lu Qingxiu's nephew. "All right, I will accompany the children to listen to the classes." "Yes, yes." Thus, Lu Qing'an took Lu Zixuan and the others to attend classes. He specifically instructed Lu Qingxiu not to follow, to hide his presence, focusing on random observation to see the true level of the instructors at the Magic Willow Academy. They moved through different classrooms, resembling a leader inspecting students' class situations in a past life. When encountering some instructors giving lectures, Lu Qing'an would stop and sit at the back to listen for a while. Many instructors do have some skills. When he entered another classroom, he unexpectedly found that the person giving the lecture was Lu Hong. "It's this kid," Xiao Qingyi squinted. Lu Qing'an became interested and said, "Let's listen to his lecture." Song Su mentioned that Lu Hong was likely admitted to the academy through connections. He should be considered one of the less capable instructors at the Magic Willow Academy. If he also had some level of skill, then Lu Qing'an would be completely at ease letting his children receive guidance here. He could give his kids a little guidance at home, and then he wouldn't worry about them having any issues. Chapter 56. Satisfying your malicious curiosity after listening for a while. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi in surprise. He seems to have some skills. Indeed, when this kid talked about the secret techniques of the magic domain just now, he did show a bit of ability. However, he was still no match for my disciple, Xiao Qingyi thought, starting to doubt whether his disciple had slightly belittled Lu Hong due to personal feelings. Nevertheless, he wouldn't admit that his disciple was lacking. Lu Qing'an smiled. If Lu Hong had this level of skill, then he could relax. "All right, this lesson is over. Now I'll randomly select a few people to answer the questions I just covered," Lu Hong said in a deep voice. A large group of students instantly sat up straight. Lu Qing'an concealed their view using magic when he entered, so Lu Hong couldn't see them at all. At that moment, he heard several students whispering in front. Yesterday, Instructor Lu seemed to have encountered some troubles and scolded the students who weren't paying attention. Today, looking at his cold face throughout the lecture, "I guess he is going to scold again. Please don't pick us. Hey, the magic technique I'm practicing is only best taught by Instructor Lu. Otherwise, with his temper, I really wouldn't come to his class." Upon hearing these students' conversations, Xiao Qingyi said, "So this kid's unprofessionalism is here. Taking his anger out on the kids is indeed not right." Lu Qing'an sneered. "You can drop the concealment and let this kid teach another class," Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Lu Qing'an didn't say much and directly satisfied Xiao Qingyi's malicious curiosity. He also wanted Lu Hong to remember his daughter. He wouldn't want Lu Hong to scold his daughter in class. He couldn't bear to scold her. Thus, Lu Qing'an lifted the concealment. Coincidentally, Lu Hong had just selected a student and pointed at a male student sitting in the front row where Lu Qing'an and others were. "You." As soon as Lu Hong finished speaking, he was stunned. He saw Lu Qing'an and the others. What are these two old men doing here?" He was shocked. "Zixuan, I think the one I picked is you." Lu Qing'an looked at his eldest daughter. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes. "Dad, it seems the instructor is talking about the person in front of me." However, seeing her father's determined gaze, Lu Zixuan stood up. "Hello, instructor, you can ask." Lu Zixuan said confidently. "Lu Hong, no? The person I pointed at is not you." He didn't know Lu Zixuan's relationship with Lu Qing'an, but hearing Lu Qing'an address the child so affectionately indicated their relationship was not simple. Wait, they look somewhat similar. After Lu Hong got a good look, he was flustered. "Instructor, aren't you going to ask me a question?" Lu Zixuan smiled and reminded him when Lu Hong didn't speak. She had been listening attentively during the lecture, so she had noted down the key points. At that moment, in the large classroom, there were hundreds of students of various cultivation levels, all looking at Lu Zixuan. When they saw her, regardless of gender, They were all amazed. So beautiful. Wow. When did our academy get such a big beauty? Wait, look. The women sitting next to her are also so pretty. Stop looking at the beauties. Look at Instructor Lu. Why is he sweating so much? It seems so. What's going on with Instructor Lu? Wow. This is the first time I've seen Instructor Lu like this. Lu Hong was not only flustered, his mind was a mess. And he opened his mouth a couple of times, but couldn't get it out. The questions he had thought of earlier were all forgotten, until Lu Qing'an suddenly spoke up. If you have a question, just ask. Lu Hong quickly regained his senses, swallowed hard, and said, then I'll ask you. While speaking, Lu Hong stuttered a bit, but he generally got the question out. After Lu Zixuan listened, she organized her thoughts and said clearly, Instructor, you just mentioned that the most important part of this magic technique is the circulation of the internal qi and blood, so. Good. Very good. This student answered exceptionally well. Everyone applauded. Lu Hong, after hearing Lu Zixuan's response, was so confused in his mind that he didn't even think about whether the answer was correct. He quickly opened his mouth. A crowd of people was bewildered. Huh, is this really Instructor Lu? A few students had answered questions well yesterday, but they couldn't compare to this beautiful studentess' clear and straightforward response. Yet they were still criticized by Instructor Lu. Now, it was good. He praised her so highly and wanted them to applaud. The group of students also dared not disobey and quickly applauded. Lu Zixuan blinked her eyes. Did I really do that well? Dad, did I really do that well just now? Why are they reacting so strongly? Especially Instructor Lu? Lu Zixuan asked softly. Of course, who asked you to be my daughter? Lu Qing'an smiled indulgently. Xiaoqingyi smiled but said nothing. How could this kid not act like this? All right, this student, you can sit down now. That's all for today. Everyone can disperse. Lu Hong quickly said. He couldn't dare to ask anymore. Instructor, if students have questions, can you help answer them? Lu Qing'an asked. Of course. I can. Lu Hong's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Grandpa. I'm calling you Grandpa now. Just let me go. Meow meow. After listening to the instructor's lecture. Do you have any questions for the instructor? Lu Qing'an looked at his youngest daughter. Lu Meow Meow blinked her big eyes. I don't have any. I was just eating and didn't pay much attention to the lecture. Dad, can I not ask the instructor? Lu Meow Meow grinned, showing a big white smile, feeling embarrassed. You can just ask casually. Well, okay then. Lu Meow Meow had no choice but to stand up. Lu Qing'an encouraged Lu Meow Meow to stand up. Partly to make Lu Hong remember his two daughters and not to provoke them in the future, and partly to cultivate the children's enthusiasm. In such a public place, they could also be confident and generous. Instructor, I want to ask you a question. When you're hungry, is there anything wrong with practicing the magic technique you mentioned? Lu Meow Meow blinked and raised a question that left everyone present dumbfounded. Lu Hong's mouth fell open. What kind of question is this? This is clearly meant to make things difficult for me. This is a good question. Lu Hong stiffened his neck. He had no choice but to praise everyone present. This magic technique indeed cannot be practiced when you're hungry. In times of hunger, practicing has a 10 chance of going astray, yet this student has researched deeply. Everyone, give a round of applause. A group of people. Xiaoqingyi's impression of Lu Hong has changed a bit. This is a talent. Chapter 57. The magical time treasure. The group of students present had already guessed the reason for Lu Hong's behavior. It was because of this middle-aged handsome man speaking. Lu Hong is actually the nephew of Vice President Lu Qing'an, which means he is almost unafraid of anyone in the academy except for the president. Who is this person? It's quite remarkable. And what is the relationship between these two girls and this middle-aged man? It seems they are also students of our academy. Even Lu Hong treats these two with such respect. They are certainly not to be offended. Lu Qing'an stood up after achieving the results he wanted and led Lu Zixuan and the others to leave. After exiting the classroom, Lu Zixuan asked, Dad, did that instructor offend you just now? Lu Qing'an replied, Not really. The young man was a bit clueless and bumped into me. Just a little lesson will suffice. Oh. Lu Zixuan sensed that her father seemed to want to make things difficult for that instructor. And it shouldn't just be because the other party vented their anger on the students. Xiaoqingyi smiled and said, Your father has another intention. You are still young and can't see it. Lu Zixuan blinked, not expecting that. Afterward, the group headed straight towards the time, reversing magic willow. When they arrived, they found that Lu Qing'an had already been waiting quietly. Lu Qing'an wanted his daughters to join the Magic Willow Academy, mainly so they could use the time treasure. At the center of the root of the time-reversing magic willow, there was a huge swirling white vortex. This was the entrance to the spatial treasure. At this moment, the entrance was surrounded by faint yellow special time energy, filled with a mysterious aura. You all go in and feel it. Zixuan, take care of your sister. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni and the four. Only students with identity tokens could enter. Okay. Lu Zixuan nodded seriously. The four of them walked side by side and explored as they entered the white entrance. The moment they stepped into the white vortex, it felt as if they were gently wrapped by an invisible force, and their vision suddenly plunged into pure white. After the sensation of weightlessness receded like a tide, their view suddenly opened up. A magnificent white dome extended endlessly above them, dazzlingly bright, with a lustrous sheen like mother of pearl. The ground and all building materials were semi-transparent milky white crystal. The most eye-catching thing in front of them was a 10-story circular training tower that rose like a spiral staircase. Each level was separated by semi-transparent white energy barriers, and the higher they went, the denser the time and space runes flowed on the barriers. Each of these spaces was a separate training room. On the door of the training room on the bottom floor, the character 1 floated, and time ripples brushed like a silk curtain. The time flow rate of the first floor training room was 1 to 30. The second floor was 1 to 60. By the 10th floor, the time flow rate of the training room reached 1 to 300. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi both looked up at the highest level. They could freely use the training rooms here. And now the magic willow value in their identity tokens was so high that they could continuously use the training room on the 10th floor. Shall we fly up to the highest level? Lu Zixuan asked. She was already a bit impatient. A time flow rate of 1 to 300 means that while 1 day passes outside, 300 days pass inside. That's nearly a year. I heard it just takes a thought. Let me try, Sun Minzi said. She looked at the top level, and with a thought, she suddenly appeared on the 10th floor. Just as I thought. Lu Miao's eyes lit up, and she quickly tried it. Yes, sister, come up. Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni both flashed and appeared on the highest level. Can we enter all the training rooms here? Lu Zixuan asked. Let's try and see. Su Yuni approached a nearby training room. At this moment, the door of the training room was tightly closed, without a doorknob, only a white round ball. It's a formation. She took out her identity token, pressed it forward, and the next moment, the door suddenly vanished, turning into a swirl of white mist. I'll go in and take a look. Su Yuni entered, and a moment later, she came out. Her speed so quick it seemed like she had just entered and quickly retreated. It's quite spacious inside, a special space with abundant magic energy, and there are even some training facilities. She explored inside, but due to the fast time flow rate, it felt like she had just entered before coming out. You all try it too. Okay. Lu Zixuan and the three each found a training room to enter. After exploring, they reappeared outside. Sister, it's so big and empty inside. Miao Miao doesn't want to be in there alone. Can I train with you? Lu Miao said at this time. Let's see if it works. Lu Zixuan tried to enter the same training room with her sister, but the answer was no. Only one person could enter a training room. After they finished their exploration, they left that space together and returned to Lu Qing'an and the others. How was it? Lu Qing'an smiled and asked the four. Lu Zixuan and the three smiled and said, very good. Dad, Miao Miao feels a bit uncomfortable training alone in such a big space. Lu Miao pouted. Miao Miao, you are still young, and you don't need to come here to train often. You can come regularly when you're 10 years old, Lu Qing'an said, affectionately ruffling his little daughter's hair. Children are still small. Occasional training is fine. It's indeed easy for such a young child to feel trapped when left alone in a space without anyone else. He couldn't help but think of his disciple. When that child was young, he kept breaking through in seclusion. Perhaps that was why his temperament was like this. Yay, Dad is the best. Lu Miao hugged Lu Qing'an. Very happy. All right. Yuni, your master has already finished setting up the teleportation array and mentioned some new innovations. When you return, you can connect the formation to your identity token, and from now on, you can quickly teleport back home using the token. If you have time now, set up the teleportation array here as well, Lu Qing'an said. Okay. Su Yuni began arranging the formation. Before long, the teleportation formation was completed. All right, from now on, if you want to train, you can do so here. The best schedule is to attend classes in the morning and train here in the afternoon and evening. Then return home at night. Dad, then we'll go in and train for a bit. We'll go back at night. Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Okay. If you encounter any problems, just contact me with the communication jade slip. Lu Qing'an watched as Su Yuni and the three eagerly walked towards the entrance of the training space. He shook his head and smiled, then looked at his little daughter. Then Miao Miao will go home with Dad. Okay. Before leaving, Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Qingxiu and said, "Don't mess with the teleportation array over there. Everything else can stay the same. No need to give special treatment to my children." Lu Qingxiu replied, "Understood." He thought to himself, how could he not give special treatment? Lu Qing'an and a few others left, while Lu Zixuan and the other two continued to cultivate until nightfall. Reluctantly stepping out of the time treasure, the three of them were beaming with smiles. Returning to the courtyard still filled with the excitement of having spent several months in the cultivation room, while outside only a little over half a day had passed. "Aunt Minzi, I've broken through 3 levels of cultivation. It feels amazing." Lu Zixuan shared her joy. Su Yuni also took a deep breath, trying to control her excitement, and said, "Not only did I break through a small realm, but I also thoroughly researched formations that I didn't understand before." Sun Minzi also broke through 3 levels of cultivation. The 3 of them couldn't wait to use the teleportation to return to the courtyard and share their gains from today. Just as Su Yuni was about to activate the teleportation array to return to the courtyard, she suddenly realized that her brother was sending her a voice transmission. Chapter 58. Zhengran, don't humiliate yourself. In a residence in the immortal ruins. "Uncle, hasn't my aunt connected yet?" Lu Zhengran, still carrying that treasured sword, had a face full of excitement. Clearly, he had encountered something very happy today, and at this moment, he could not wait to share this joy with someone. She must be busy with something else. "What do you want to tell your aunt?" Su Xuanyu also wanted to send a voice transmission to his second sister. So since Lu Zhengran didn't come to find him, he was thinking of contacting her tonight. Lu Zhengran smiled and said, "Didn't you see? I broke through another small realm today. You have indeed been breaking through quite quickly lately." Su Xuanyu glanced at Lu Zhengran's 5 levels of transformation realm and roughly understood what Lu Zhengran wanted. He wanted praise from others. Haha, mainly because today I finally succeeded in joining the strongest academy in the immortal ruins, the Qingshan Academy. I managed to cultivate there for 2 hours. The time flow in that cultivation space is 1 to 30. It's simply amazing. When Lu Zhengran talked about this, he still had a face full of excitement. And after finishing, his desire to share hadn't diminished. He urgently needed to tell this news to his sister. He wanted to know what his sister would think after learning that he had broken through another level of cultivation. At his level, breaking through a small realm in a day in the transformation realm would be hard for others to believe. Su Xuanyu nodded with a smile. "My sister really has the capability. This can also help you enter Qingshan Academy after the entrance assessment. And it allows you to cultivate for 2 hours every day in that time treasure. Why don't I have such treatment? By the way, do you know a teacher from your academy named Nangongyan?" As Su Xuanyu spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Uncle, you know teacher Nangongyan? She is the most popular teacher in Qingshan Academy," Lu Zhengran said in surprise. "She is my goddess." Su Xuanyu sighed, "Unfortunately, I'm already of this age. Otherwise, I would also want my sister to arrange for me to enter Qingshan Academy as a student." He had been pursuing Nangongyan for several years. They met during an adventure. But compared to Nangongyan, who came from the prestigious Nangong family, his background was too weak. The Nangong family is one of the strongest families in the immortal ruins, with 2 peak emperor-level powerhouses in the clan, as well as many emperor-level strongmen. Their business is spread throughout the entire immortal ruins. Now, although his sister has broken through to the emperor level and holds the pure emperor position, his status is still somewhat inferior to Nangongyan. Unless one day his sister breaks through to the peak of the emperor level and becomes the strongest in the immortal ruins, maybe then he would be worthy of Nangongyan. Thinking of this, Su Xuanyu suddenly thought of Lu Qing'an. Sigh. This sigh suddenly became heavier, startling Lu Zhengran. Lu Zhengran looked at Su Xuanyu, who suddenly lost his beloved expression and blinked. "Uncle, I still don't quite understand these feelings. But it seems teacher Nangongyan hasn't married anyone yet, so you still have a chance." Lu Zhengran thought Su Xuanyu was feeling this way about Nangongyan and tried to comfort him. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu sighed heavily again. "Zhengran, you don't understand. What I regret is that I lost your father, the perfect brother-in-law." He wanted to slap himself twice. If Lu Qing'an were still his brother-in-law, he would be completely worthy of Nangongyan. No, even Nangongyan might not be worthy of him. If he went out and said that the eternal night demon emperor is my brother-in-law, others would have to avoid him. Yes, in the immortal ruins, the name of the eternal night demon emperor would also be feared by people. Even with the existence of the boundary wall, there should be no one in the immortal ruins who could stop the eternal night demon emperor from rampaging. just as Su Xuanyu was deeply troubled. He suddenly found that the voice transmission jade slip had connected. At this moment, on the demon domain side, Su Yuni returned to the courtyard, greeted Lu Qing'an and the others, and then entered the room to connect the voice transmission jade slip. "What's wrong?" Su Yuni asked. Su Xuanyu's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "Second sister, how is it over there?" Su Yuni replied, "What could be the situation? Everything is fine. Just speak quickly." Su Xuanyu really wanted to ask his second sister if she had helped him speak well to Lu Qing'an to ease their relationship. Seeing Lu Qing'an eagerly leaning over, he could only hold back and not say anything. He could guarantee that if he didn't reveal that his brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, Lu Qing'an might not be able to keep it a secret. "Qing'an has something to say to you." Su Xuanyu sighed inwardly, and after saying this, handed the voice transmission jade slip to Lu Qing'an. "Aunt!" Lu Qing'an shouted excitedly. "Qing'an, what is the matter?" Su Yuni's tone was slightly normal, with a hint of a smile on her face. Su Xuanyu noticed that his second sister's tone suddenly became gentle, and his mouth twitched. "Second sister, am I really that disliked by you?" "Aunt, is my sister nearby?" Lu Qing'an asked expectantly. Su Yuni replied, "She's in the hall, sharing joy with your father." Lu Qing'an asked, "Sharing joy? What happened?" "Your sister just broke through 3 small realms." As soon as Su Yuni said this, Lu Qing'an fell silent. "Huh, did I hear that wrong? Aunt, you must be joking with me." Lu Qing'an frowned, feeling that Su Yuni was just playing with him, pouting. Su Xuanyu's expression turned strange upon hearing this. If he didn't know that his brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, hearing this from his second sister would definitely make him react like Lu Qing'an. Not believing the news. After all, breaking through 3 small realms in one day is a bit frightening. The realms above the transformation realm are already hard to break through. Not to mention the last time he heard his second sister say that his niece had suddenly broken through a major realm and reached the fusion realm. Breaking through the 3 small realms of the fusion realm is at least 10 times harder than breaking through the 3 small realms of the transformation realm. Su Yuni actually knew what Lu Qing'an was thinking. This child had always been comparing himself with Lu Zixuan to see who cultivated harder and broke through faster. Now hearing this news, he would definitely feel a bit uncomfortable, so she was hesitating whether to discourage Lu Qing'an. "You can just take it as me joking with you," Su Yuni said with ultimately not having the heart to hurt this little nephew. Those who know her understand that she has a soft heart. "Huh, auntie, you're really bad. I told you it couldn't be that scary." Lu Qing'an's face was full of resentment as he let out a sigh. Su Yui shook her head and smiled, unsure of how to continue, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Auntie, Senior Luo gave us the identity tokens to join the formation. Can I borrow your token? This way, we can teleport better to the Magic Willow Academy." Oh, come in," Su Yui said. Lu Zixuan entered Su Yui's room and took the identity token from her hand. Just then, the sound of Lu Qing'an's excited voice came from the communication jade slip in Su Yui's hand. "Sis, are you there?" Hearing her younger brother's voice, Lu Zixuan frowned slightly. "Yes, what is up, sis? Hee. I broke through a small realm today. I'm already at the 5th level of the transformation realm." Su Yui couldn't help but cover her forehead upon hearing Lu Qing'an's proud words. "You brat, that's really self-degrading." Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh at her younger brother's words. "Really? You're amazing." Haha, right. To be honest, the reason I can improve so fast is that I went to the Qingshan Academy and used a time flow treasure with a ratio of 1 to 30 to practice. From now on, I can practice for 2 hours there every day. Su Yui, Lu Zixuan smirked. Chapter 59. You just know how to lie. Qingshan Academy? You actually joined Qingshan Academy? Lu Zixuan asked in an astonished tone, as if teasing a child. That's right. Mom personally took me there. With the Dean of Qingshan Academy's approval, I was exempted from the assessment and directly joined the academy. Lu Qing'an raised his chin, struggling to suppress the smile on his face. Lu Zixuan said, TSK, really impressive. And a time flow ratio of 1 to 30? 2 hours a day? Are you sure? Cough. Ordinary students can only use the training room with a 1 to 10 time flow ratio. As for me, the dean let me freely use the 1 to 30 training room out of respect for my mother. Practicing for 2 hours is like gaining more than 50 hours of practice every day, which is like practicing for an extra 5 days compared to others. Lu Qing'an said with a smile. That's really impressive. By the way, are you really at the 5th level of the transformation realm? Lu Zixuan asked, pretending to cover her mouth in surprise. That's right. I'm at the 5th level of the transformation realm. At this point, Lu Qing'an really didn't want to tease her silly younger brother anymore. You're impressive, but to be honest, I just joined the Magic Domain's Magic Willow Academy recently. Have you heard of it? Su Yui shook her head, wanting to interrupt Lu Qing'an. She was afraid that if this continued, Lu Qing'an's heart would be shattered. Zixuan, why don't you just stop talking? After thinking for a moment, Su Yui still communicated with Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an glanced at her aunt and fell silent. In the end, she held back and didn't say anything. After all, he was her brother, and they were related by blood. Although this brat was quite annoying, she was still an older sister and should give in a little. I haven't heard of it. I'm not very familiar with that place, but I guess it has some strength. However, in my opinion, it should be no match for Qingshan Academy, as Qingshan Academy is the strongest academy in the Immortal Ruins. Lu Qing'an was very clear about what his sister wanted to say. He suspected that his sister was trying to lie and boast again. How could it be such a coincidence that he just joined Qingshan Academy, and his sister suddenly said she joined some academy in the Magic Domain? Isn't that just a blatant refusal to admit defeat? Hearing her younger brother's annoying reply, Lu Qing'an gritted her teeth and held back. All right, you're right. It's indeed not as good as your Qingshan Academy. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy. Lu Qing'an silently recited in her heart. This is my brother, so I should endure and not argue with him. Haha, I told you. You don't have a time treasure, do you? Lu Qing'an said proudly. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to return the communication jade slip to Su Yui, she couldn't hold back anymore. A brother is still a brother. I can't just let this go. Hee. You're really proud, huh? Well, let me tell you seriously, in front of the Magic Willow Academy, Qingshan Academy can only be considered a younger brother. Qingshan Academy is completely crushed. Su Yui sighed upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words. All right. It seems these two siblings must settle this. Zhengran was also being cocky for no reason. Haha, sis, you weren't saying that just now. Lu Zhengran laughed upon hearing his sister's words, as if he had finally won against her, and was extremely happy. Lu Qing'an, hearing her younger brother's laughter, wore a look of disdain. You just keep laughing. Ignorant, so ignorant. A time treasure with a 1:30 ratio? You've never seen a good thing, have you? Have you heard of a 1:300 time treasure? Coincidentally, our Magic Willow Academy has one. Moreover, today my sister and I spent half a day practicing inside. That's right, half a day. As she said this, Lu Qing'an finally felt comfortable. Keep bragging. Sis, I found that after you went to the Magic Domain. I don't know if your cultivation level has increased, but your bragging skills have certainly improved a lot. And a 1:300 time flow rate. Why not say a 1:3000, or even a 1:30,000? Lu Zhengran couldn't help but curl his lips after hearing his sister's words. Bragging expert. Just because he is a bit weaker in cultivation. Su Xuanyu, listening to the conversation between the two nephews, had a strange expression, his eyes rolling. If this were in the past, he wouldn't have believed his niece's words. But now, he believed. Especially since Lu Qing'an mentioned that his second sister was also practicing there. Sis, you also want to practice in a 1:300 time flow treasure. Su Xuanyu snatched the communication jade slip from Lu Zhengran's hand, asking in shock. Su Yui blinked her beautiful eyes and said, how should I put it, right? She knew her brother believed it, but she didn't want him to believe it. That is so enviable. Why? I hate myself. Su Xuanyu hugged his head and screamed, looking like his wife ran off with someone else. Lu Zhengran furrowed his brows. Uncle, what is wrong? You don't believe it, do you? Su Xuanyu glanced at Lu Zhengran, his face twitching. Zhengran, you don't know? Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. What your sister said is very likely true. A 1:300 time treasure. I missed it. Zhengran, don't talk to me. End the communication. I suddenly want to be quiet. Su Xuanyu covered his forehead and said, Uncle, isn't the woman you like teacher Nangongyan? Who is this quiet person? Lu Zhengran frowned. Su Xuanyu, sis. You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. How could there be a 1:300 time flow treasure? And you said you practiced for half a day? How could that be? The time treasures here can only be practiced for 2 hours at most. Lu Zhengran was very unhappy right now. What made him even more upset was that his aunt was completely on his sister's side. She kept helping his sister lie. Just keep being ignorant. Breaking through a level of cultivation in a day, and you are so pleased with yourself. You haven't seen the world. Today, your sister has broken through to the third small realm of the integration stage. And it's not the third small realm of the transformation stage, but the third small realm of the integration stage. Lu Qing'an no longer wanted to talk to her brother, this clown. Humph. Brag. Why don't you say you're already at the Emperor realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an became even more skeptical. In 2 months, I'll go over there. Do you dare to bet on whose cultivation level will be higher by then? Lu Qing'an was taken aback when she heard her brother was coming over, then snorted and said, I can't be bothered to bet with a fool. You can come if you want, just don't let your eyes fall on the ground. All right. I'm busy. Bye. After saying this, Lu Qing'an no longer paid attention to her brother and, after taking the identity token from Su Yuni, hummed a little tune as she walked outside. You just don't dare. You're definitely lying. Just wait. I will expose your lies sooner or later. After saying this, Lu Qing'an waited for a while but didn't get a response from his sister. Instead, he received a reply from Su Yuni. Qing'an, your sister has gone to be busy. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on cultivating well at the Qing'an Academy. Just treat what your sister said as false, Su Yuni advised. Aunt, you only know how to deceive me with my sister now. Bully me. Humph. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Qing'an. The next moment, the voice of Su Xuanyu came from the sound transmission jade slip. Second sister, don't say anything. Qing'an has run out. Su Yuni. Oh, this child. Second sister. Don't worry about Qing'an. He's still a child. He doesn't understand anything. He'll be fine after a day or two. You should take care of your brother. I wish I could just beat myself up right now. If there really is a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 300, I also want to go in and cultivate. Su Xuanyu pounded his chest and stomped his feet, wishing he could slap himself to death. Chapter 60, The Disciples Matters. Su Xuanyu had never heard of such a treasure with such a high time flow rate. A 1 to 100 ratio was already frightening, and a 1 to 300 ratio was something he heard for the first time. If this information hadn't come from his second sister, he wouldn't have believed it. Now that even his second sister said such a treasure exists and that she has already gone to cultivate there, combined with his brother-in-law's special identity, it was highly likely to be true. Su Yuni said, there is indeed such a thing. When I first heard about it, I was also surprised. This treasure's time flow rate is related to the time reversal willow of the Demon Willow Academy. Without the time reversal willow, the treasure would only have a 1 to 100 time flow rate. Second sister, I'm so envious of you. Now I understand why you insisted on staying there. If it were me, I would be even more determined. Su Xuanyu could only envy her. By the way, second sister, can you really go there to cultivate freely? For however long you want. Su Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Yes, my brother-in-law discussed it with their dean. Only the 4 of us can go, no one else can. Actually, something else happened in this matter. Su Yuni thought of pretending to be Lu Qing'an's daughter, and her cheeks turned slightly red again. This matter would be something she remembers for a lifetime. It was too special. Su Xuanyu closed his eyes and scolded himself in his heart for being foolish. Finally, he weakly said, Second sister, I'm really asking you, whenever you have time, can you say something good for me in front of my brother-in-law? From now on, I swear I will listen to you. You are my most beloved second sister. Is that okay? In the end, Su Xuanyu resorted to acting cute. Su Yuni was speechless. You offended my brother-in-law like that before. It's hard for me to handle. I'll try my best. By the way, just now Qing'an said he would come over in 2 months? Is he just talking nonsense, or does he really have such plans? Does my sister agree? Su Yuni asked. Su Xuanyu said, it seems my sister isn't afraid of Qing'an going over there. After all, Qing'an is my brother-in-law's son, so she trusts him. As for me, Sai, even if I want to go over there, I probably can't tell my sister. Isn't my sister not afraid of Qing'an coming here and not wanting to go back? Su Yuni's expression was strange. The conditions here are too good. It's too tempting. She couldn't withstand such a test. It's easy to imagine how her little nephew would feel after seeing Lu Qing'an's cultivation and what kind of decision he would make. Ahem. My sister has always been quite confident. You and I both know that. Actually, I think it's quite good for Qing'an to go over there. My sister only cares about her cultivation strength and usually pays little attention to the kids. If my brother-in-law can cultivate the kids better, letting Qing'an go over there is a good idea, Su Xuanyu said. Su Yuni nodded, agreeing with this viewpoint. But it seems a bit unfair to my sister. While Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were still chatting through sound transmission, Lu Qing'an had already left Su Xuanyu's side and arrived at the main hall where Su Qing'an was. Mom. Lu Qing'an squinted his eyes, with a face full of indignation and a bit of grievance as he walked into the hall. When he entered the hall, he found that not only was his mother there, but Lin Qingxue was also present. So he quickly saluted Lin Qingxue. Qing'an, what's the matter? Su Qing'an had just been discussing serious matters with Lin Qingxue when she saw her son and stopped, shifting her gaze to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an said, "Mom, my sister is really full of lies now. She can't stand to see me do well and keeps provoking me." He recounted everything that had just happened in one breath. Especially when he mentioned the treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 300, he embellished it a bit. "Mom, Senior Lin, do you think there really is such a treasure with a time flow rate?" Lu Qing'an was skeptical, so he came to ask. Lin Qingxue and Su Qing'an exchanged glances. "A treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 300? Lin Qingxue said, "Your sister probably heard that you joined the Qingshan Academy and can go to cultivate in that time treasure, feeling resentful and deliberately trying to annoy you. As far as I know, someone in the demon realm can forge a time treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 100. But a 1 to 300 ratio has never been heard of. Such a treasure with a time flow rate has a 99% chance of not existing." "I see. I knew it was impossible. Humph. I said my sister was lying to me." After hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally showed a slight smile and felt a bit more at ease. Su Qing'an also felt that her eldest daughter was exaggerating. She knew that these two children had been secretly competing, and now neither would admit defeat. It was normal for them to say some falsehoods to annoy each other. After all, they were still children. "Qing'an, I told you, once your mother breaks through to the peak of the Emperor realm, we have a great probability of obtaining a treasure with a time flow rate of 1 to 150. By then, you 1T need to continue cultivating in that time treasure at the Qingshan Academy," Lin Qingxue said with a smile. "What? A time flow rate of 1 to 150? Lu Qing'an was stunned, and then his face filled with joy. Su Qing'an smiled and said, "But that will also depend on when I break through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Right now, I still need to continue working hard. Qing'an, with your talent, I estimate that within 10 years, you will likely break through to the peak of the Emperor realm," Lin Qingxue said with a smile. "Really? Great. Mom is the best. Haha. Then can I use that time treasure freely? Can I cultivate in it for a whole day?" Lu Qing'an was extremely excited. "Of course, that treasure belongs solely to your mother, so you can use it freely," Lin Qingxue said. "Wow. Awesome. Mom, keep up the good work in your cultivation." Su Qing'an smiled and nodded gently at her son. "I still have matters to discuss with your mother. You go back and cultivate. Strive to be stronger than your sister." Lin Qingxue sent Lu Qing'an away. "Okay, then I will go cultivate." Lu Qing'an left with a look of discontent but full of pride, humming a tune as he departed. Su Qing'an shook her head and smiled, then looked at her master. "Master, what brings you here today?" Lin Qingxue replied, "It's still about that matter. Your cultivation level is not too high yet, but your talent and potential are extremely terrifying. In the future, you will surely reach the peak and stand at the strongest pinnacle of the immortal ruins. However, for now, you still need to settle down and establish more connections with other major powers." Su Qing'an nodded. "I understand. I will follow your guidance, Master." "Good. Now in the immortal ruins, many top powers have complex relationships. You need to balance your relations with them. Among them, the Nangong family, the Xiao family, and the Long family are the ones you should engage with more. I have thought of a way for you to build a good relationship with them." "What method?" "They already know about your potential, so you can take 1 or 2 disciples from each of their families." "Taking disciples?" "That's right. After taking disciples, their families will have a relatively deep connection with you, and since your future achievements are very high, they will naturally be willing to let the most talented ones in their families become your disciples." "All right, I will listen to you, Master." Then I will handle this matter. Our plan will also involve these powers later, so you must find a way to manage your relationships with them. You haven't yet broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, so don't let things turn sour with them." Su Qing'an nodded. "I understand." In the demon domain. Afternoon. The sun was warm. In front of the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi were sitting, drinking tea and chatting. "By the way, your disciple should already know that you have returned. Why hasn't he come yet?" Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qing'an was also curious. Logically, he had been back for a while, and Lu Qingxue and the others seemed to have some connection with his disciple, so his disciple should have known he was back. From his understanding of his disciple, he should have already rushed over here. "I'm not sure. Maybe he is in seclusion?" Lu Qing'an speculated. Just then, Su Yuni finished her chat with Su Xuanyu, walked out of the courtyard, and seeing Lu Qing'an at the stone pavilion, she approached him. "Brother-in-law, I want to talk to you." "About what?" Lu Qing'an asked. Noticing that Su Yuni looked a bit awkward, Xiao Qingyi, seeing Su Yuni glance at him, directly asked, "Do you need me to step away?" "No need." Su Yuni organized her thoughts and then continued, I promised my brother, so I can't not help. Brother-in-law, it's like this. My brother already knows that you are the eternal night demon emperor. Lu Qing'an said, oh really? And then? Brother-in-law, you may not know this, but this kid has always regarded the eternal night demon emperor as his idol, Su Yuni said, glancing at Lu Qing'an to gauge his reaction, and noticed that he showed some surprise. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but laugh. He regards me as an idol? What kind of statement is that? He became interested. This kid actually regarded him as an idol? Xiao Qingyi, hearing this, also became curious and conjured up a watermelon. With a flick of his finger, the watermelon was cut into many pieces, and he began to eat it. Your deeds in the demon domain have spread not only within the demon domain, but also in the immortal ruins. Therefore, there are also some people in the immortal ruins who admire your strength and style of conduct. My brother is one of them. Su Yuni wanted to say that she was also one of them. Oh, I see. Lu Qing'an nodded slightly. I didn't expect my brother's reputation to be quite wide. There are quite a few little fans in the immortal ruins. He didn't expect that his brother-in-law was also one of his fans. Now that he knew he was the eternal night demon emperor, it became interesting. This kid used to have a lot of conflicts with him. Of course, he did use his brother-in-law. When he first went to the immortal ruins and washed away his inner resentment, he felt it wasn't clean enough. So he wanted to find someone to practice controlling his killing intent, but all the people he encountered there were quite nice to him, so he couldn't find a target. Unexpectedly, this brother-in-law popped up just when he was troubled, perfectly fitting his needs. At first, he almost couldn't hold back several times, but as time passed, he became more and more adept at controlling himself, finally confirming that he had no resentment at all, as long as some taboos were not touched. He wouldn't easily provoke his killing intent. Now that he knows you are the eternal night demon emperor, he regrets it, saying he wishes he could beat himself up every time he thinks about the things he did to you before, Su Yuni said, her face turning red. Xiao Qingyi, hearing this, ate the watermelon even faster. He knew there was gossip. Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law used to be so obnoxious. This is getting interesting. Previously, he praised how powerful Lu Qing'an was. Now he must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Oh, and then he has been asking me to apologize to you on his behalf and seek your forgiveness, Su Yuni said, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. She finally finished speaking. This kid used to scold me a lot, but I told you, he is a bit annoying, but he is actually not bad, Lu Qing'an laughed. Oh, brother-in-law, are you forgiving him? Su Yuni's eyes lit up. Lu Qing'an shook his head, can't forgive. Huh. Su Yuni's forehead broke out in a sweat. Lu Qing'an was just teasing Su Yuni, laughing, just kidding. This kid has nothing to do with me now. It's not really about forgiveness or not. Whether we meet in the future is the same thing. Su Yuni asked softly, what if he comes here one day? Lu Qing'an laughed, if he comes, I will definitely treat him well. When he said the word treat, Lu Qing'an deliberately emphasized it. Su Yuni felt a chill. Brother, you better not come. It will be a big deal. Lu Qing'an smiled and didn't continue. He really didn't take Su Xuanyu seriously. This kid was indeed quite annoying when he confronted him. But he treated his children well. Now that he had divorced Su Qingyi, it didn't change the fact that Su Xuanyu was the uncle of his 3 children. If Su Xuanyu came to see the kids, he would welcome him. However, he didn't mind playing some pranks on this kid. All right, I have something to do. I will go back to my business now, Su Yuni hurriedly said and ran off. Watching Su Yuni's back, Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled, then looked at Xiao Qingyi. The two exchanged glances for a moment and burst into laughter. You are still as mischievous as ever, Xiao Qingyi laughed. He knew Lu Qing'an's character well. There was no way he would nitpick with his brother-in-law. He was just scaring him a bit. Facing Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Qing'an did not respond, just smiled in silence. Let's continue drinking tea. Haha, I am full from this gossip, so I won't drink anymore. Hey, I really hope your little brother can come over. That would make things even more interesting. Xiao Qingyi found this matter increasingly amusing. This little brother actually idolizes Lu Qing'an. Yet he used to be so insolent. It's amusing to think about it. Life in the demon domain was progressing warmly. 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, Su Yuni and the others went to the Magic Willow Academy every day to train and study. They almost always returned in the late afternoon. After 2 days of adaptation, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi had completely adjusted to the training situation at the Magic Willow Academy. They began to immerse themselves in the diligent atmosphere, especially Lu Zixuan, who became even more diligent in her training. On this day, when they returned, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi suddenly found Lu Qing'an. Dad, there's something I want you to help me with. What is it? Lu Qing'an gently asked as he noticed his daughter had broken through 2 levels of cultivation. The speed of her breakthrough was quite fast. As one's cultivation level rises, the speed of advancement should typically slow down. So it was evident how strong her talent was that Lu Qing'an could still achieve such a breakthrough speed. It's like this: we've been in closed-door cultivation recently, and the speed of our breakthroughs has been rapid, but we've started to have some difficulty grasping our strength. We need more practical combat experience to master our current abilities. So I've slowed down my cultivation speed and started focusing on practical battles. Then Minzi and I discovered that there is a special treasure tower in the Magic Willow Academy, which can conjure magical beasts. We teamed up to challenge it, but we couldn't get past the 3rd level. The Magic Willow Academy has such a practical challenge tower. And then, the main problem we face now is that we don't have enough knowledge about magical beasts. We've searched for a lot of materials in the Academy's library, but we still can't find a professional understanding of the weaknesses of different magical beasts. At this moment, Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei, saying, "Can we get detailed information on all types of magical beasts from this side of the demon domain?" Shui Tianfei smiled and said, "That's simple. I'll have my organization issue a bounty to get a professional to compile a report." Lu Qing'an nodded, "Then I'll trouble you with that." He knew that the kids wanted this information not just for practical combat, but also because they were interested in challenging the tower and aiming for higher levels. If it were him, he wouldn't care about the weaknesses of magical beasts. He would just focus on improving his combat skills and brute force through the challenges. The kids needed it, so he would fulfill their request directly. "Aren't you going to thank Aunt Shui?" "Thank you, Aunt Shui." Shui Tianfei smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. I'll get it for you tomorrow." "Okay." The two happily returned to their room. At this time, Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi. "When did the Magic Willow Academy get such a tower? I hadn't heard of it before. It's strange. That guy Lu Xia seems to have gotten a lot of peculiar treasures from somewhere, and many things in the Magic Willow Academy appeared only in the last 1,000 years. The tower the kids just mentioned is called the Beast Tower. This Beast Tower has 10 levels, and each level conjures several magical beasts. After obtaining this treasure, the Magic Willow Academy directly regarded it as a means for students to practice combat. All students can team up to challenge it, with a maximum of 3 in a team, and the conjured magical beasts are of the same level as the team. If they successfully clear a level, all 3 can earn some Magic Willow points. Furthermore, this tower can analyze the combat skills of the students inside and give rankings. The Magic Willow Academy then created a leaderboard, making these young students even more eager to compete and work harder to improve their combat skills to get on the leaderboard. After hearing about the Beast Tower, Lu Qing'an laughed. "That's quite a fun thing. My daughter is so strong. She will dominate the leaderboard sooner or later." "Haha. I've come to see you for what you really are, just a daughter slave," Xiao Qingyi teased with a smile. "With such a good daughter, how can you not become a daughter slave?" Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. "Of course," Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qing'an chuckled. "That's right." Chapter 62. The arrival of the disciple the next morning. Before Lu Qing'an and the others went to the Magic Willow Academy, Shui Tianfei's people had already delivered the materials they needed. "Zixuan, here you go, study it well." "So fast." Lu Qing'an stared blankly at Shui Tianfei, amazed at her efficiency. Shui Tianfei chuckled softly. "If you need anything else in the future, just ask Aunt Shui directly. There's no need to trouble your dad." She seemed to take on a motherly role, happy to help Lu Qing'an. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an blinked but still smiled wryly. "All right, I'll do my best. Thank you." "And Shui." Shui Tianfei nodded with a smile and watched Lu Qing'an and the others teleport away. After they left, she sighed softly in place. Xiao Qingyi happened to be watching nearby and transmitted, "How long has it been? And you want the kids to accept you as a stepmother? Keep working hard. The kids will eventually fully accept you." Shui Tianfei glanced at Xiao Qingyi and nodded. She had to admit that Xiao Qingyi's words were quite to the point. At that moment, Shui Tianfei saw Lu Qing'an walking out of his room, stepping gracefully in front of him like a delicate lady, and said gently, "I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Since Lu Qing'an returned, his view of Shui Tianfei had changed, and he now treated her much more gently. With a faint smile on his face, "I might need to go back to my family for a while in the next few days. I can't say for sure how long I'll be gone." Shui Tianfei reported to Lu Qing'an as if she were asking for leave. "That's fine. Just handle your matters and come back. By the way, you should tell the kids in advance, especially Meow Meow. Now that kid comes home, she doesn't run to me first. She looks for you first." Lu Qing'an sighed as he said this. That kid, after staying in the academy for a day, Probably got greedy and immediately went to find Shui Tianfei to ask if there were any good treats before coming to play with him. Okay, Shui Tianfei nodded. Is it no big deal? Is it about the magic crystal from last time? Do you need me to help with anything? Lu Qing'an asked tentatively. It's not about the magic crystal. It's just some small matters in the family. How could I trouble you, the eternal night demon emperor, for help? Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and laughed. All right then. After they finished chatting, suddenly, along with Xiao Qingyi, they both looked up at the sky outside. Oh, your disciple has finally arrived, Xiao Qingyi laughed. Outside, the morning light was originally golden, and the sky was clear as if washed clean. A gentle breeze blew, and the dewdrops on the grass reflected the morning sun, enveloping the entire mountainside in a tranquil and peaceful soft light. But suddenly, a pitch-black crack tore open the distant sky. Ink-like demonic energy gushed out from the crack, instantly swallowing the morning light. The clouds rolled like boiling water, and the crimson-golden sunrise was stained a murky purple-black, as if the sky had been splashed with rotten blood. A fierce wind rose, and amidst the flying sand and stones, the world groaned under the unbearable weight. A distant sound like thunder echoed with footsteps. With each step, the earth trembled, cracking like a spider's web. Gradually, a figure of a man emerged from the thick, demonic mist. He stepped through the void, and everything he passed withered. Even the air froze into ice. When did this kid become so pretentious? Lu Qing'an looked at the changes in the outside environment and couldn't help but complain. Isn't this learned from the old you? Xiao Qingyi laughed and teased. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi. Moments later, a figure appeared in the air above the courtyard. He was tall and slender, like a cold sword unsheathed, lean yet exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. His face was as cold as ice sculpture, with sharp brows and narrow eyes that seemed to have a dark red undercurrent, thin lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any warmth. A dark robe wrapped around his upright body, the hem embroidered with dark golden magic patterns. The most captivating was the dark halo floating behind him. The halo resembled a bottomless abyss that devoured all, its edges flowing with a blood-red dark light, sometimes transforming into a fierce demonic visage, and at other times shrinking into a pure black hole, emanating a chilling pressure. Under the illumination of the imperial aura, his pale fingers were distinctly knuckled, as if they could easily crush mountains and rivers with a gentle grip. Lu Qing'an. Li Zongxuan coldly shouted down at Lu Qing'an. Xiao Xuanzai, you are being a bit disrespectful to your teacher. How can you call your master by their full name? Lu Qing'an calmly replied. You are not my master. Li Zongxuan gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight, as if Lu Qing'an had killed his entire family. If I'm not your master, then who is? Lu Qing'an asked. I have no master. Li Zongxuan exclaimed. All right, you have no master. Then why have you come here today? Lu Qing'an inquired. What does it matter to you? Li Zongxuan retorted. You brat. After all these years, you haven't changed much, still acting like a child. Lu Qing'an laughed. Seeing you laugh makes me sick. Li Zongxuan shouted. All right, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Don't throw a tantrum, all right? Lu Qing'an coaxed as if talking to a child. I said, I have no master. Li Zongxuan roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Under the changing winds and clouds, all living beings in the thousands of miles prostrated themselves on the ground. You little brat, you still have quite the temper. So tell me, what do you want? I came today to take your head, Li Zongxuan declared, extending his hand and slicing through the void, a gaping scar appearing in the air. He reached inside, and when he pulled out, he held a blood-red long sword. This sword was filled with a terrifying aura, already comparable to Lu Qing'an's treasured sword. Upon seeing this sword for the first time, Lu Qing'an assessed it and was somewhat surprised. Where did you get this sword? Huh. Not only is this sword comparable to your divine weapon, but my current cultivation strength is also enough to crush you. Today is your day to die? You really want to kill me? You want to be an ingrate? Lu Qing'an asked, still calm and indifferent. Shut up. Get up here and die. Li Zongxuan shouted. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips. It seemed they really had to fight. All right, let's see if you've made any progress after all these years apart. Huh. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Fine. Today I'll teach you a lesson, you ungrateful disciple. Lu Qing'an smiled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the pinnacle of the heavens. Li Zongxuan coldly snorted, and in a flash, he chased after Lu Qing'an to the top of the heavens. The two stood 1,000 miles apart. At this moment, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi brought out a chair, quickly opened a watermelon, and then looked at Shui Tianfei beside him. Do you want some? Shui Tianfei ignored Xiao Qingyi, her arms crossed, standing straight. Li Zongxuan has indeed become much stronger. From the aura he is exhibiting, he is almost the same as he was back then. Indeed, after Lu Qing'an disappeared, Xiao Xuan's eye went mad with cultivation. And with such terrifying talent, he has this level of strength. However, no matter how strong he gets, it won't matter. This time he returns. Lu Qing'an is even more beyond human. Xiao Qingyi had witnessed Lu Qing'an's even stronger abilities. This guy still resembled a god king, suppressing all monstrous strong ones under heaven, making it hard for them to stand straight. Chapter 63. Welcome home at the pinnacle of the heavens. Li Zongxuan stared fiercely at Lu Qing'an. Seeing him not even take out a weapon, he couldn't help but curse. Do you still think I am that reckless kid from before? Quickly take out your weapon. The weapon was given to someone else. But for dealing with you, this brat, it doesn't matter if I use a weapon or not. After all, it's impossible for you to surpass me, Lu Qing'an said with a beaming smile, speaking as if playing with a child. All right, then I'll let you see the results of my efforts over the years. Today, you will definitely die. Li Zongxuan was filled with killing intent, still giving the impression that Lu Qing'an had killed his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged and beckoned to Li Zongxuan. Come on, let me see if you've made any progress these years. Li Zongxuan stopped wasting words, his body shook, and his strongest cultivation was unleashed. Demonic energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying domain covered a radius of 10,000 miles. Under the use of the lonely emperor's throne, time and space suddenly came to a standstill. In this space, he was like an invincible god king. Do you see? My lonely emperor's throne can now rival your eternal night emperor's throne. It indeed can, but in my eyes, it's just average. I want to see how long you can keep boasting. Quickly show your emperor throne. A master doesn't need an emperor throne to beat a disciple. Just come at me. Good courage. Where did you develop this habit? When did you become so talkative? Can't you just get to the point? Lu Qing'an interrupted Li Zongxuan, who kept talking. Li Zongxuan's cheeks flushed with anger. Who is talking nonsense? All right, you want to die? Then I'll help you. He stopped talking and directly attacked. With a roar, demonic energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly condensing into millions of pitch-black demonic blades, each one tearing through the void with a piercing shriek. He shook his arms, holding the sword, and the demonic blades transformed into a death storm that blotted out the sky, all converging onto the divine weapon in his hands. Boom! He swung his hands, and the gathered blow of the giant sword shot toward Lu Qing'an's direction. Where the giant blade passed, space shattered inch by inch, revealing chaotic currents. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan's strike, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This kid had indeed become much stronger. However, he still fell short. He reached out and lightly wiped forward, and a black light shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the void ahead. The giant blade crashed down onto the black light shield in an instant. A miraculous scene occurred. The seemingly thin black light shield that looked like it could be pierced easily completely withstood such a terrifying strike. Li Zongxuan was taken aback and then gritted his teeth. Humph. This is just an appetizer. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. After saying this, he controlled the divine weapon to float in front of him, palms together, and with a shake of his body, the next moment, a towering demonic god phantom suddenly appeared behind him. The six-armed demonic god swung all arms together, smashing out 6 world-destroying fist seals. Before the fist wind arrived, the ground had already collapsed for thousands of miles, and the sky was torn with countless cracks. It pressed down towards the blacklight shield that Lu Qing'an had cast. Not bad, but still not enough, Lu Qing'an said lightly. As he said, such a terrifying attack still couldn't advance an inch before his blacklight shield. Li Zongxuan was even more shocked, his neck stretching as he shouted, I don't believe it. After cursing, a blood mark suddenly split open between his brows, and a scarlet light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, the laws of the universe were obliterated, and even the river of time was stained blood red. He grinned fiercely, urging the Dugu Emperor's position, causing everything in his domain to freeze. While that bloodlight surged towards Lu Qing'an at a speed beyond causality, a wailing sound echoed between heaven and earth, as if this strike could make the heavenly path retreat. This time, the blacklight shield was finally shattered. Seeing this, Lu Qing'an smiled slightly in his heart. This kid has the style of my younger days. Ha! Breaking your tricks won't be difficult. Li Zongxuan laughed loudly. After that earth-shattering attack broke through Lu Qing'an's blacklight shield, it continued to charge toward Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an slightly raised his gaze, his right hand lifted lightly, fingers gathering like picking flowers, and that soul-devouring blood light, which could make heaven and earth tremble, was pinched as if it had turned to dust. It exploded at his fingertips and condensed into a small black void. Throughout the entire process, Lu Qing'an's hair was not disturbed. Is this it? Lu Qing'an shook his head and chuckled. Li Zongxuan was completely stunned. No. Is this really broken? Xiao Xuanzu, do you have any stronger attacks? Come again. Lu Qing'an stood with his hands behind his back, not having moved even half a step. Li Zongxuan trembled all over, gritting his teeth. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a stronger means than before. He had already used his 3 strongest moves. This shouldn't be. I clearly have caught up to your strength. What on earth is going on? Li Zongxuan roared in madness, his eyes turning red. Lu Qing'an, seeing his disciple suddenly go crazy, frowned slightly and stopped teasing him, saying, You have indeed caught up to the old me. This much I must praise you for. You have worked hard enough over the years. This talent is indeed astonishing. I don't need your recognition. I don't believe it. Die for me. The emperor's position behind Li Zongxuan erupted with terrifying power again, propelling him toward Lu Qing'an. The towering demon god's phantom appeared again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Qing'an and frantically launched an attack. However, his attacks couldn't even touch Lu Qing'an, all being blocked by a demonic aura emanating from Lu Qing'an. Thousands of captivating fist prints were all useless. Why? Li Zongxuan went mad, swinging his fists, his eyes nearly bursting, the redness around them increasing. At this moment, he was like a poisoned solitary blade, its sharpness captivating, yet filled with cracks gnawed by time within. Those sharp edges piercing the world were scabs formed from unhealed wounds, silently oozing pain in the dark where no one cared. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan's extreme, yet sorrowful appearance with some heartache. He took a deep breath, stepped forward with his left foot, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. The next moment, Li Zongxuan, who was still attacking madly, suddenly stopped, a pressure that could shake the world crashing down on him. Li Zongxuan seemed to be frozen in place. Xiao Xuanzu, my leaving without a word back then was also a helpless act. I couldn't take you away. And this was a test you had to undergo. Now seeing you again, I am very gratified. You have indeed grown up. When he left back then, he had intended to bid farewell to his disciple properly, but after thinking for 3 days and nights, he chose to leave without a word. Li Zongxuan was already very strong at that time, but he was still too dependent on him, to the point where he could say that in the whole world, he was the only one he could confide in. Any problem had to be asked of him, and any matter had to seek his opinion. If Li Zongxuan knew he was leaving the demon realm, he would definitely have followed him closely. Now, seeing his disciple again, he felt that his decision back then was correct, yet he also felt guilty toward his disciple, especially at this moment, looking at the other party like a lonely child, as if unwanted, appearing strong on the outside but suffering inside. Hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan could no longer hold back, collapsing weakly to the ground, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without a word? I hate you. I hate you. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, crouching down to pat Li Zongxuan's head, just like when they first met. At that time, Li Zongxuan was the same age as Lu Miao. He was barely clothed, having starved for many days in the icy cold. And when he saw a passerby drop a coin, he quickly ran to pick it up, only to be beaten and kicked by the passerby until he was covered in blood, curled up in a corner of the street. Under the assault of hunger and cold, his body had stiffened, life quickly fading. Just at the moment of life and death, a tall and warm figure suddenly appeared before him. Child, what is your name? Li Zongxuan. Then I will call you Xiao Xuanzu from now on. Come home with me. A large hand gently stroked his head. In the sky, the fierce wind howled. Li Zongxuan looked up at Lu Qing'an crouching before him, his thin and handsome face already smeared with tears. Lu Qing'an said, Xiao Xuanzu, I went to the immortal ruins for some personal matters, and this time I return, I will never leave again. On Li Zongxuan's face, filled with rage, an endless sense of grievance suddenly enveloped him. Looking at Lu Qing'an's unchanged, gentle face, still filled with tenderness, the strongest hatred in his heart was instantly shattered. Master, welcome home. As soon as the words were spoken, the swirling demonic clouds in the sky receded like a tide, and the golden light of dawn pierced through the gaps in the clouds, showering upon the two of them. The icy tears on Li Zongxuan's face gradually warmed. Chapter 64. Secret crush Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan, who was crying like a child in grievance, feeling very heartbroken. To him, Li Zongxuan was no different from a son. He lifted Li Zongxuan with demonic energy, a gentle smile on his face, comforting him like a child. All right, stop crying. You're all grown up now, still acting like a child, aren't you ashamed? Hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan quickly turned his face away, wiping his cheeks rapidly with his hands. When he turned back, the tears on his face were gone, but his eyes were still red. And one could faintly see the grievance on his face, though it was also mixed with a hint of embarrassment and defiance. I didn't cry. It's just that some sand got in my eyes. Haha, you little rascal. Come here, let me hug you. Lu Qing'an spread his arms. I'm all grown up. What are you hugging for? Now I'm a respected demon emperor. What will others think if they see this? Li Zongxuan said this, but still stepped forward to hug Lu Qing'an at his urging, only to be patted hard on the back by Lu Qing'an, causing him to wince in pain. You brat. We haven't seen each other for over 1,000 years, and you've indeed become much stronger. I'm very gratified. Come, let me see what other changes you've had. Li Zongxuan watched as Lu Qing'an circled around him, quietly puffing out his chest. He seemed a bit more mature, not bad at all. Naturally. Haha, enough talk here. Let's go sit down and chat. Come, let's talk about what you've been up to all these years. Lu Qing'an was very happy during his time in the Immortal Ruins. He occasionally thought about this kid, worried that something might happen to him alone here. But he also knows that the child has grown up and should learn to grow and become independent. In the blink of an eye, the two flew down into the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qing'an, both smiling. It seemed that they were also happy to see the relationship between the master and apprentice improving. That little brat still hasn't changed much. He still won't call people when he sees his elders. Lu Qing'an glanced at Li Zongxuan standing beside him, and saw Xiao Qingyi and the others. His head slightly lowered to the right, still giving off a shy and reserved feeling just like back in the day. Xiao Qingyi laughed and said, Haha, the child has grown up, no need to worry about these formalities anymore. Old Xiao and Shui. Just after Xiao Qingyi finished speaking for Li Zongxuan, Li Zongxuan suddenly lowered his head and weakly called out the two titles. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei were both stunned for a moment. Lu Qing'an was also a bit surprised, and then placed a hand on Li Zongxuan's shoulder. Huh, you really have changed a bit. Not bad, not bad. Come, let's go inside and chat. Li Zongxuan glanced at Lu Qing'an, seeing him smiling sincerely, the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. Praised by the master. The four returned indoors, and Lu Qing'an personally brewed tea, filling Li Zongxuan's cup. Xiao Xuanzai, come, tell your master about your situation over the years. Ahem, mainly. Tell me if you have any friends, or, any girls you like. He looked like a proud father, full of expectation. Just as Li Zongxuan was about to take a sip of tea, he suddenly heard the words about liking girls. And the tea he had just taken and suddenly sprayed out. I don't have any girls I like. Hey, wait, old Xiao, did you see that? This kid seems to really have a situation. Lu Qing'an was quite surprised. If not, this kid wouldn't have such a change. Haha, it seems there really is a situation. Xiao Xuanzai, come, tell us elders who you like. Do you need us old folks to give you some advice? Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi instantly became interested and pulled out a watermelon from somewhere, ready to enjoy the gossip. Li Zongxuan wished he could bury his head in his chest, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. The few of them chatted happily. Of course, the main topic was still Lu Qing'an and the others teasing Li Zongxuan. Lu Qing'an carefully learned about Li Zongxuan's situation over the years. This kid had almost been cultivating all these years, managing the Demon Emperor Palace very well, and had control over some forces. As for whether he had a girl he liked, he probably did. Lu Qing'an didn't ask who it was. It might be that this kid had a crush on someone, who knows. Master, I also want to apologize to you. At this moment, Li Zongxuan shyly scratched his head. You didn't do anything wrong. What are you apologizing for? After I found out you left without saying goodbye, I searched for you for a while. And when I couldn't find you, I started to slander you, saying that I was already stronger than you, trying to provoke you out of hiding. Li Zongxuan forced a rather ugly smile on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei both shook their heads and smiled. This was also the reason why Xiao Qingyi had an unusual look in his eyes when he heard Lu Qing'an mention Li Zongxuan back then. What's the big deal? You really have become about as strong as I was back then. It shows how hard you've been cultivating during this time. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan with pride. This kid has already grown to such strength, which is truly gratifying. If he didn't have the system's rewards for his cultivation strength, he He would have to fight hard to win against his apprentice. Seeing that his master wasn't angry but instead praised him, Li Zhongshuan finally smiled. By the way, Xiao Xuanzai, have you seen Xiao Haizi over at the Demon Emperor Palace, or anywhere else? That guy doesn't know where he's gone off to play, Lu Qing'an asked. He didn't know where his contracted beast had gone. Li Zhongshuan shook his head. Xiao Haizi? Isn't it always following the master? I haven't seen it. If I see it, maybe I can find you. That's strange. Where could that guy have gone? Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. Master, I'm even more curious about your situation over the years. Why did you suddenly go to the immortal ruins? No wonder I couldn't find you, Li Zhongshuan suddenly asked. Now it was Lu Qing'an's turn to be evasive. Well, ahem. It's not easy to tell you too much at the moment. He mainly didn't want to damage his Grand Master image in front of his apprentice. All right, when you want to tell me, just let me know. Li Zhongshuan nodded decisively upon hearing this. Lu Qing'an smiled. This child is still the same, without too much change. In his eyes, Li Zhongshuan's personality is a bit introverted, not fond of socializing, sometimes also quite stubborn, but still a somewhat proud, pure, and sincere child. Qing'an, I need to go back for a while. You two continue chatting, and I will come back later. At this moment, Shui Tianfei smiled and stood up. Okay. If there's anything, just send me a message. By the way, remember to tell Miao Miao that I will send someone to bring delicious food regularly. All right. After watching Shui Tianfei leave, Lu Qing'an continued to chat with Li Zhongshuan. The master and apprentice seemed to have endless topics to discuss. It wasn't until evening, when his daughter returned from the academy, that Lu Qing'an finally stopped chatting with Li Zhongshuan. Lu Miao Miao rushed in from outside, shouting as she ran, Daddy, Miao Miao is back. Where's Aunt Shui? After looking around and not finding Shui Tianfei, she finished speaking and then saw Li Zhongshuan, who was currently having his shoulder patted by Lu Qing'an. Oh, Daddy, who is this big brother? Chapter 65. Master, you actually have a daughter, Daddy? Li Zhongshuan's eyes widened in shock. His cold and handsome face instantly turned into a meme, staring intensely at Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. Master, is this your daughter? Lu Qing'an smiled at his daughter, beckoning her to come closer. His full name is Li Zhongshuan, known as the Lonely Demon Emperor in the Demon Realm. And he is my disciple. You should call him brother. Let's call him Brother Xian. Daddy's disciple? Lu Miao Miao blinked her big eyes, looking at Li Zhongshuan, then breaking into a smile. Hello, Brother Xian. My name is Lu Miao Miao. Nice to meet you. Li Zhongshuan blinked his dazed eyes, shaking his head to fully come back to reality. You little brat, my daughter is greeting you. Why aren't you responding? Oh, hello, I'm Li Zhongshuan. Nice to meet you. Li Zhongshuan awkwardly introduced himself like a shy big boy. Wow, looking closely, Brother Xian is so handsome. Brother Xian hug. Lu Miao Miao walked towards Li Zhongshuan. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. This little girl, so young and already fond of handsome guys. What about your father? Am I not handsome? Li Zhongshuan's mind went blank again. Watching Lu Miao Miao approach, his cheeks instantly flushed, almost falling off the chair he was sitting on. If it weren't for his strong strength allowing him to react in time, he would have embarrassed himself. In the end, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by Lu Miao Miao. Looking at Lu Miao Miao's eager eyes filled with desire for a hug, Li Zhongshuan swallowed hard before lifting Lu Miao Miao up. Oh yeah, lift me high. Lu Miao Miao cheered with joy. Li Zhongshuan thought to himself, who can save me? Haha. All right, I'm done playing. Oh, Li Zhongshuan quickly set Lu Miao Miao down. Brother Xian, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? Lu Miao Miao suddenly tilted her head and asked. Li Zhongshuan blinked and scratched his head, saying, maybe? You are the second most handsome guy I've ever seen. So you really are very handsome. Li Zhongshuan suddenly felt like he was completely at the mercy of a little girl. How can kids nowadays be so articulate? So, who is the most handsome? Li Zhongshuan wasn't sure how to respond, so he followed Lu Miao Miao's lead and asked. Hee, of course it's Daddy. Daddy is the most handsome in the world. Oh, that's true. Li Zhongshuan nodded vigorously in agreement. He also thought his master was the most handsome in the world. Yes. I didn't expect Brother Xian to think the same as Miao Miao. Li Zhongshuan nodded with a silly smile. Just then, 3 people walked in from outside. It was Lu Zixuan and her companions entering the room. The 3 of them were chatting about something, all smiling, seemingly very happy about their harvest at the academy today. When they entered the room and saw a stranger sitting next to Lu Qing'an, they hesitated for a moment, wondering who this person was. Sister, come quickly. This is Brother Xian, Daddy's disciple. Lu Miao Miao dashed over to Lu Zixuan, pulling her hand and leading her over. Daddy's disciple? Brother Xian? Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan and then noticed the terrifying aura emanating from him, which was different from her father's, less restrained and more imposing. Li Zongxuan looked at Lu Qing'an, stunned, and quickly glanced at Lu Qing'an. Master, you don't just have one daughter, but two. And they're this grown up. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, why don't you introduce yourselves? We're all family here. Lu Qing'an came to her senses and quickly smiled at Li Zongxuan, saying, Brother Xian. My name is Lu Qing'an. I'm Daddy's eldest daughter. It's nice to meet you. Oh, my name is Li Zongxuan. I'm Master's disciple. Nice to meet you. This time, Li Zongxuan felt a bit less awkward thanks to his prior experience introducing himself to Lu Miao. Zixuan, if you have any cultivation questions in the future, you can ask your brother Xian for guidance. His strength is quite impressive, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Okay, brother Xian. Then I'll come to you if I have any cultivation questions in the future, Lu Zixuan smiled. All right. Li Zongxuan nodded repeatedly. Master, who are these two? At this moment, Li Zongxuan suddenly heard Lu Qing'an's voice. Lu Qing'an then remembered Su Yuni and son Minzi, smiling as he said, this is my sister-in-law, Su Yuni. You can just call her Aunt Su. And this is son Minzi, Zixuan's friend. Oh, Aunt Su, Minzi, I'm Li Zongxuan, Li Zongxuan said a bit awkwardly. Right now, Li Zongxuan's mood was like that of a modern child visiting relatives. Su Yuni nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile while feeling astonished by the terrifying aura surrounding Li Zongxuan. So strong. Lu Qing'an gave her a feeling of no pressure at all, his cultivation aura being extremely restrained. So many people facing Lu Qing'an would first perceive him as a relatively moderate cultivator. But at this moment, the powerful aura from Li Zongxuan felt as if he was hiding a prehistoric beast. Li Zongxuan seemed quite shy and honest, like a bashful child. Yet she found herself somewhat afraid to look him in the eye, as if Li Zongxuan could kill her without lifting a finger. Just a breath from him could turn her into dust. So shockingly powerful. Sun Minzi felt even more intensely than Su Yuni. After hearing Li Zongxuan's introduction, she had already confirmed his identity. The current demon domain's demon emperor. She had never seen Li Zongxuan before, only heard of his name, and didn't even know what he looked like, because Li Zongxuan often kept to himself and rarely left the demon emperor's palace. Yet even so, the things Li Zongxuan had done over the years had terrified many powerful beings in the demon domain. Shortly after the disappearance of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, some thought Li Zongxuan's strength wasn't worthy of being the Demon Emperor and went to challenge him. Unexpectedly, all challengers were easily slain by Li Zongxuan. Not a single one could withstand a single sword strike. Some factions, unwilling to accept Li Zongxuan, spread rumors to defame him behind his back. As soon as the news leaked, several top factions were uprooted overnight. All powerful beings had no survivors. His decisiveness in killing and terrifying strength had already spread throughout the demon domain, and some even believed Li Zongxuan had long surpassed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, seeing Li Zongxuan in person, she was also intimidated by the terrifying aura he exuded. However, when she saw Li Zongxuan acting so shy in front of Lu Qing'an, like a child, her perception of him changed. All right, everyone is back. Lao Shao, let's make a good meal. It's rare for everyone to be together. Let's have a family meal, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. He was very happy today, the happiest day since his separation. Chapter 66, The Warning of the Yellow-Haired. Haha. Then I must cook my best dishes, Xiao Qingyi said, then went to prepare the ingredients and started cooking. Not long after, the dining table was filled with all sorts of delicacies, making Lu Miao's big eyes shine with excitement. She was like a little glutton, crazily grabbing food to eat. Brother Xian, Grandpa Zhao's dishes are so delicious. You should eat more. She even paused for a moment to remind Li Zongxuan in a low voice. Li Zongxuan smiled and nodded. Lu Qing'an noticed that this little girl had a good impression of his disciple, which made him happy. This kid has no friends. It would be nice if he could become friends with his daughter. By the way, Daddy, when will Aunt Shui come back? After eating a few more bites, Lu Miao tilted her head to look at Lu Qing'an, her mouth still chewing food. What? You just want her after she left for a while? Yes. Can Aunt Shui come back tomorrow? Your Aunt Shui told me she would regularly send people to bring you delicious food. I don't just want to eat. I want Aunt Shui too. Lu Qing'an was slightly surprised to hear this. This little girl, has she really become that close with Shui Tianfei? Little Xuanzi. Don't be shy. We're all family. Relax a bit. Lu Qing'an saw that Li Zongxuan was too shy to grab food and couldn't help but remind him. I'm not shy. Li Zongxuan was indeed eating with so many people for the first time, and these people had such a close relationship with his master. So it was false to say he wasn't nervous. Lu Qing'an laughed. You're still the same as before. Remember to come more often and spend more time with Zixuan and the others. You're all peers. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances. Peers. They still couldn't ignore the terrifying aura exuded by Li Zongxuan. Such a powerful peer, there's pressure. All right, Li Zongxuan nodded. By the way, Zixuan, did you gain anything at the academy today? Lu Qing'an seemed to have become the atmosphere maker, chatting while grabbing food. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances, their lips curling into smiles. Dad, today we met a really handsome student. We gained a new friend and agreed to tackle challenges together in the future. Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Lu Qing'an, who had been wearing a gentle smile just a moment ago, felt his expression freeze upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words. A really handsome friend. Watching Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi suddenly exchange another glance, their smiles growing wider, he fell into deeper silence. Warning bells rang in his mind. What father wouldn't feel uneasy upon hearing such news? He chewed on his food, trying hard to maintain a normal expression, and smiled as he asked, "Oh really? What is your new friend's name?" Moronghua, Lu Zixuan replied. Moronghua? Upon hearing this name, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched. It was clearly a male name. Oh no. Has it come to this already? Seeing his daughter and son Minzi looking so pleased, he closed his eyes, trying to calm the emotions stirring within him. This is a process he must endure. His daughter is growing up. Sooner or later, she will encounter the opposite sex. Moronghua, you say? At this moment, Li Zongxuan suddenly asked. Lu Zixuan turned to Li Zongxuan and smiled. Brother Xian, do you know Moronghua? I don't know him, just heard of him once. But I'm quite familiar with the Morong family. Li Zongxuan scratched his head, feeling a bit shy to meet Lu Zixuan's gaze. Though they had become somewhat familiar, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see. Lu Zixuan nodded and continued. I heard that the Morong family is quite powerful in the demon realm. And Moronghua is indeed very impressive, much stronger than both me and Minzi. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and smiled. Zixuan, it's rare for you to have a friend in the demon realm. How about you bring this friend back one day for dinner? No way. He must see what this kid is like. It would be bad if he really is a yellow-haired boy. If he wants to be friends with his daughter, he must first pass the father's inspection. We just met. Let's get to know each other better first, Lu Zixuan said, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. Lu Qing'an thought, oh no, his daughter is shy. All right then, once you get familiar, bring him home for dinner. Okay. After finishing their meal, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi went to a stone pavilion outside the courtyard to sit and drink. Li Zongxuan initially wanted to follow, but was pulled back by Lu Miaomiao, who, without Shui Tianfei's company, turned her attention to finding something fun to do with Li Zongxuan. This left Li Zongxuan feeling helpless, casting a pleading look at Lu Qing'an. However, Lu Qing'an actually wanted Li Zongxuan to spend more time playing with Lu Zixuan and the others, hoping they would become friends. So Li Zongxuan would finally have friends too. He directly said, as the older brother, make sure to play well with your sister. Master, Li Zongxuan's lips twitched, wanting to say something but was intimidated into silence by a look from Lu Qing'an. With no choice, he could only play with Lu Miaomiao and the others. Brother Xian, I want to ride a horse. A horse? Should I go catch a horse for you? Not a real horse. I'll teach you. Thus, Li Zongxuan found himself riding on Lu Miaomiao's shoulders, flying around the courtyard. Brother Xian, left. Haha. Brother Xian, right. Brother Xian, straight up to the sky. Oh yeah. Li Zongxuan said. Zixuan, Minzi, weren't you both busy with challenges today? If you have any questions during combat, just ask your brother Xian when he comes down. Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Zixuan and son Minzi, who were sitting in the courtyard discussing the details of today as challenges, and smiled. Is that okay? Lu Zixuan asked. You don't need to be so formal. Play with him more. This brat 1T take the initiative. Interact with him more. Whether there is something to talk about or not, Lu Qing'an said. Okay. Lu Zixuan and son Minzi blinked and nodded. When Lu Miaomiao finally came down laughing, Li Zongxuan thought it was over, but the next moment he saw Lu Zixuan and son Minzi walking towards him. Brother Xian, we would like your guidance. Under Lu Qing'an's direction, Li Zongxuan took a long time to finally blend into this atmosphere. Lu Qing'an, sitting in the stone pavilion drinking, noticed that his disciple was gradually easing up, especially when discussing cultivation and battles, and he revealed a smile of a proud father. Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qing'an, whose face was filled with joy, and said, "This place is starting to feel more like home." Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi and replied, "Old man, you might have to cook often from now on. Hey, if it gets this lively every day, I wouldn't mind cooking 3 meals a day for you." Xiao Qingyi laughed. "Come on, since I'm in a good mood, let us drink more." Lu Qing'an raised his cup to clink with Xiao Qingyi's. Xiao Qingyi nodded with a smile. As night deepened, the children also went to sleep. Li Zongxuan came before Lu Qing'an and let out a long breath. "What's wrong? Not happy to be with the kids?" Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. "No, just a bit unaccustomed," Li Zongxuan replied with a faint smile. "Then after you've finished your business in the Demon Palace, come visit me more often," Lu Qing'an said. "Okay." Li Zongxuan nodded shyly. "Master, I'll head back now. I have some matters to attend to." Thank you for your hard work." Lu Qing'an patted Li Zongxuan's shoulder. This identity as the Demon Emperor was given to Li Zongxuan by him, mainly because there were too many matters to handle as the Demon Emperor. He didn't want to be busy all the time. "All right, I'll head back now. I'll come to see you again later." Lu Qing'an nodded, then suddenly opened his arms. Li Zongxuan lowered his head and stepped forward to hug Lu Qing'an, his lips curving slightly. Afterward, Lu Qing'an watched as Li Zongxuan flew into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. He stood in place, gazing at the sky for a while before a smile crept onto his face as he turned to walk back to the house. At that moment, Lu Miao suddenly walked out of the room. "Daddy, has Brother Xian left?" Lu Qing'an picked up his daughter and said, "He has some matters to handle." "Why, Daddy? Do you seem to really like Brother Xian?" He felt quite pleased with his little daughter's earlier performance. She was able to engage his disciple, but it was strange. His daughter had never interacted with a stranger like that before. "I can feel that Daddy really likes Brother Xian, so I like him too." "Oh, you can feel that?" Lu Miao nodded seriously. Then her little face suddenly showed a hint of sympathy. "But I think Brother Xian is very pitiful, so I want to play with him more." This made Lu Qing'an pause for a moment. "Very pitiful?" "Yes, when I first saw Brother Xian, I felt like he had been living alone for a long time and was very sad." Lu Qing'an frowned slightly. "This little girl, what kind of feeling is that? Does she have some special ability?" "Daddy, let Brother Xian come here more often in the future. I don't want him to be sad anymore." Lu Miao pouted and pleaded. Lu Qing'an maintained a smile. "All right, Daddy will listen to Miao. From now on, Miao should play more with Brother Xian and strive to become his best friend, okay?" "All right." Lu Miao's little face was filled with determination as she nodded seriously. Chapter 67. You are Muronghua's father, right? Deep within the Demon Palace, in a grand hall, when Li Zongxuan appeared here, a group of people was already seated. Each of these individuals exuded a terrifying demonic aura with astonishing cultivation levels. Many of them were at the peak of the Emperor realm. When Li Zongxuan showed up, they all quickly turned their gaze toward the throne, rising to their feet and bowing respectfully. Demon Emperor. Li Zongxuan sat on the throne, and in front of him was a special curtain. This curtain could block others' line of sight and spiritual perception from reaching him, but it wouldn't obstruct his perception of these people. "I went out to handle some matters, sorry to keep you waiting." As long as he wasn't facing anyone directly, his speech was very smooth. No, we only waited for a little while." At this moment, a peak Emperor realm expert, with a fawning expression, said very respectfully. This person was the leader of a top sect in the demon realm. The others also spoke up, saying they had not waited long. No one dared to voice any complaints. In fact, they had been waiting here for a full 2 hours. Li Zongxuan said, "All right, let's start discussing serious matters." The Demon Palace, as the strongest force in the demon realm, controls the lifeblood of the demon realm. All major forces must obey the orders of the Demon Palace. Li Zongxuan also formed a team exclusively for himself to better manage various matters in the demon realm. The people in front of him were his team managing the entire Demon Palace. They would hold a meeting at specific times. A group of people began to report on the events that had occurred during this time. Then, one person mentioned a particular matter. "Demon Emperor, regarding the matter we discussed last time, we need one of our factions to take charge. Do you have a candidate now?" The speaker was Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an was not only the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, but also the head of the top family in the demon realm, the Lu family. He believed that by bringing this up now, he would surely secure this position since he had recently provided Li Zongxuan with crucial information. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an mention this, the others suddenly narrowed their eyes. All factions wanted to secure this position. Li Zongxuan, upon hearing this, swept his spiritual sense over the people present and was about to directly assign this task to Lu Qing'an, especially since Lu Qing'an had just delivered news of his master's return. However, his perception suddenly stopped on another person, the head of the Morong family. The Morong family was also one of the top families in the demon realm, but in terms of overall strength, they could only be considered average among these top powers. However, he recalled a name that Lu Qing'an had mentioned not long ago during a banquet at his master's residence, Morong Hua. This Morong Hua had a good relationship with Sister Zixuan. After some thought, Li Zongxuan made a decision. Then let the Morong family and the Lu family manage it together. Li Zongxuan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances. Lu Qing'an was also stunned. Why was there suddenly a matter concerning the Morong family? The head of the Morong family, Morong Mei, was even more baffled. Their Morong family could only be considered average among these top forces, and they had not made any particularly outstanding contributions here. Why did the Demon Emperor suddenly grant them such a huge benefit? Even if both factions managed this matter together, the Morong family would still profit greatly. Demon Emperor. This matter, Lu Qing'an frowned, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Li Zongxuan. This matter is settled. Lu Qing'an heard this and had no choice but to swallow back the words he was about to say. All right, half a loaf is better than none. But are there any other important matters? Li Zongxuan asked. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, there is another matter. One person stepped forward, looking very serious. He said quickly, not long ago, a small force near our sect seemed to have been suddenly wiped out by that mysterious organization. When our sect's people arrived there, they found that over 10,000 people from that force had died in an extremely short time, including several at the Emperor realm. Before their deaths, all their souls were extracted. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures present looked stern. It's been over 100 years, and they have emerged again. Li Zongxuan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing in them. It seems they have appeared again. Investigate thoroughly, and report to me as soon as you have any news about them. This time, I will eradicate them. Understood. A group of people cupped their hands in respect. All right, if there is nothing else, you can all leave. Morong Mei, stay? Li Zongxuan dismissed the group, leaving only Morong Mei behind. A group of powerful figures looked at Morong Mei with confusion. Why was this old man suddenly so favored by the Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an frowned, glanced at Morong Mei for a moment, and then left. Morong Mei was very confused and nodded, remaining in place. Not long after, a group of top experts left. In the Grand Hall, only Li Zongxuan and Morong Mei remained. At this moment, Morong Mei felt like ants were crawling all over him as Li Zongxuan swept him with his spiritual sense, feeling quite perplexed. Demon Emperor, you kept me here for what instructions do you have for me? Morong Mei asked respectfully. Li Zongxuan said, I remember you have a daughter named Morong Hua, right? Morong Mei blinked. Why suddenly ask such a question? Yes, that is my little girl. May I ask why the Demon Emperor is inquiring about her? Morong Mei felt very complicated at this moment, wondering why he was asking about his daughter. Could it be that she caused some trouble? The reason Li Zongxuan remembered this name was that he had heard it before and initially thought it was a boy's name, not realizing it was Morong Mei's daughter. Hence, it stuck in his mind a bit more. Your daughter is good. No matter how you treat her, be nicer to her in the future. Li Zongxuan smiled. Since Morong Hua had become friends with his master's daughter, he naturally wanted to look out for her. Morong Mei's mind was in chaos. I have always treated my daughter well. But why would the Demon Emperor say such things? What on earth happened? All right, I need to rest now. You go ahead and busy yourself. Okay, then I will take my leave first. Morong Mei bowed, still in a fog, and left the Grand Hall. After leaving the Demon Palace, he quickly flew towards his family. Not long after, he returned to the Morong family and hurried to his daughter's room at the fastest speed. Dad, what is wrong? Morong Hua frowned as she saw her father appear in a hurry. She had shoulder-length short hair, sharp features, and her red lips looked frosty. Dressed in a dark robe, she exuded a heroic and graceful demeanor. Her features were perfect, but there was a masculine aura about her, giving her a very valiant presence. Morong Mei looked at his daughter and quickly asked, Xiaohua, have you seen the Demon Emperor recently? Morong Hua was taken aback. No, I've been cultivating in the academy lately. That shouldn't be. While you were in the academy, did something important happen that you haven't mentioned to me? Well, I've just been going through trials in the pagoda of the academy, and nothing major happened. Father, what exactly happened? After hearing this, Morong Mei was even more confused, and then recounted what had happened not long ago. Morong Hua was equally bewildered upon hearing it. What? The demon emperor Dugu actually pays attention to me? How is that possible? You've really been in the academy without any special achievements? For example, a super fast trial completion speed? Really not. I've just been going through trials with friends, and my trial completion speed is only average. That is really strange. Both father and daughter were puzzled, unable to figure out what was going on. But fortunately, this is a good thing, and a tremendous good thing at that. Never mind. Just maintain your current state. And our Morong family can benefit greatly from this. Chapter 68. The gap between their disciples the next morning in the immortal ruins. As the golden rays of dawn broke, the sky was clear. Su Qing'an and Lin Qing'an were welcoming guests at a banquet hall. Sister, among the disciples you accepted, is there really Nang Weiyun? Su Xuanyu, dressed in new clothes and specially groomed, stood beside Su Qing'an, his expression very excited. Today is Su Qing'an's disciple acceptance ceremony, with Lin Qing'an's arrangements. Su Qing'an was going to accept 4 disciples, all top geniuses from the 4 prestigious families, the Nangwa family, the Huangfu family, the Long family, and the Huang family. This was going to be a grand event. Su Qing'an smiled and nodded. I've heard you've known Nang Weiyun for a long time. She knew her younger brother liked Nang Weiyun, and after this apprenticeship, she would create more opportunities for him. Su Xuanyu scratched his head, looking a bit simple-minded. It's okay. We've known each other for many years, and now we're pretty good friends. He had a crush for many years. Now that the goddess has become his sister's disciple, there will be more opportunities to interact. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Lin Qing'an had made all the arrangements in advance, inviting all the top forces in the immortal ruins to create momentum for her disciples. Qing'an, although you are still in the late stage of the Emperor realm, your imperial status is special, and you should act like a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. When you face a group of peak Emperor realm powerhouses later, don't be too constrained. Just relax, Lin Qing'an advised. Master, I know. Su Qing'an's face was full of confidence. She would eventually become the strongest woman in Songyun continent. Of course, it shouldn't be too much. The main goal this time is to build good relationships with those 4 prestigious families and not make mistakes. Okay, I understand. After a brief conversation, suddenly, 2 voices echoed from above the sky. The Nangwa family has arrived. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Qing'an's eyes brightened. They're here. 2 groups of people appeared from the sky, descending together and landing in front of the banquet hall. Haha, Taoist Lin, Taoist Su. Sorry to keep you waiting. The first to speak was the head of the Nangwa family. At this moment, a tall, beautiful woman stood beside him. Su Xuanyu saw this woman and immediately smiled like a fool. Haha, Taoist Nangwa, you've come. Lin Qing'an led Su Qing'an forward to greet them. 2 Taoists. At this moment, the head of the Huangfu family also smiled at Su Qing'an and the others. Beside the head of the Huangfu family was a tall, handsome man with a proud expression. He was Huangfu Qi, the strongest genius of the Huangfu family throughout the generations. It is rumored that he is a genius that appears once in 10,000 years in the immortal ruins, destined to become a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. He would soon become one of Su Qing'an's disciples. Please take a seat, everyone. After a round of pleasantries, Su Qing'an led everyone inside. Not long after the Nangwa and Huangfu families arrived, many more guests came, with the Long and Huang families arriving shortly afterward. Soon, the huge banquet hall was filled with people, all from top forces. This was the first time Su Qing'an faced so many top powerhouses. Even though she knew she would become stronger than everyone present, she was still somewhat nervous. Suppressing her anxiety, she began to greet the guests under Lin Qing'an's guidance. Both the master and disciple were especially polite to the top forces like the Nangwa family. The disciple acceptance banquet proceeded smoothly. After the ceremony ended, Su Qing'an successfully accepted her disciples. Master on high, we bow to you. Good. Disciples, no need for formalities. Su Qing'an smiled at the 4 top geniuses of the immortal ruins. Once she became the strongest person in the immortal ruins and trained these disciples into top powerhouses, she would become an existence that no one could catch up to. After the disciple acceptance ended, a group of people continued to eat, drink, chat, and engage in social niceties. Su Xuanyu watched the head of the Nangwa family and his sister chatting and drinking on the other side, and quietly approached Nang Weiyun, whispering, Sister Yun. Nang Weiyun had been sitting alone just a moment ago, seemingly lost in thought, her head down as she drank tea, lacking her usual liveliness. But upon hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes brightened a bit, and she forced a smile to look at Su Xuanyu. Brother Su. Hee. Now our relationship is getting closer. Su Xuanyu sat beside Nang Weiyun, smiling as he spoke. Yes, yes. Nang Weiyun nodded with a smile, but a hint of dimness flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy today? Su Xuanyu instantly noticed that Nang Weiyun seemed troubled, and he asked with concern. Nang Weiyun paused for a moment, then forced a smile. Nothing. Really? If you have something on your mind, you can tell me, and I'll see if I can help you. Su Xuanyu said earnestly. He didn't want to see the woman he liked troubled. Nang Weiyun was about to say something when suddenly, a cold, indifferent voice came from behind them. Yinner, are you unhappy? Hearing this voice, Nang Weiyun shivered slightly, then turned to look behind her. The speaker was Huang Fuqi. No. Su Xuanyu frowned as he looked at Huang Fuqi. Yinner. At this moment, Huang Fuqi stared at Su Xuanyu and said, You are the master's younger brother. I'm giving face to the master and reminding you, from now on, stay away from Yinner. Feeling Huang Fuqi's chilling gaze, Su Xuanyu's expression darkened. Moreover, he also noticed that Huang Fuqi deliberately showcased his cultivation level to him. It was indeed the early stage of the Emperor realm. This was the strength of a prodigy. Su Xuanyu looked at Huang Fuqi, who was about the same age as him but had a significant realm advantage, feeling utterly powerless. Why should I stay away from Sister Yin? Su Xuanyu forced himself to ask, because Huang Fuqi was about to say something when at that moment, a voice rang out from a group of top powerhouses in the immortal ruins. It's rare to have so many old friends here today. And on such a joyous occasion, I, along with old Huang Fu, would like to announce another joyous event. My daughter, Nang Weiyun, is engaged to my esteemed nephew, Huang Fuqi. Their wedding will be held soon. This matter can be considered a close family connection. Daoist Su, you will be the master of the two children. At that time, you will host the wedding. How about that? The speaker was the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an was taken aback upon hearing this information and quickly glanced at her brother. After being reminded by Lin Qingxue, she regained her composure and smiled at the head of the Nangong family. All right, then I will host this wedding. Haha, it's settled. Fellow Taoists, you must come then. Nangong Yin lowered her head, her lips moving slightly. Su Xuanyu, on the other hand, was struck as if by lightning, unable to come to his senses. Huang Fuqi looked at Su Xuanyu with disdain, thinking, this is the reason, from now on, Yinner will be my woman. The master-disciple banquet concluded, and all the guests had left. Su Xuanyu quickly found his sister. Sister, I want to tell you something. Su Xuanyu's face was filled with anxiety. Su Qing'an sighed, saying, I know what you want to say. Sister, please help me. I can feel that Sister Yin doesn't want to marry him. Su Xuanyu's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Su Qing'an looked at her master. Lin Qingxue stepped forward and said, Xuanyu, you are making things difficult for your sister. And besides, both families have agreed to this matter. Your sister cannot control it. But there is no but. You have grown up. You should know that some things are beyond control. Don't make it hard for your sister. Lin Qingxue said sternly. Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth, glanced at Lin Qingxue, then ignored her and stared intently at his sister. He didn't speak, but his eyes pleaded with his sister. However, Su Qing'an's final response was a frown and a shake of her head. Xuanyu, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Lin Qingxue, be obedient. Don't let your sister's great career be delayed because of romantic entanglements. Moreover, Nangong Yin may not dislike Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin, drawing a trickle of blood. Fine. He turned and left, his figure desolate. Su Qing'an looked at her brother's sad expression, her brows furrowing tightly. That night, lightning flashed. Su Qing'an was in the middle of her cultivation when a piece of news shocked her. She quickly flew out of the hall, heading in one direction at her fastest speed. When she arrived at the Nangong family, she saw her brother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 69. Two versions of the story. Rain poured down from the sky, never ceasing. Su Xuanyu lay on the ground, blood still flowing from him, appearing extremely tragic under the rain's wash. Upon seeing this scene, Su Qing'an's mind went blank, and she rushed over madly, channeling spiritual energy into her brother. After examining him, her expression turned cold. She found that her brother still had a breath left, not dead. But his meridians were severed, his dantian destroyed, and his cultivation ruined. He had become a useless person. Who on earth did this? Su Qing'an's aura of the Emperor realm suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding houses to crumble to dust in an instant. She coldly scanned the area. At this moment, 3 people stood nearby. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huangfu Qi, the head of the Nangong family, looked equally grim, gripping his daughter's shoulder tightly. In response to Su Qingying's inquiry, the head of the Huangfu family frowned, took a deep breath, and spoke. Taoist Su, please do not be angry. Let us explain. Before his father could finish speaking, Huangfu Qi stepped forward with a cold expression. Master, it was me. The head of the Huangfu family quickly glanced at his son, clicking his tongue, and at that moment, began to closely watch Su Qingying, wary of her taking action. If Su Qingying really did act, he would have no way to deal with it. Su Qingying hurriedly fed a pill to Su Xuanyu, completely preserving his life, then turned her icy gaze to her newly accepted disciple, clenching her fists. At that moment, killing intent emanated from her, causing the rain to suddenly stop. An imperial halo appeared behind Su Qingying, ready to strike. But at this critical moment, a figure appeared beside Su Qingying, reaching out to stop her. Disciple, stop. If you act, the plan will be ruined. Su Qingying listened to the voice transmission with anger and replied through her thoughts. But my brother. Listen to your master. I will handle this. You must stay calm. Those who achieve great things cannot act on impulse. Moreover, your brother is not dead yet. Lin Qingshue's voice echoed in Su Qingying's mind. Perhaps Lin Qingshue's transmission was too heavy, allowing Su Qingying's rationality to regain control. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, and held back, quickly continuing to channel spiritual energy into him. Lin Qingxue saw that Su Qingying had calmed down and sighed in relief, then furrowed her brow at the three people present. Fellow Taoists, I need you to give me a satisfactory answer. What exactly happened here? The head of the Huangfu family, seeing that a fight did not break out, slightly retracted his hostility and then cupped his hands. Taoist Lin, let me explain the matter in detail. His speech gave a very rational and convincing impression. He described that Su Xuanyu, having drunk, suddenly came here, found Nangong Yun, and confessed to her, insisting on eloping with her. However, this scene was just seen by Huangfu Qi, who intervened. After being stopped while drunk, Su Xuanyu, overestimating himself, attempted to kill Huangfu Qi. Ultimately, Huangfu Qi, with no other choice, had to strike, but being young and impetuous, he did not control his strength, resulting in this situation. That is how it is. My son indeed lacked restraint in this matter. He was wrong. But involving dignity, it is difficult for young people to remain rational. As for whether what I said is questionable, Taoist Lin can ask Taoist Nangong. The head of the Huangfu family glanced at the head of the Nangong family. A tacit understanding flashed between their eyes. Taoist Lin, the matter is indeed as Taoist Huangfu said. The head of the Nangong family said. Su Qingying could indeed smell some alcohol on her brother, and she couldn't help but frown. She quickly turned to Nangong Yun and asked in a deep voice, Disciple, is the situation true? Nangong Yun stood there like a wooden doll, her body trembling slightly. After being questioned by Su Qingying, she finally came to her senses and glanced at her father. The head of the Nangong family looked deeply at his daughter. Nangong Yun bit her lip, glanced at Su Xuanyu, her eyes slightly red, but in the end, she made her decision, lowered her head, and gently nodded twice. Yes. Su Qingying fell silent. All her anger had nowhere to vent for a moment. Lin Qingxue didn't care whether the matter was true. This was the best outcome. Su Xuanyu was not dead. And if things were truly like this, she was not afraid of Su Qingying losing her rationality. Disciple, although Shao Qi was at fault, Su Xuanyu was even more so. Let us prioritize the bigger picture. We need both families now. Lin Qingxue's voice entered Su Qingying's mind. Clenching her fists, Su Qingying ultimately relaxed. She had given up her entire family, sacrificed many things, all for the future to come. Master, I will take my brother back first. She picked up Su Xuanyu and flew towards home. Lin Qingxue completely relaxed. A day later, the sky was no longer raining, but it was still gloomy. Inside an ancient-style room, Su Xuanyu struggled for a long time before finally opening his heavy eyelids. Little brother, Su Qingying called out with concern. When Su Xuanyu opened his eyes, he saw his sister and was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of angry memories surged back, and his face instantly twisted into a grimace. But soon, his expression was replaced by a dazed look. My cultivation? No, impossible. How could my cultivation be gone? Su Qingying didn't know what to say at that moment, and could only hold Su Xuanyu's hand. Xuanyu, calm down. Sister, what happened to me? Your Dantian and Meridians have both encountered problems. At this point, Su Qingying quickly glanced at an elderly man with white hair standing nearby. The old man wore a green robe with an alchemical furnace depicted on his chest. He was the strongest alchemist in the immortal ruins. Daoist Chun, is there any chance for my brother to recover his cultivation? The old man furrowed his brow and pondered for a long while before finally shaking his head. Daoist Su, you should seek help elsewhere. I currently have no way to assist, or give me some time to study the matter. Your brother's condition has stabilized for now, so I will take my leave. Su Xuanyu was stunned on the bed upon hearing this. I'm wasted. But soon, this feeling didn't linger in his mind for long because he quickly thought of another matter. Sister, what about Sister Yin? How is she? Is she okay? Su Qing'an frowned. She's fine. As long as she's fine. Su Xuanyu relaxed a bit, but then his expression suddenly changed again, turning into a grimace. Huang Fuqi. Sister, it's Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu's eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were clenched. His madness in that moment interpreted what it meant to have a blood feud. The humiliation he suffered last night echoed in his mind. He had drunk a little to muster courage, found Nangong Yun, confessed successfully, and prepared to elope with her. But they hadn't gone far when Huang Fuqi suddenly caught up with them. Huang Fuqi was stronger than both him and Nangong Yun, and he was suppressed by Huang Fuqi with a single blow. He couldn't forget Huang Fuqi's disgusting expression at that moment, saying that if he knelt down, he would let them go. For the sake of their future, he chose to give up his dignity. But even after he knelt down, Huang Fuqi didn't keep his promise and instead made him crawl under his pants and bow on the spot. He crushed his dignity and did everything, but in the end, Huang Fuqi mockingly said he was just playing with fools. There was no way they would be let go. In a fit of rage, he unleashed unprecedented power and struck Huang Fuqi, but that blow only enraged Huang Fuqi further. Su Xuanyu told his sister everything he had experienced. His roar had already made his throat hoarse. Su Qing'an listened to a different version of the story and fell silent. Xuanyu, what I've heard is different from what you're saying. Su Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock, filled with bloodshot veins. Sister, you don't believe me? He was stunned. He actually saw doubt on his sister's face. Xuanyu, did you drink last night? This question left Su Xuanyu completely stunned. I did drink. But I only had a little. Sister, you don't believe me. Su Xuanyu looked at Su Qing'an in disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Yin. Su Qing'an sighed, extended her finger, and gathered spiritual energy, using a mysterious technique to lightly tap Su Xuanyu's forehead. You can see for yourself. A scene appeared in Su Xuanyu's mind. It was exactly what Su Qing'an had seen and heard last night. After watching this memory, Su Xuanyu felt as if struck by lightning and mumbled to himself in madness. Impossible. How could Sister Yin? Sister Yin must have been forced. Xuanyu, stop talking. Su Qing'an's mood was extremely complex. On one hand, everyone else was saying the same thing, and even if she believed her brother, there was nothing more she could do. Besides, she had to prioritize the bigger picture. Su Xuanyu looked at Su Qing'an and felt increasingly unfamiliar with her. His pupils filled with shock. Sister, just as Su Xuanyu was about to say something else, several figures entered the room. Leading the way was Lin Qingxue. Following her were three people, the head of the Nangong family, the head of the Huangfu family, and Huang Fuqi. Xuanyu, how's your body? The head of the Nangong family asked with a concerned expression, approaching him as if Su Xuanyu were his own son. It's good that you're okay. Otherwise it would have been a disaster. The head of the Huangfu family had a similar expression to the head of the Nangong family, but the next moment, when he turned to Huang Fuqi, his expression turned cold, scolding, unfilial son. Aren't you going to apologize for your recklessness? Xuanyu, I'm sorry, I didn't know better. I hope you can forgive me. Huang Fuqi pretended to be serious and bowed deeply in front of Su Xuanyu's bed. Upon seeing Huang Fuqi, Su Xuanyu's face twisted in a grimace. Huang Fuqi, I will kill you. Xuanyu. Lin Qingxue spoke in a deep voice. Su Xuanyu was momentarily stunned by Lin Qingxue's voice. Then, he exchanged glances with Huang Fuqi. In that glance, he saw a deep sense of amusement and mockery in Huang Fuqi's eyes, as if to say, trash, what can you do to me? Su Xuanyu fell silent, glanced at Lin Qingxue, then at the three from the Nangong family, and finally looked at his sister. When he locked eyes with his sister, he noticed she was looking down, seemingly deep in thought. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless. Where is Sister Yin? Where is Sister Yin? Su Xuanyu suddenly thought of something and quickly looked at the head of the Nangong family. As long as Sister Yin was here, it would prove that what he said was true. Xuanyu, Yin'er was frightened last night, and she doesn't want to see you again, so she didn't come this time. The head of the Nangong family looked deeply at Su Xuanyu, shook his head, and sighed. Child, how could you let drinking interfere with important matters? But I won't make things difficult for you. Let's just pretend nothing happened. By the way, this is a letter Yuna wrote for you. Take a look. The head of the Huangfu family said, Daoist Su, we won't disturb Xuanyu any longer. Let him rest well. They had only come to make an appearance. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. As they left the room, Huangfu Qi turned back to glance at Su Xuanyu. The two locked eyes for a moment, and he slightly curled his lips. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists tightly and quickly opened the letter to read. It was indeed in Nangong Yun's handwriting, but the content inside left him feeling unfamiliar. I was drunk. I forced you to elope? Su Xuanyu's strength drained from his hands, and the letter fell to the ground. He lay back on the bed, his gaze hollow. Why? Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, silently falling onto the bed. Su Qing'an watched her brother like this, feeling distressed, her fists clenched tightly. But the reminder of her master echoed in her mind. Prioritize the bigger picture. Sister, are you sure you won't take revenge for me? Su Xuanyu felt a blur before his eyes and didn't turn his head to look at his sister. His voice choked like a child being bullied. Su Qing'an remained silent. Su Xuanyu smiled faintly, tears welling up in his eyes even more. Then he wiped them away vigorously. If it were my second sister, she would definitely believe me and take revenge for me. Su Qing'an looked deeply at her brother, her expression extremely complex. Xuanyu, it's not that I don't believe you, but everything is very important to me right now. You need to endure for a while. Wait for me. Before Su Qing'an could finish, Su Xuanyu shook his head with a smile, feeling disheartened as he spoke. Sister, you should go out. I want to be alone. Su Xuanyu fell silent again. The two remained quiet for a long while, and Su Qing'an eventually stood up and said, I will arrange for someone to take care of you. You should rest at home during this time. Su Xuanyu said nothing. Su Qing'an walked out. Just then, Su Xuanyu suddenly spoke again. If he is still at Qingshan Academy, don't tell him about this. I don't want to affect him. Su Qing'an responded with a soft The room fell silent, eerily quiet, until Su Xuanyu's choked voice emerged again. He still lay on the bed, suddenly pounding the bedboard with force, helplessly roaring at the void. He only stopped when he was exhausted. At that moment, an endless sense of grievance, with no one to confide in, made him hesitate for a long time while holding the communication jade slip, but he still didn't input any spirit stones. Now, he didn't even have the ability to input spiritual energy into the communication jade slip. He could only invest spirit stones. In the end, he couldn't help but put spirit stones into it. In a courtyard far away in the demon domain, it was just dawn, the weather was clear, and birds were chirping happily. Su Yuni was doing Lu Miao's hair, preparing to go to the Magic Willow Academy together. Why is there a communication this early? Aunt, is it Uncle sending a message? Lu Miao asked. Yes, he must be missing you, Su Yuni smiled. It doesn't matter if Uncle misses us. I still find him a bit annoying, Lu Miao said. Oh, your uncle is actually just a bit foul-mouthed. He's a nice person. Don't be mad at him, okay? All right. For Auntie's sake today, I'll reluctantly call him Uncle, Lu Miao said. Good. Thank you for giving Auntie face, Miao. Su Yuni smiled, feeling good lately. And as she was doing Lu Miao's hair, she input spiritual energy and projected her voice from the communication jade slip. What's up, little brother? Second sister. I miss you, Su Xuanyu's voice came through, sounding a bit hoarse but having controlled his emotions, not revealing anything special. Why are you being so mushy? Su Yuni shook her head and smiled, then thought of her brother contacting her to ask about her brother-in-law, so she said, I apologized to your brother-in-law last time. He doesn't seem to be too angry. He treats you like a child. I've always said your brother-in-law is magnanimous. Just be happy about it. Is that so? That's good. Su Xuanyu replied. By the way, Miao is beside you. Do you have anything to say to her? Su Yuni asked. Uncle. At this moment, Lu Miao fulfilled her promise and shouted into the communication jade slip. This shout carried a bit of a proud tone, but was indeed shouted out loud. Hearing Lu Miao's cute shout, Su Xuanyu was instantly stunned. After Lu Miao turned 1 year old, she hadn't called him uncle again. But because of this shout of uncle, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't hold back anymore. Did you hear that? Miao finally called you uncle. Remember to treat your brother-in-law better, and maybe Miao will fully acknowledge you as her uncle, Su Yuni laughed. Right. As long as you don't call me father again. I can reluctantly keep calling you uncle. Lu Miao tilted her little chin slightly and said. Su Xuanyu lay on the bed, unable to hold back any longer. With endless grievances and complex emotions intertwining, he couldn't help but cry out. Although he quickly covered his mouth, the sound of his crying was still heard by Su Yuni. Su Yuni and Lu Miao Miao were both stunned and exchanged glances. Su Yuni thought her brother was moved to tears, but then her expression changed. Little brother, is something happening over there? Chapter 71. After learning about the little brother's encounter, Su Xuanyu bit his hand, and after suppressing his emotions, he said, "It's nothing. I just heard Miao Miao call me uncle, and I was too moved. When you get older, you become more sentimental." Su Yuni felt something was off. "Miao Miao, I heard you joined the academy over there. You need to cultivate well." "Okay, uncle, you too." Lu Miao Miao seemed to sense something, and her tone suddenly became much more obedient. Su Xuanyu's emotions were once again stirred by Lu Miao Miao, and he quickly said, "Second sister, I have things to do, so I won't talk anymore." After saying that, he directly cut off the communication. He was filled with grievances, but ultimately decided to keep it hidden. He knew if his second sister found out about his situation, she would definitely rush back, and now that she had already converted her cultivation to the demon domain's cultivation, returning here could lead to accidents. Far away in the demon domain, Su Yuni furrowed her brows. She was now completely certain that her brother was hiding something. "Miao Miao, can you handle the rest of the hair?" "Yes, I can do it myself." "Okay." Su Yuni picked up the communication jade slip, but thought for a moment and didn't directly send a message back to her brother. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, she communicated with her sister. "Hello?" Su Qing'an was startled when she received her sister's message, and then thought of something, her expression becoming slightly tense. Could it be that she found out about the situation here? Su Yuni was just about to ask her brother if something had happened, but the words were swallowed back down. After pondering for a moment, she feigned seriousness and said, "Sister, quickly tell me in detail about Xuanyu's situation." If her brother intended to hide something, then asking her sister might not yield a definitive answer. Su Qing'an remained silent. "So you did find out. Did the little brother tell you?" Su Qing'an sighed. "I just want to hear you say it." Su Yuni said, "Something really did happen. What exactly is it?" She knew her brother's temperament very well. Even when he broke his leg at the age of 3, he could endure without crying. What kind of grievance could make him so upset? Su Qing'an frowned tightly. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" She was convinced her sister had already heard the whole story and was scolding her for not taking action. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, restraining herself to be patient, and said in a deep voice, "Answer me." Su Qing'an clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long time, before finally revealing everything she had seen the previous night. "This matter is not as simple as you think, nor is it that I don't trust the little brother. You should also know the situation with the Nangong and Huangfu families. If I really did something, first, my strength isn't enough to fight. Secondly," Su Qing'an wanted to express her difficulties, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Yuni's shout. "Su Qing'an." Su Yuni's eyes were already red, and she couldn't help but shout loudly. Just hearing her sister recount her brother's experience from last night made her so furious she could hardly breathe. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. It was absolutely not just drunken nonsense, and she knew very well why her sister was saying these things. The lack of a proper beating was not the real reason. It was because she didn't want the things she cared about to be affected by this incident. "He is your brother. You don't believe him. Who will believe him? You watched him grow up. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Moreover, that Huang Fuqi is clearly so much stronger than him. He could easily knock him out. Why did he leave him in such a state? Think about it. You clearly already know the answer. You just don't want to admit it." At this point, Su Yuni's voice had become hoarse, and then she suddenly realized something. Quickly stopped, and turned to look at Lu Miao Miao. She wanted to slap herself. How could she let the child see her like this? She held back the boiling emotions in her chest, and said gently, "Miao Miao, you go find your sister first. Your aunt has some things to take care of." At this moment, Lu Miao Miao stood quietly, like a startled bird, but after blinking, she quickly nodded and jogged out of Su Yuni's room. Miao Miao was just beside her. "How could you be in front of the child?" "Shut up." Su Yuni's disappointment in her sister reached its peak at this moment. "Su Qing'an, I am extremely disappointed in you. I am your sister. Xuanyu is your brother. Brother-in-law was the man you loved the most before, and there are 3 kids. You, for your grand scheme, for your own strength, you gave up everything. Fine. In your eyes, we can all be sacrificed, right?" Su Yuni could no longer contain her disappointment in her sister. Everything she had been holding back came out in one breath. Su Qing'an felt strange hearing her sister's scolding. Is this still her gentle and lovely sister? "Su Qing'an, From now on, we are no longer your family. I will go back soon to take little brother away. Anyway, to you he is already useless. He is of no use to your grand scheme. I will do everything I can to help him recover. Lu Qing'an said in a deep voice. You don't need to pretend anymore. Anyway, little brother has long wanted to come here. If you still treat us as your family, then give us our freedom. After saying this, Su Yuni directly cut off the communication jade slip. She no longer wanted to hear her sister's voice. Not a single word. After venting her anger, she still stood there. And after a few breaths, she finally let out that breath. She closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and adjusted her emotions. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was extremely firm. Little brother, I will go back soon and bring you over. Wait for me. Su Yuni communicated with her brother. Second sister. I really have nothing. Don't come back. Su Xuanyu realized something upon hearing this and quickly stopped her. If you say one more word, I will not recognize you as my sister anymore. Listen carefully. After you recover, pack your things. Wait for me to come back. Su Yuni said coldly, like a queen issuing an indisputable command, giving her brother no chance to refuse. Su Xuanyu fell silent, his mouth twitched. The grievance once again swept across his face. The unconditional love from second sister made his heart, which had already turned cold, regain some warmth. All right, don't cry. Wait for me. After saying this, Su Yuni ended the communication, took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions again, and walked out of the room. She was going to rush back. She wouldn't go to the academy today. Brother-in-law, just as she walked out of the room, she saw Lu Miao with her head down, as if she had said something to Lu Qing'an. When she looked over, her slightly moist big eyes were somewhat evasive. Lu Qing'an frowned and looked at Su Yuni. Yuni, let us talk. Chapter 72. Huangfu father and son suddenly disabled outside, in front of the stone pavilion. What happened to that kid? Lu Qing'an asked indifferently. Just now. He saw his little daughter hurriedly leaving Su Yuni's room, as if she had been frightened by something, so he called his daughter over to ask her properly. After questioning, he learned that Su Xuanyu must have encountered some incident, and Su Yuni's emotional outburst had accidentally frightened his daughter. Su Yuni turned her head to look back at the room, and saw Lu Miao holding the door frame with both hands, peeking her head out to look this way, her eyes slightly red, as if she had done something wrong. At this moment, she felt very uncomfortable. How could she show such a side in front of the child? Clearly, she had frightened the child. She really wanted to slap herself. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare Miao. Su Yuni apologized with guilt. It's all right. That child is quite resilient. Look at her. She seems to still feel a bit sorry for you, Lu Qing'an said. Su Yuni lowered her head, feeling even more guilty. Sit down, let us talk about what happened. Su Yuni pinched the hem of her clothes, not sitting down. And didn't he want to trouble Lu Qing'an with her family matters? Brother-in-law, actually it's nothing. I just want to go back there for a while. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. With her cultivation in the demon realm, she wasn't sure if she could safely return here. But for her brother, she had to go back. What I dislike most about you is this. I've said it before, I still consider you family. And Miao has entrusted me to help you. So, hurry up and tell me what happened. Let me see if I can help. Su Yuni looked up at Lu Qing'an, who was speaking so gently at that moment, and then glanced at Lu Miao over there, her pinched clothes completely wrinkled, before finally speaking. She was very clear that to better take her brother away from that sorrowful place in the immortal ruins, her current strength was still not enough. After listening to Su Yuni's account, Lu Qing'an remained quiet. There was no change in his expression. Are you done? Lu Qing'an asked. Su Yuni nodded bitterly. Then you don't need to worry about this matter. Let him recuperate over there for a while. When he completely recovers and can move freely, he can come over by himself. You should now throw all of this aside. Go to the academy to cultivate and wait for him to come. This, before Su Yuni could say anything, Lu Qing'an said, Are you listening to me? Seeing the expression on Lu Qing'an's face that allowed her no rebuttal, Su Yuni pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Brother-in-law must have already made some arrangements. Okay, then I'll head to the academy first. Make sure to communicate well with Miao. The child is still a bit upset right now. All right. Su Yuni walked towards the room. After Su Yuni left, at that moment, Xiao Qingyi, who was feeding the fish by the pond, walked up to Lu Qing'an. Aren't you going to do something? Do you really enjoy eavesdropping on others? Cough. I accidentally overheard. Are you going back to the immortal ruins? That kid's misfortune was a foregone conclusion. It has nothing to do with me. He seemed indifferent. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an and said nothing more. After Su Yuni took Lu Miao Miao to the academy, only Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qing'an were left in the yard. Let's make some tea and bring out your treasured tea leaves. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi, who was sitting beside him, staring at him with big eyes. Xiao Qingyi said, there are only a couple of leaves left from the demon godmother tree tea. If it's just the two of us drinking it, isn't it a bit wasteful? Let's wait until more people are around to drink it. Don't talk nonsense. I'll get you another pound when I have time. Hey, you said it yourself. Then I won't hold back. Xiao Qingyi smiled and hurried into the house. However, when he came out with the tea leaves, he found that Lu Qing'an was no longer sitting in the stone pavilion. He shook his head and smiled, finishing brewing the tea in front of the stone pavilion. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Qing'an flashed back to the stone pavilion. Where did you go? Xiao Qingyi asked with a smile. I want to take care of something. Oh, Xiao Qingyi smiled. I'm thirsty. Is the tea not ready yet? Here, drink up. This taste, isn't it from the top leaves of the demon godmother tree? As long as there is something to drink. I don't have the ability to get the top leaves. If you want them, go pick them yourself. All right. I'll go pick them when I have time, Lu Qing'an said. Meanwhile, after Su Yuni arrived at the Demon Willow Academy, she hesitated for a while before sending a message to Su Xuanyu. Little brother, I might not be able to go back to pick you up. My brother-in-law told me to let you rest there for a while until you fully recover. When you can come over by yourself, then you can come. My brother-in-law said he's no longer angry with you and seems to agree to let you stay here. Is my brother-in-law really not angry with me? Yes. Just focus on your recovery and don't think about those things anymore. Okay, I'll take good care of myself. If there's anything else you want to tell your second sister, just send me a message. I'm always available. Thank you, second sister. After ending the message, Su Xuanyu lay on the bed, looking at the message jade slip in his hand. His broken heart seemed to have reassembled a bit. There was nothing left for him to miss in the immortal ruins. Second sister, Miao Miao, brother-in-law. He took a deep breath and made his final decision. Take good care of myself and find a way to go to the demon realm once everything is back to normal. He struggled to get up, planning to wash his face and wipe away the tears on his cheeks. But just then, a sudden sound of rapid air breaking echoed from the sky. It seemed that several powerful figures were flying towards the back mountain, where his sister was cultivating at an incredible speed. At this moment, in a grand hall, Su Qing'an, who had just suppressed her emotions and was preparing to continue her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. The next moment, 10 figures appeared before the hall. The visitors were all Emperor Realm powerhouses, coming from the Nangong and Huangfu families. Among them, there were 2 peak Emperor Realm powerhouses from the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family looked very grim. Another peak Emperor Realm powerhouse was a long-time closed-door cultivator from the Huangfu family. As soon as this Huangfu family peak Emperor Realm powerhouse landed, he looked at Su Qing'an with an extremely cold expression, releasing killing intent without restraint. Su Qing'an, what did you do to our family head and young master? Seeing the 10 people arrive with an aggressive demeanor as if they were here to question her, Su Qing'an frowned. Hearing this, she was completely stunned. What? What did I do to them? Chapter 73. Who is responsible? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow tightly, sensing that something significant had happened, related to the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Qi. However, what could she have done to these two? She had endured what Huangfu Qi did to his brother. What can I do to them? What do you mean by coming here? The head of the Nangong family and the others looked at Su Qing'an, who appeared very confused and couldn't help but frown, exchanging glances with each other. Su Qing'an really seemed a bit bewildered. Could it be that the head and young master of the Huangfu family were truly not harmed by Su Qing'an? At this moment, Lin Qingxue quickly arrived and landed in the grand hall. She had already received the information, and her expression was very complicated. After landing, she quickly glanced at the head of the Nangong family and the peak Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Huangfu family, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, I have already learned about the situation. Please remain calm. The matter is not that simple." The peak Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Huangfu family, named Huangfu Hantian, fixed his gaze on Lin Qingxue as soon as he saw her. Lin Qingxue might also be involved in this matter. Master, what exactly happened? Su Qing'an asked in a deep voice. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Qing'an with a complicated expression. She was unsure of her disciple's current strength. Could it truly not be her disciple's doing? But if it wasn't her disciple, then who else could it be? Disciple, not long ago, Huangfu Daoist and his son Huangfu Qi were suddenly locked down at home by a terrifying pressure, and they didn't even see who it was. In an instant, their meridians were shattered, and their dantian exploded. Their cultivation was completely destroyed. They fainted. Lin Qingxue relayed the information she knew. Her gaze towards Su Qingying filled with suspicion and confusion. Could my disciple really be capable of such terrifying feats? Their true strength would have long been enough to crush her. They didn't even see anyone. The father and son were instantly crippled. How terrifying. When she first received this news, she was a bit skeptical, but after confirming it and seeing Huangfu Hongtian and the others arrive, the answer was clear. After listening, Su Qingying felt as if she had been struck by lightning, falling into a daze. What? Is this even human language? Why can't I understand? Master, what nonsense are you talking about? If it were Huangfu Qi, it would be one thing. But isn't the head of the Huangfu family also at the peak of the emperor realm like you? Su Qingying furrowed her brow tightly, seriously doubting whether she had misheard or if there was some misunderstanding here. Wait, they didn't appear. Who can prove that this is all true? That is the problem. Lin Qingxue quickly looked at Huangfu Hongtian, saying, Fellow Taoist, I understand how you feel right now, but think carefully. My disciple is currently only in the late emperor realm, and you also understand my strength, which is about the same as yours. Huangfu Hongtian was also perplexed by this issue. Su Qingying's emperor position was indeed special, and after reaching the peak of the emperor realm, her strength could surpass theirs. However, she was still only in the late emperor realm, and this strength could not be hidden from them. Regardless, Su Xuanyu had just been crippled not long ago, at the hands of Huangfu Qi. Now both Huangfu Qi and his father had been crippled. Su Qingying was undoubtedly the most suspicious person. As for how Su Qingying did it, he could not know. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Huangfu Hongtian said in a deep voice. I don't believe that someone could easily cripple the head of the Huangfu family. I want to see them both. Su Qingying was a bit disbelieving. All right, then you can go see. Thus, a group of them flew towards the Huangfu family. When Su Qingying appeared before Huangfu Qi and his father, the two lay pale on the bed, looking weak and barely holding on to life, their cultivation aura dissipating continuously. They were evidently crippled, more severely than her brother. At least her brother could move the next day. These two looked like they might have a hard time. Whether they could live independently in the future was uncertain. She could even see that Huangfu Qi's pants were wet. Su Qingying carefully checked again and confirmed that the Huangfu father and son were not using fake identities, and fell silent. Lin Qingxue also stood there, feeling very confused. It's true. Everything is actually true. Who on earth is it? Do you have anything else to say? Huangfu Hongtian gritted his teeth and said, the strongest head of the Huangfu family, along with the extremely talented Huangfu Qi, both ended up like this. The strength of their Huangfu family in the immortal ruins is about to plummet. After being stunned for a while, Su Qingying gritted her teeth and said, do you think I did this? Huangfu Hongtian said solemnly, who else could it be besides you? Su Qingying's eyes suddenly turned cold. Huangfu Hongtian stepped back 2 steps. The head of the Nangong family and others quickly distanced themselves from Su Qingying and her disciple. You don't need to do this. I said it wasn't me. As for who did it, I don't know for the time being. Moreover, if I had such strength, who in this immortal ruins could be my opponent? Su Qingying said in a deep voice. The head of the Nangong family and others exchanged glances. The Huangfu father and son were suddenly incapacitated in the Huangfu family, and Huangfu Hongtian was nearby at that time. There wasn't even a fight. So the enemy's strength must be terrifying. Therefore, I advise you to let the two of them rest well and not jump to conclusions. This is also tit for tat, because I heard another version of the story from my brother. At this point, Su Qingying glanced at the head of the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family felt a chill run through him as soon as Su Qingying looked at him and quickly averted his gaze. If Su Qingying did this, would he also face her retaliation? Huangfu Taoist. I think what Su Taoist said is very reasonable. The head of the Nangong family gritted his teeth and quickly looked at Huangfu Hongtian, trying to appease him. Huangfu Hongtian remained silent for a while before finally nodding. Fine. I will temporarily believe you. I will take good care of the two of them. I hope you can help find the murderer later. Rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly. Su Qingying said, then directly left with her master, leaving Huangfu Hongtian and others standing quietly in place. After the two disciples left the Huangfu family and arrived at a deserted place, they stopped in midair. The two stood facing each other and surprisingly spoke at the same time. Master, was it you? Disciple, was it you? As soon as they finished speaking, they frowned in unison. It seems that neither of them was responsible. So, whose handiwork could it be? Su Qingying held her breath and quickly looked around. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Could it be that someone was secretly observing them from nearby? This person is so powerful that they could hide nearby without either of them noticing. Chapter 74. Crying to Death. Brother-in-law is true love. The two returned to the hall where Lu Qing'an practiced. Master, do you think it's possible that this was the doing of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Qing'an suddenly asked. She really couldn't think of anyone in the entire Zhongyan continent who could possess such strength. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is still the strongest person in the Zhongyan continent. I have seen the Eternal Night Demon Emperor kill near the boundary wall. His strength is indeed formidable, but perhaps without the influence of the boundary wall. He could reach that level, yet once he arrives here, he definitely cannot do so. Lin Qingxue stated firmly. Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor can't do it? So, does that mean there is someone stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the Zhongyan continent? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an's eyes narrowed into slits. It's hard to say. Perhaps there is someone in the immortal ruins with strength comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and this person has been hiding. This incident is clearly related to your brother, Lin Qingxue said. She was also very confused and couldn't understand what was happening at all. Wait, could it be him? Lu Qing'an's expression didn't fluctuate when she mentioned him because she had completely locked away her feelings for him. Lin Qingxue naturally knew who Lu Qing'an was referring to and immediately snorted. Just him? A peak emperor of the demon domain at best. When Lu Qing'an showcased his cultivation last time, I saw clearly that he was only slightly stronger than me. In a fight, it's uncertain who would win or lose. Perhaps Lu Qing'an is stronger in the demon domain, but here, his strength is about the same as mine. If I can't do something, how could he possibly do it? He can't even compare to a single hair of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, let alone come here to incapacitate a peak emperor. Lin Qingxue did not hide her dislike and disdain for Lu Qing'an. She still remembered how Lu Qing'an had threatened her that day, and she was startled at the time. Now, whenever she thought back to it, she felt very aggrieved. She wished she could go back to that day and severely teach Lu Qing'an, that arrogant and ignorant person, a lesson. And she was extremely certain that Lu Qing'an's strength was not very strong. She had a kind of ability. As long as the opponent showcased their strength, she could determine exactly how strong they were. That day, Lu Qing'an didn't even have half the strength of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. How could he easily incapacitate a peak emperor? Then, could it be the foreign expert you mentioned before? Lu Qing'an's eyes changed unpredictably. Due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, they cannot easily destroy beings from the lower realms, otherwise there would be a backlash. I think it's highly unlikely. After all, why would a foreign expert help your brother? If it really doesn't work, we should still go ask your brother, Lin Qingxue said solemnly. This matter obviously concerns Su Xianyu. Perhaps Su Xianyu knew something. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. Although it wasn't him who incapacitated Huang Fuqi and his son, her brother might feel a bit relieved upon hearing this news. So, the two went to Su Xianyu's room. Su Xianyu was lying on the bed when he suddenly heard someone coming. Upon discovering that it was Lu Qing'an and Lin Qingxue, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended not to see them. Little brother, how is your health? Lu Qing'an asked with concern. Su Xianyu remained silent and kept his eyes closed. I know you are still angry with me, and I came here to tell you some news. Not long ago, Huang Fuqi and his son were suddenly incapacitated by a mysterious person. Su Xianyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, quickly turned his head, and looked at his sister in shock. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard. The situation of Huang Fuqi and his son is even worse than yours. Do you know what happened? Do you know anything about this mysterious person? Lin Qingxue stared intently at Su Xianyu and noticed that he was even more shocked than they were upon hearing this news. It seemed he also didn't know what had happened. The reason Su Xianyu was so shocked was that he knew exactly who was responsible. Brother-in-law. Ah, my good brother-in-law. His eyes turned red again, and guilt piled up in his chest. Not long ago, he had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law thought it was better to let this matter slide, but unexpectedly, he turned around and incapacitated that scoundrel Huang Fuqi. Something that his own sister was unwilling to do, this brother-in-law, who he had been sarcastic towards for 1,000 years, did without saying a word. Well done, well done. Su Xianyu vented his anger, shouting into the void. Little brother, don't be too emotional. Don't hurt your body again. Su Qing'an quickly said. I don't need your concern. The one I should thank is the mysterious person you mentioned. Su Xianyu shook off Lu Qing'an's hand. As for your questions, I don't know anything. I only know that my own sister is unwilling to help me, but this mysterious person did. Su Xianyu was exhausted. He was filled with admiration for his brother-in-law, wishing he could run to the demon realm right now, kneel in front of his brother-in-law, apologize first, and then give him a good hug. Lu Qing'an frowned, watching her brother turn away, unwilling to look at her, and it seemed he really didn't know any information. Eventually, she left with Lin Qingxue. All right, you rest well. After confirming that Lu Qing'an and Lin Qingxue had left, Su Xianyu quickly took out a communication jade slip and put in some spirit stones. A moment later, the communication jade slip was connected. Second sister. Little brother. What's wrong? Su Yun-yi, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to practice in the time treasure, asked quickly. She feared her brother had encountered some distressing matter. Not long ago, the Huangfuqi father and son were crippled. Suddenly, a mysterious person crippled them. They seemed to have no idea how it happened. Su Xianyu said excitedly. Su Yun-yi was stunned. Brother-in-law. The first person that came to her mind was Lu Qing'an. However, he had given her the impression that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Suddenly, she couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect brother-in-law to have such a cute side. Typical tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Little brother. It must be that brother-in-law went back for a trip. It hasn't been long since I came to the academy. And I suspect that brother-in-law went to take revenge for you as soon as I arrived. Su Yun-yi could sense her little brother's excitement and agitation at the moment, which relieved her. Earlier, when she heard her brother's voice, she was worried that he might do something drastic, which was also the reason she wanted to quickly return and bring him over. Now, everything was within her brother-in-law's plans. After helping her brother take revenge, he had resolved a mental knot. Haha, I thought brother-in-law was really angry with me. I didn't expect he actually cares about me. I'm about to cry. Boo-hoo. My own sister wouldn't take revenge for me, but brother-in-law. Su Xianyu was both happy and distressed. His emotions very complex, but at this moment, he was more filled with longing for the future. He had been crippled and had also been betrayed by the woman he loved, but he saw a bright future ahead. From this matter, it could be seen that brother-in-law wasn't angry with him. He was willing to help him take revenge. That meant he could go to the demon realm to find brother-in-law. Finally, he could truly interact with his idol from childhood. Little brother. Don't think about big sister anymore. She has her own choices and her own path to take. Let's just focus on living our own lives. Su Yun-yi took a deep breath and had already made a decision. From now on, let's each be well. Okay, I'll listen to second sister. After I rest for a while, I'll find a way to go over there. Chapter 75. Guiding daughter in swordsmanship. The blue tiles reflected the setting sun, and the green bamboo filtered the golden light. Fallen leaves covered the empty courtyard, and the bamboo curtain rolled up the evening clouds. It was dusk again. In front of the stone pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat there, drinking tea and enjoying the bamboo all day. Lu Qing'an had thought about the children all day, and a few times he wanted to walk to the academy, but ultimately chose to wait at home. He needed to let the children learn independence and make more friends. Several sounds of teleportation rang out, and a joyful expression suddenly appeared on Lu Qing'an's calm face. Dad, Meow Meow is back. The cute little one rushed over like a gust of wind, flying towards Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an smiled and stepped forward to lift Lu Meow Meow up high. Wow, Meow Meow has broken through several levels of cultivation today. Hee hee. I also practiced a movement technique. Did you see how fast I was just now? TSK, as expected of my daughter. Come, give your dad a kiss. Lu Qing'an turned his face, and Lu Meow Meow immediately pouted and leaned in. I gave you a big kiss. Are you satisfied now? Lu Meow Meow giggled. Haha, I'm satisfied. Later, I'll have Grandpa Xiao cook a delicious meal to reward Meow Meow for her hard work today. Oh yeah, Dad is the best. Xiao Qingyi smiled and asked, what does Meow Meow want to eat tonight? Can we have barbecue? Of course. By the way, Dad, hasn't Aunt Shui returned yet? Lu Meow Meow quickly looked towards the house. Not seeing Shui Tian Fei, her little brows instantly furrowed. Your Aunt Shui probably has a lot to handle at home. She might take a little longer. But she did send someone to bring you delicious food today. It's inside. Okay, then I'm going to eat what Aunt Shui bought for me. After Lu Meow Meow landed, she turned into a gust of wind and ran towards the house. The proficiency of this movement technique made it seem as if she had been practicing for hundreds or even thousands of years. TSK, Meow Meow's talent is truly impressive. Can such a movement technique really be practiced at her age? As expected, with an abnormal father, there's an abnormal daughter, Xiao Qingyi sighed. What do you mean by abnormal? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi. Dad. At this moment, Lu Zixin stepped over from the gaps in the ground with graceful steps, sweetly greeting. How was your harvest at the academy today? He hadn't seen any breakthrough in his eldest daughter's cultivation, so he figured she must have been focused on challenges and honing her combat skills today. I didn't improve my cultivation, but I gained a lot. I feel I have a better grasp of my current cultivation level. And my combat power has also improved a lot. Most importantly, I got a particularly cool sword technique from Mu Ronghua. Dad, can you guide us in our training? It would be best if we could practice it tonight. Lu Zixin took out a yellowed book, her face filled with anticipation. The book had 4 large characters written on it. Feng Hua Yijian. Upon hearing the name Mu Ronghua and the term cool, Lu Qing'an's mouth twitched. His feelings were complex. She even gave you a sword technique to practice? Yes. Mu Ronghua is so nice. She's both handsome and kind. I really want to practice with her every day, Lu Zixin said with a smile, glancing at Sun Minzi. Sun Minzi wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Zixin's statement, smiling and nodding in agreement. Lu Qing'an, every day together. Oh no, it's starting to get harder to keep daughters. Cough cough. Ask her if she has free time someday to come over for a meal. Lu Qing'an wanted to secretly go to the academy and see what was so handsome about this Mu Ronghua. But thinking about doing such a thing felt sneaky and a bit silly, so he dismissed the idea. Sure, I'll ask her next time. Lu Zixin smiled. Okay, then I'll help you take a look at this sword technique. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to take the sword technique, a man suddenly appeared in the sky. The visitor was his disciple, Li Zongxian. Master, after finishing up matters in the demon palace, Li Zongxian had nothing else to do. So he came here to see if he could join for dinner again. The last time he had dinner with his master, even though there were many strangers around, he still felt very happy. All right, your brother Xian is here, let him teach you. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan and said, Xiao Xuanzi, give your sister Zixuan some guidance on swordsmanship. Huh, swordsmanship? All right, Li Zongxuan replied. Xiangu, take a look at this sword technique. Lu Zixuan said with a smile as she moved closer. Once Li Zongxuan came over, he became the instructor and went to practice swordsmanship with Lu Zixuan and the others in the sky. Brother-in-law. At this moment, Su Yuni, who had been standing aside for a while, finally saw that there were no other people around Lu Qing'an. With a gentle smile on her face, she stepped forward and called out. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Brother-in-law, my brother has already told me about what happened today. Thank you for helping him vent his anger. Su Yuni's eyes were filled with gratitude. Xiao Qingyi shook his head and smiled upon hearing this. He knew that this kid had gone back to the immortal ruins to help his brother-in-law seek revenge. He was still as protective as before. Back then, his relationship with Lu Qing'an wasn't this good. They even had a competitive relationship, one that stemmed from differing philosophies, but it wasn't to the extent of being mortal enemies. He was almost always suppressed by Lu Qing'an. He was bullied quite badly. This relationship lasted for a long time, and he didn't know if Lu Qing'an treated him as a source of amusement, coming to play with him whenever he had the chance. He also never accepted Lu Qing'an until one day when he was suppressed by an organization. During an ambush that he thought was certain death, he was surprised to find that those he always considered friends did not help him. Instead, Lu Qing'an stepped forward. On that day, Lu Qing'an said something that he remembered to this day. What level are you to bully the same person as me? After that incident, he completely accepted Lu Qing'an and began to approach him actively, eventually developing the relationship they had now. Now, Lu Qing'an's actions reminded him of those years, and he couldn't help but sigh at how fast time flies. Lu Qing'an, facing Su Yuni's gratitude, appeared nonchalant and said, I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yuni covered her mouth and smiled. Her brother-in-law was indeed tough on the outside but soft-hearted inside. So cute. I've brought my thanks, brother-in-law. I'm going back to my room to continue practicing formations. She needed to become stronger. Now that her brother had lost his cultivation, she had to take good care of him and strive to become the strongest formation master as soon as possible. Go ahead. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Xiao Qingyi looked at Su Yuni, who walked with a bit of lightness, and smiled at Lu Qing'an. You're still the same. Clearly good to those around you. Yet you won't admit it. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi and said, no need for you to worry. Hurry up and get the ingredients ready for my daughter to barbecue. Haha, I'm off then. Xiao Qingyi said no more, feeling quite happy. Lu Qing'an shook his head, a slight smile on his lips, and then walked into the house to play with his little daughter. It wasn't until night fell that Lu Zixuan and the others returned to the courtyard. Dad, I've mastered the sword technique. Brother Xian is amazing. Way better than the academy instructors. Lu Zixuan exclaimed with excitement. The teaching level was incredibly high. Li Zongxuan had been praised by Lu Qing'an many times, and hearing this again made him shyly lower his head. Don't look down on your brother Xian. Although he may not excel in social situations, his talent in cultivation is even stronger than your father and me. Teaching you this sword technique is a piece of cake. Lu Qing'an patted Li Zongxuan's shoulder and praised him. Master, I'm just okay. How can I compare to you? Li Zongxuan blushed a bit when praised by Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an chuckled and then looked at his daughter, saying, now show me what you've got. Lu Zixuan and the others quickly nodded and flew into the sky to demonstrate. After a series of operations, they landed back down. Dad, how was it? Lu Zixuan asked eagerly. Lu Qing'an stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, not bad. But this sword technique can be improved. Let me show you once. How much you can learn depends on your own talent. Wow, Dad, you just looked at it and can demonstrate it. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in amazement. Lu Qing'an smiled without answering and flew into the sky. Li Zongxuan looked at Lu Qing'an like an idol, saying, Sister Zixuan, watch closely and see what true invincible genius looks like. If I had half of Master's talent, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 76. A sword shocks the 9 provinces. After hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi's eyes lit up, and they became fully focused. Su Yuni, who had just returned to the house to accompany Lu Miaomiao, also came out with Lu Miaomiao to look at the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an was already at the top of the sky, standing in the void with his hands behind his back, his clothes not moving, and his eyes half squinted as the world suddenly lost its color. He released his sword intent, easily sealing off a 1,000-mile radius to prevent himself from completely collapsing the void in this area with one strike. At this moment, the setting sun was like blood. Yet in the instant he raised his hand, the invisible sword intent shattered, transforming into a sky full of crimson starfire. The entire courtyard seemed to fall into a sword domain. The green bamboo silently turned to dust, leaves frozen midair, and were even sculpted into thousands of tiny sword shapes by the sword energy. Watch closely. He chuckled lightly, gently raised his hand, and with his fingertip falling, he used his finger as a sword. A frost-white sword mark appeared out of thin air before his finger, and as he waved it forward, in the next moment, a sword light flashed past. This sword light initially resembled a wisp of silk, but instantly tore through the sky. After this sword light passed, it surprisingly gathered all the sword lights within this sword domain, and thousands of sword shadows converged from between heaven and earth, pressing forward into the void. Wherever the sword light passed, the space cracked like glass, revealing the chaotic currents surging behind. Even more terrifying, within the sound of the sword's ringing was hidden the roar of a dragon. Every wisp of dissipating sword energy transformed into a translucent dragon shadow, coiling and roaring, tearing the sea of clouds into a vortex. When the sword momentum was drawn back, the sky full of shattered leaves suddenly trembled, all shooting towards the sky, actually spelling out the words wind and flowers at a height of 10,000 feet, lingering for a long time. Sword intent transformed into spirit, and all things in heaven and earth became swords. Li Zongxuan murmured to himself, his eyes bursting with terrifying starlight. Strong. So invincible. Lu Zixuan stared at her trembling hands in shock. That sword strike, she would never be able to learn in her lifetime. Dad, you think too highly of me. Sun Minzi and Su Yuni were also stunned. At this moment, they had an extremely clear understanding of the word invincible. Wow, Daddy is so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Lu Miaomiao was different from everyone else. She was the only one present who could still speak normally. At the same time, in different directions of the demon domain, in the centers of various large cities, deep in the mountains, at the ends of the Dead Sea, and other dangerous places, powerful figures sitting, standing, or lying down, who were just doing various things a moment ago, suddenly all raised their heads to look at the sky. They were looking in different directions because they couldn't feel where the source was coming from, only sensing a wave of fear rising from their hearts, making them all shocked. What terrifying pressure! Who is it? Who is fighting? This terrifying feeling was even more frightening than the eternal night demon emperor back then. Who? Who on earth is this terrifying existence in the demon domain? Damn it! I knew the outside world was extremely dangerous, and I thought that having reached this level of cultivation, I could rival the eternal night demon emperor and finally stop hiding to cultivate. It seems I need to stay hidden for a while longer. In a deep and extremely concealed canyon, the atmosphere was thick with dark energy and deathly silence. Yet there was an altar surrounded by blood, where a group of terrifying emperor-level powerhouses sat in meditation. There were so many that it was difficult to count them at a glance. They simultaneously opened their eyes, which glowed red, and a flicker of unexpected light appeared in their elongated pupils. This power does not belong to the Zhonyan continent. One of them spoke in a deep voice. Above the courtyard, after Lu Qing'an demonstrated his understanding of the elegant sword technique, he focused his thoughts, and the sword domain contracted. In the next moment, the space he had just destroyed quickly restored to its original state under the repair of his demonic energy. He flew back into the courtyard, smiling at his eldest daughter, Zishuan. Do you see what the main difference is between my sword and yours? Lu Zishuan awkwardly replied, Dad, how am I supposed to answer that? My sword looks like a little kid playing around. The difference lies in the addition of sword intent. But you are still too weak now, not knowing what sword intent is. However, you can learn some basics and incorporate them into this sword technique. Let me help you awaken it a bit. Lu Qing'an approached his daughter and gently tapped her forehead. In the next moment, Lu Zishuan floated up. Enveloped in a sphere of energy, her eyes closed as she entered a miraculous state of comprehension. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, and a peculiar aura erupted from her. Dad, what is this? Lu Zishuan felt she had touched upon a special realm, and when she raised her hands, a unique aura appeared. This aura gave a feeling of purity and clarity. This is the intent you have comprehended, although it is vastly different from sword intent. If you incorporate this intent into that sword technique, its power can greatly increase. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, Really? Let me try. Lu Zishuan eagerly flew into the sky, took out her divine weapon, and once again executed the sword technique. After performing the sword technique, she clearly felt that its power had increased. Not only did the moves look more impressive, but the power also increased by more than double. Wow, really? Lu Zishuan was extremely excited. Seeing that his daughter succeeded on her first attempt, Lu Qing'an was even more pleased with her talent. Truly worthy of being his daughter. He then looked at Sun Minzi, signaling her to step forward. Soon, Sun Minzi also received an enhancement. Compared to Lu Zishuan's rapid improvement, Sun Minzi was slightly slower, needing to perform the elegant sword technique several times before fully mastering it. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, this talent was also considered excellent among those he recognized. There were very few in the entire demon domain. Master, last time when you fought me, you didn't even use 1/10 of your power, did you? At this moment, Li Zongxuan spoke. Lu Qing'an smiled and patted Li Zongxuan's shoulder. You are already very strong. My situation is very special, unlike yours. He has a system and also hides 1,000,000 times the cultivation in his sea of consciousness. Anyone who comes would be at a disadvantage. So the two of us are not comparable. All right, if only you are stronger than me, I can accept that. Li Zongxuan laughed. All right, let's get ready for dinner. Lu Qing'an wrapped his arm around his disciple's shoulder and walked into the house. The family had a cheerful dinner, and afterward, everyone gathered together to chat and laugh until late into the night. The next day, after arriving at the academy, Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi walked together towards a classroom. When they reached a classroom, they saw a short-haired, handsome woman standing at the entrance. Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances and smiled as they walked over. However, before they could reach there, several women approached the short-haired woman. Hua Jia, why have you suddenly stopped practicing with us recently? Hua Hua, I noticed you suddenly started teaming up with 2 unknown newcomers. Have you abandoned us, sisters? Yeah, I've never seen those 2 before. And they don't seem to have any power. They aren't from any major force and have never been seen. What can you gain by being with them? Faced with the chattering questions from the several women, Murong Hua frowned slightly. At that moment, among the women, a seemingly elegant girl suddenly made a shushing gesture. The other women instantly quieted down. Zhang Yi stared intently at Murong Hua and said softly, Ahua, our families have been friends for generations, with countless business collaborations. And we've been friends since childhood. How can you stop practicing with me just for 2 wild women you've only just met? If you spend every day with them, how can you improve? Ah yeah, don't say that about them. They're actually quite nice. We can all play together. Really, I learned a lot while teaming up with them. Murong Hua replied. You actually said that for 2 wild women? Zhang Yi suddenly acted as if she were Lin Daiyu, clutching her chest, looking like she was about to cry. Murong Hua, who are you calling wild women? At that moment, Lu Zishuan stepped forward. Chapter 77. A weapon that stunned the companions. Zhang Ya and the others saw Lu Zishuan and Sun Minzi approaching and immediately looked at them with fierce eyes as if facing a great enemy. Moronghua, seeing Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi, immediately forced a bitter smile. Zixuan, Minzi, I'm sorry, these are my friends. They might have some misunderstandings about you. Lu Zixuan, seeing Moronghua trying to mediate, decided to give her some face and did not continue arguing with Zhanya. We are not wild women. We have just joined the academy not long ago. I am Lu Zixuan, and this is my good sister, Sun Minzi. Lu Zixuan looked at Zhanya and the others, trying to introduce themselves. Zhanya frowned tightly at Lu Zixuan and huffed. Just joined the academy not long ago? Who are you trying to fool? The time for joining the academy has long passed. The next assessment will be in 3 years. Yeah, but I really haven't seen them in the academy. At that moment, a girl whispered in Zhanya's ear. So that's why these two are so strange. Zhanya was obviously swept up in her emotions, feeling very displeased with Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi. Tell me, which force do you come from? She was actually curious about how these two ended up in the academy. For someone at their cultivation level, and looking so stunningly beautiful, she shouldn't have no impression of them. But what Lu Zixuan said about just joining the academy was absolutely impossible. Even the Duga Demon Emperor couldn't break the academy's rules and suddenly allow 2 students to join. Lu Zixuan said, we have no force. So you're rogue cultivators? Kind of, Lu Zixuan nodded. All right, stop talking like that. Give me some face. We are all of similar cultivation levels and the same age geniuses. Communicating and cultivating together will definitely be beneficial. No need to be like this. Moronghua saw that the atmosphere was suddenly off again and quickly stepped forward to mediate. For her, whether Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi came from a top force was not important. When they teamed up to break through challenges, she felt they were very reliable. She could completely trust them with her back, and they didn't let her down at all. She is much better at cooperating with her friends here than with her. This is also the reason why she has been teaming up with Lu Zixuan every day lately. Moreover, both Lu Zixuan and she are quite good at dealing with people, and their character is excellent, so she is happy to become good friends with them. Lu Zixuan also doesn't want to make Moronghua uncomfortable. And looking at Zhanya, she said, we really just joined the academy not long ago, and we have no ill intentions towards you. If possible, we can practice together in the future and discuss experiences. She thought of what her father had said. After coming to the academy, it's good to get to know more people. Since that's the case, let's try to become friends with Zhanya and the others. Whether it will work, she doesn't know, but she has already taken the first step. Their cultivation is indeed similar to ours, both in the combining realm, and their talent is passable. But have you heard a saying? Different circles, don't force yourself to fit in. You, as mere loose cultivators. How can you become friends with us daughters of big families? Zhanya's face was full of disdain. Exactly. Look, this is the precious sword my father prepared for me. You will never obtain a sword of this level in your lifetime, right? Suddenly, a woman behind Zhanya took out a mid-grade 10th tier sword. The demonic aura was rolling and very dense, and there were some gems on the hilt, giving it a very expensive and luxurious feel. The other young women looked at Lu Zixuan and her as if they were clowns. Seeing a sword of this level, they must be envious. Moronghua had a strange expression, because she knew very well that both Lu Zixuan and her had a top-tier 10th grade sword. When they were teaming up to clear challenges, the two of them were using top-tier 10th grade swords, and those swords gave her the feeling that they were crafted by extremely powerful artifact masters. Oh, this is your lifelong possession, not ours. Minzi, let them broaden their horizons. After Lu Zixuan finished speaking, she smilingly took out the sword that Wang Duanshan had given them last time. She didn't take out her father's sword, as she didn't want to reveal it until it was crucial. It's easy to attract others' attention. Sun Minzi nodded with a smile and also took out the sword that Lu Zixuan had given her last time. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room dropped to the extreme. Several young beauties widened their eyes, staring intently at the top-tier 10th grade swords in Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi's hands. Impossible. Zhanya was stunned for a moment before letting out a gasp. What is this fake? Lu Zixuan asked. This. Why does it look like it was forged by the strongest artifact master Wang Duanshan in our domain? At this moment, a woman behind Zhanya exclaimed. This sentence also stunned Moronghua. Wang Duanshan. No wonder. She thought the person who forged these two swords must be extraordinary. So it turns out to be the senior Wang Duanshan. The reason the speaking woman could recognize the forger of these two swords as possibly Wang Duanshan was that her father had the fortune to obtain a sword forged by Wang Duanshan, and he carried it on his back every day, deliberately showing it to others. As his daughter, she had seen it the most. so she recognized the distinctive forging style at a glance. Zhangya was the same. The reason she exclaimed earlier was that she recognized these two swords as coming from the hands of the strongest artifact master Wang Duanshan in the demon domain. Her father also had one. Lu Qing'an looked at the speaking woman in surprise and said, "Your eyesight is quite good. This is indeed a sword forged by Grandpa Wang." Grandpa Wang. Everyone present widened their eyes. She actually calls Wang Duanshan Grandpa. What is her identity? Zixuan, are you very familiar with Wang Duanshan? Moronghua was also stunned and hurriedly asked. Lu Qing'an said, "How should I put it? We're not very familiar, just met a few times." After Wang Duanshan came to their yard, he appeared in front of them a few times, and then he kept working in the artifact room near Hihong. The two of them seemed to be soaked in the artifact room every day, as if they wouldn't come out until her father had all the weapons forged. TCH, I thought you were really familiar. Just trying to inflate your own importance, huh? Calling him Grandpa directly. Zhangya gritted her teeth, but looking at the swords in their hands, she was genuinely envious. Yeah, don't talk like that. Moronghua frowned. Zhangya took a deep breath and said, "Tell us, how did you get these two swords?" "They were given by Grandpa Wang," Lu Qing'an replied. "A group of people. Oh. Given. Why don't you say that Senior Wang Duanshan brought out a bunch of swords for you to choose from? You didn't want them, and he still shamelessly gave them to you." Zhangya laughed angrily, seemingly transformed into a lemon spirit, becoming sarcastic. She didn't know where Lu Qing'an and the others got these two swords, but what they said must be false. It was highly probable that they had some elder behind them who spent a lot of money to ask Wang Duanshan to help forge the weapons. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but blink her beautiful eyes at Zhangya's words and said, "What a coincidence. It's really just as you said." A group of people. Chapter 78, bringing a group of classmates home. Sun Minzi saw Zhangya looking at Lu Qing'an like a fraud, and she shook her head. That day she had witnessed that scene with her own eyes. It really matched up with what Zhangya said. Haha, Ahua, did you see that? A person full of lies. Are you sure you want to be friends with someone like this? Zhangya seemed to have caught Lu Qing'an's flaw. Turning to look at Moronghua, appearing sincere and genuinely afraid that Moronghua would be deceived. Moronghua felt a bit awkward at this moment. Zixuan, you do have a point. How do you think I'm lying? Then how do you think we got these two swords? Lu Qing'an retorted. It must be that you were lucky and obtained some top-notch forging materials, begging Senior Wang Duanshan to forge them for you. Humph. No matter what reason you got these swords, it doesn't change the fact that you're full of lies. Zhangya said solemnly. Lu Qing'an shrugged. Think whatever you want. Maybe this is what they call different paths do not conspire. Ahua, do you believe me? She only cared about what Moronghua thought. She actually wanted to integrate into Zhangya's circle. After all, her father said to make more friends. But now it seems unnecessary. Moronghua didn't know how to respond. She still had some doubts and could only change the subject, saying, "Let us not talk about this anymore. The class is starting. Let us go inside." "Don't. There is still some time before class starts. Let us chat a bit more." Zhangya, having found a rare opportunity to let Moronghua see Lu Qing'an's true face, couldn't give up at this moment. If they didn't talk about the swords given by Wang Duanshan, they could talk about Lu Qing'an trying to inflate her importance by calling Wang Duanshan Grandpa. "You just said you weren't very familiar with Senior Wang Duanshan, just met a few times, yet you call him Grandpa. Don't you owe us a satisfactory explanation?" Moronghua frowned tightly. Now she felt a bit uncomfortable with Zhangya's actions. Did she have to make things difficult for others? "Because my dad is very familiar with Grandpa Wang," Lu Qing'an replied calmly. "Is that so? Who is your dad?" Zhangya asked with a cold smile. "That would be Wang Duanshan. In the entire demon domain, who doesn't owe him face? Even if the Dean or the Dugid Demon Emperor went to Wang Duanshan to refine weapons, if they didn't offer conditions that satisfied Wang Duanshan, he wouldn't be willing to help. Moreover, she hadn't heard that Wang Duanshan was close to anyone. This Senior Wang Duanshan was famously unfriendly towards communication with others. Lu Qing'an was about to blurt out that her father was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but thought of something and held back. Her father had told her that while at the academy, unless encountering something particularly important, she should avoid mentioning that she was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. At that time, she didn't know why, but Sun Minzi had given her the answer. It turned out that her father had killed many powerful beings in the demon domain, and many of those powerful beings had descendants left behind. These people naturally couldn't take revenge on her father, but if they learned she was the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, they might find ways to target her. Lu Zixuan glanced at the people present, unsure if Zhang Ye and the others had any elders who had been killed by her father. After a moment's thought, she replied, "My dad is also a loose cultivator, and you wouldn't have heard of him either. So, it turns out that Senior Wang Duanshan is actually very close to a loose cultivator? Hilarious. You don't even know what Senior Wang Duanshan's temperament is like. Yet you are here bragging so grandly. Truly shameless." Zhang Ye laughed, immediately causing several girls behind her to laugh as well. Morong Hua felt increasingly awkward. Lu Zixuan asked, "What kind of temper does Grandpa Wang have?" Senior Wang Duanshan only cares about refining weapons. He has devoted his whole life to it, and has no friends. In his eyes, aside from refining weapons, it's all about refining weapons. He's completely lacking in social skills, and it's extremely difficult for others to get along with him. Even when my father went to ask him for help with refining weapons, if he didn't present materials that were sufficiently novel to interest him, he would coldly kick him out. You say your dad is friends with him? That's utterly ridiculous. Zhang Ye looked at Lu Zixuan as if she were a clown. Lu Zixuan said, "You probably haven't even seen him in person. I actually think Grandpa Wang is quite nice, with a kind smile and treats people very well." Hearing this, Sun Minzi forced a smile that was somewhat awkward. "Zixuan, what you said earlier was indeed not correct, but this statement is true. Senior Wang Duanshan is really quite eccentric. He only appears kind when facing your father and you." Zhang Ye laughed even harder at Lu Zixuan's words. Morong Hua couldn't take it anymore and said with a wry smile, "Zixuan, stop talking. It's getting ridiculous. Since you don't believe me, I can't be bothered to prove anything. I have the treasured sword in my hand, so you can just imagine whatever you want." Lu Zixuan didn't care how Zhang Ye and the others thought anymore. After saying that, she looked at Morong Hua and said, "Hua, my dad wants me to take you home for a meal. Do you have time after class?" She probably knew what her father was thinking. He wanted to see if her new friend was a good person. In her view, Morong Hua was quite nice and worth developing into one of her close friends. Morong Hua was taken aback. "Dinner?" Lu Zixuan nodded. "I do have time. But why does your father want to see me?" Morong Hua asked in confusion. "I have very few friends here in the demon domain. Minzi is one, and you are the second. He simply wants to meet my friends." "All right, I can go." Morong Hua didn't refuse. The Magic Willow Academy conducts detailed investigations into the family situations of all students, so she just needed to inform her father in advance. Moreover, she had a very powerful protective treasure. If her life were threatened, her father could arrive quickly. "Hua, how can you go home with someone you just met for a short time?" Zhang Ye quickly stopped her. "I trust Zixuan," Morong Hua said. "Then take me along." Zhang Ye said, "We'll go together." The other girls quickly added. They were actually quite curious about Lu Zixuan's family. One of them, especially Zhang Ye, wanted to expose Lu Zixuan's lies. Lu Zixuan glanced at Zhang Ye and the others, thinking that bringing more people back was fine, but she still needed to ask her father. "I'll ask my dad through a voice transmission." She took out a voice transmission jade slip, asked a question, and received a positive response. "My dad said it's okay." Her father seemed a bit surprised when he heard the news. He even asked her how she made so many friends. "Good. It's a deal." Zhang Ye stared at Lu Zixuan. "Little girl, just wait and see. I want to see what your dad is like. A loose cultivator should have heard of my father's name at that time. I'll introduce myself in front of your dad and see what expression he makes." At the same time, in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an put away the voice transmission jade slip. A smile on his face. Wang Duanshan and He Hong were sitting in front of Lu Qing'an, watching him rarely show a smile, and Wang Duanshan asked with a smile, "What's going on? Did something good happen?" Lu Qing'an smiled and said, "Zixuan said she wants to bring a group of friends back for dinner. I didn't expect her to be so good at socializing. In just a few days, she has made so many friends. She understands socializing better than I do as her father." He had very few friends in the demon domain, and almost all of them were the kind he had subdued. "Oh, then I must prepare some small gifts for Zixuan's friends," Wang Duanshan said with a smile. He had returned to the courtyard this time because he and He Hong had completed the tasks assigned to them by Lu Qing'an, having refined all the treasures. Lu Qing'an looked at the various treasures placed on the table by the two, saying, "The weapons and armor refined this time are quite good. When the kids come back, we can equip them." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Qing'an's gaze was drawn to a piece of armor he had specially customized for his eldest daughter. Noticing that there were some asymmetrical parts. "Old Wang, this part won't do. Hurry back and modify it. It needs to be completely symmetrical, or my daughter will feel uncomfortable wearing it." "What? You can even notice this?" Truly a meticulous father, Wang Duanshan said. "All right, I'll handle it promptly. Chapter 79. Showing off in front of others at Magic Willow Academy. The instructor came to the classroom, and Lu Qing'an and the others sat in a row. The instructor who came to teach was named Shan, an old man. Coincidentally, he was an elder from the Morong family. Ahua. This instructor Shan also has the surname Morong. Do you know him? Lu Qing'an asked. Hua, sitting next to Lu Qing'an, smiled and said, he is indeed an elder of our Morong family. Oh, what a coincidence, Lu Qing'an smiled. In this class, I want to teach you a sword technique. This sword technique is the one our Morong family can teach externally, called the wind and flower sword technique. This sword technique is suitable for all sword cultivators and is very basic. If you're interested in learning, you can come to me for the heart method. Of course, if you don't want to learn, you can still gain some experience through my explanation of this sword technique, Shan said, stroking his beard and smiling. A group of students raised their hands to request the heart method. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi exchanged glances, thinking, what a coincidence. They just learned this sword technique last night. By the way, Zixuan, Minzi, did you check out this sword technique after going back? At this moment, Hua asked with a smile. Zhangya frowned and said, Ahua, you also taught them the sword technique? Our family's sword technique is for external transmission. Hua nodded. Their family had been spreading this sword technique to build their reputation, and now the Morong family's reputation outside was quite good, which was also related to the external transmission of this sword technique. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, last night, under the guidance of an older brother, the two of us successfully practiced, and, with my father's help in improving it, we now have our own understanding of this sword technique. She felt that this sword technique suited her very well, so she was very grateful to Hua for giving it to her. Hearing this, Hua was stunned for a while. Huh, successfully practiced? Are you sure? Hua blinked her eyes, her face full of disbelief. This sword technique isn't particularly difficult. It can only be considered above average. When she practiced it back then, it took her about half a month. She didn't even practice it to perfection, let alone have her own understanding of it. Her talent had already been said by her family to be extremely top tier. Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi nodded with serious expressions. Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to be lying, Hua fell silent. Is it really that incredible? Wow, you guys are really good at boasting. Zhangya couldn't hold back any longer. Successfully practiced in one night. You won't die if you don't brag, will you? Not only Zhangya, but several girls sitting next to her also looked at Lu Qing'an with disdain. They were really taking bragging to the extreme, to the point that there was no need for a draft. They all received this sword technique from Hua and tried practicing it. It took at least a month to master just the basics. Even with guidance from family elders, it was the same. Hua felt that the two of them had no need to lie, as this kind of thing could be tested easily. Zixuan, what level of cultivation does the brother who taught you have? Hua thought for a moment and asked. Perhaps the one who guided them was particularly skilled? Moreover, was he a powerful figure who had mastered their Morong family's sword technique to perfection? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, Peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Oh, no wonder. Wait, are you sure it's a brother? Hua had just nodded, thinking she guessed correctly, but upon careful thought, she felt something was off. A peak Great Emperor Realm expert shouldn't he just be a brother, right? Even her father was a peak Great Emperor Realm expert, and he was considered relatively older, especially since he had a daughter at such an age, which was extremely rare. In the Demon Realm, there were very few peak Great Emperor Realm experts who were very young. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, my father asked me to call him that. He is my father's disciple, so our generation is considered the same. Hua blinked her beautiful eyes repeatedly. Your father's disciple? Then your father is quite impressive. His disciple is already at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Who is your father? Wow. You won't die if you don't brag, will you? Zhangya couldn't help but complain again. Lu Qing'an was too lazy to pay attention to Zhangya and rolled her eyes at her. What am I bragging about? Which word is not true? If I tell you that my father is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, wouldn't you say I've gone mad? This made Hua even more curious. Once we finish class, let us go to your house. Hua was very curious about Lu Qing'an's father. She now started to feel that what Lu Qing'an said earlier didn't seem like a lie. A peak Great Emperor Realm expert, and also a disciple at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, it was indeed possible that he had a good relationship with Wang Duanshan. Ahua, are you out of your mind? You don't really believe her, do you? Zhangya was so angry that her chest was heaving. What kind of mind-altering soup have you been fed? All right, I will start explaining this sword technique. By the way, to help you practice this sword technique more intuitively, Xiaohua, come up and demonstrate the sword technique. At this moment, Shan, on the podium, smiled and spoke. Hearing her name called, Hua quickly stood up. Okay, then. She turned to Lu Zixuan and the others and said, don't make noise. Wait for me to come back. Lu Zixuan nodded. However, at that moment, Zhanya quickly stood up. Grandpa. This student said she successfully practiced the wind and flower sword technique overnight. Let her demonstrate it. Zhanya saw an opportunity and stood up boldly, her eyes flashing with a playful glint, pointing directly at Lu Zixuan. After she spoke, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Zixuan. The few girls sitting next to Zhanya smiled. Sister Ye is really smart. Now Lu Zixuan is going to be embarrassed. She said she successfully practiced the wind and flower sword technique in one night and even claimed to have her own understanding. How dare she? Let's see how she brags now. Hua looked at Lu Zixuan, and actually, she was also curious if Lu Zixuan really succeeded in practicing this sword technique. Lu Zixuan stood up calmly under the gaze of the crowd, her face serene with confidence. Okay, I'll do it. Shan thought Zhanya and the others were just joking, that practicing a sword technique successfully overnight was not a joke, let alone their Murong family's wind and flower sword technique. But when he saw Lu Zixuan actually stand up, he was puzzled. Not joking. Wait, she is still joking. This girl must have practiced their wind and flower sword technique for a long time, and is now just adding a little flair in class to show off. Unexpectedly, girls also love to show off in front of others. Then go ahead. Shan shook his head and smiled. Realizing that Lu Zixuan and Hua had a good relationship, so he decided to play along with them. Lu Zixuan nodded, flew out of her seat, and came to the training space in front of the podium. Instructor, can I demonstrate right here? Lu Zixuan asked. Shan calmly nodded. Lu Zixuan looked around. The space was quite large, but if she took out a top-tier sword to perform, it might damage the building. After thinking for a moment, the scene from last night with her father appeared in her mind, and her lips curled up as she began to imitate it. The next moment, her body trembled, and an aura emanated from her. She extended her hand, her fingers becoming the sword, and swung it fiercely. Whoosh! The air around her suddenly turned into sword energy, converging towards the main sword energy, slicing through the void ahead with a crackling sound. This sword technique was not only beautiful, but also emphasized symmetry, showing no flaws at all. After one move, Lu Zixuan let out a breath. Okay, no mistakes. Then, she turned to Shan and asked, Instructor, is that all right? Shan didn't speak, only stared wide-eyed. Lu Zixuan noticed the atmosphere in the classroom had become strange. Turning to look, she saw Hua and Zhanya staring wide-eyed, speechless. The entire classroom was silent, and a pin drop could be heard. After blinking continuously, Shan finally came back to his senses and asked excitedly, This student, who did you learn this sword technique from? Is this really our Murong family's wind and flower sword technique? It feels like the level of the sword technique has jumped up a whole level. And he could be sure that a girl at the integration realm would not have the ability to modify such a sword technique. There must be a terrifyingly powerful expert behind her who had guided her. When Lu Zixuan was asked this, her eyes turned, and after pondering for a moment, she said, Instructor, this was taught to me by my brother and father. She had already mentioned this to Zhanya and Hua, so it didn't matter whether she said it or not. As long as you don't reveal your father's imperial title, there shouldn't be a big problem. Oh, what do you and your brother call your father? Shan quickly asked. The change in the swordsmanship of their Murong family is definitely a good thing. If they can get the consent of Lu Zixuan's brother and father and share the revised swordsmanship with their Murong family, it could help enhance their reputation. Lu Zixuan directly shook her head. My father said not to mention his name outside, so I can't answer that. Shan frowned, then said gently, All right. Let's discuss this after class. You can go back for now. Lu Zixuan nodded and returned to Hua and the others. After she sat back down, she noticed that Hua and the others were all staring at her with shocked expressions. Zixuan, what you said earlier was actually true. Hua was the first to ask. She was so amazed by Lu Zixuan that her heart almost stopped. That sword was clearly no longer the elegant swordsmanship of their Murong family. It was practically a super version of the elegant swordsmanship. Lu Zixuan smiled back and nodded. Hua swallowed hard, now even more eager to follow Lu Zixuan home. She wanted to see what kind of person Lu Zixuan's father and his disciple were. Could she also receive guidance from such a powerful being, and cultivate the elegant swordsmanship to the amazing level Lu Qing'an had just demonstrated? Zhanya and several girls were silent at this moment, not daring to say anything about Lu Qing'an anymore. Especially Zhanya, whose cheeks felt a bit hot, as if she had been slapped in the face. But she didn't care about that discomfort. Instead, she was completely focused on the thought that if what Lu Qing'an said about the swordsmanship was true, then were the things said earlier also true? Impossible. The swordsmanship must be true, while the earlier things were all false. She shook her head, her heart becoming resolute. Lu Qing'an's father was very likely a peak emperor-level expert. And what Lu Qing'an said about her father's disciple being a peak emperor-level expert should be false. The one who guided Lu Qing'an in cultivating this swordsmanship was most likely her father. A father with peak emperor-level strength, she also had. As for that treasured sword, it must be that Lu Qing'an's father just happened to have special materials that allowed Wang Duanshan to help forge the sword. That's right. It must be so. Since she promised to let us follow her home, then I will personally expose all your lies. Zhanya's thoughts were completely driven by her own pride, stemming from a child's unwillingness to accept. A class quickly passed. After the class, Morongshan called Lu Qing'an and Moronghua to a place without other students and expressed a desire to meet Lu Qing'an's father. Then, upon learning that Moronghua would be going to Lu Qing'an's home afterward, he immediately dismissed the idea, transmitted some advice to Moronghua, and then left with a smile to attend to other matters. After Lu Qing'an and the others finished class, they began to form teams to challenge levels with the remaining time. Zhanya and the others watched as Lu Qing'an and her two companions continued to challenge levels as a trio, frowning in front of the tower. Yijia, could it be that everything Lu Qing'an said is true? Zhanya glanced at the girl who spoke and said coldly, I won't believe it until I see her home with my own eyes. Anyway, we will get to go to her house later. At that time, we will act according to the situation and verify it. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to do this in her house? One person said with a wry smile. What is inappropriate? Her father is very likely a peak emperor-level expert. My father is also at peak emperor-level strength. What do I have to fear? Everything goes according to me. Time passed quietly. By dusk, Lu Qing'an and her two companions exited the monster tower early. I didn't expect you two to have cultivated the elegant swordsmanship to this level. You are amazing. Today's challenges went too smoothly. We are almost at the 6th level. Moronghua looked at Lu Qing'an and her companion with envy. She was surprised to find that Sun Minzi could also display a unique, elegant swordsmanship, which took her a while to process. After Lu Qing'an and Sun Minzi became stronger, they easily passed levels that had previously been quite difficult for them. Ahua. After we go home, I'll see if my father can give you a little guidance. Lu Qing'an said quietly. She had already considered Moronghua a good friend and wanted to ask her father if he could give Moronghua some pointers as well. Really? Moronghua asked in surprise. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. Just then, Zhanya and the others quickly approached. Are you done? When will you take us to your house? Zhanya stared at Lu Qing'an and asked. Lu Qing'an replied, Now, but I have to wait for 2 people. She contacted her sister and aunt through sound transmission, then led Moronghua and the others towards the teleportation array by the time-flowing willow. When she arrived, Su Yuni just happened to step out from the time artifact. Aunt. Lu Qing'an waved and called out. Aunt. A group of girls looked towards Su Yuni. They found Su Yuni to be very beautiful, with strength at the Saint King level. Oh, Zishuan, are these your friends you met at the academy? Su Yuni asked gently upon seeing Lu Qing'an standing with a group of young and vibrant girls. Zishuan, your aunt is so beautiful, Moronghua communicated. Lu Qing'an smiled. My aunt is definitely beautiful. Aunt, this is Moronghua, whom I mentioned to you with Minzi, and these are all Ahua's friends who will come home with us for dinner. This is Moronghua. Su Yuni was momentarily stunned. She had thought Moronghua was a handsome little boy, but how could she be a girl? Hello, senior. Moronghua smiled and greeted. Hello. Su Yuni nodded with a smile, then noticed that Zhanya and the others did not greet her. She couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It seemed that the relationships were a bit off. Sister. Aunt. Just then, Lu Miao Miao's voice rang out nearby. Lu Miao Miao quickly approached in a gust of black wind. When her figure fully appeared, she stopped in front of Lu Qing'an and the others, holding a large candied hawthorn, and tilted her head to look at Moronghua and the others beside Lu Qing'an. Sister, who are they? Lu Qing'an introduced to Moronghua. My sister. Wow, Zishuan. Your sister is so cute. Moronghua's eyes sparkled as if she had seen a lovely doll. You are very pretty too, sister. Lu Miao smiled back after being complimented. It's just okay, Zhanya muttered at this time. How could Lu Zixuan have such a cute little sister? Why? When Lu Miao heard Zhanya's voice, she immediately pouted, about to say something when suddenly a faint little boy's voice came from behind. Big sister, where are you? Lu Miao hurriedly urged, Sister, let us hurry back. After saying that, she activated the teleportation array with her identity token, and a light door appeared in front of her, then quickly ran inside. As if she were avoiding a plague, Su Yuni followed closely behind Lu Miao and entered the light door. Lu Zixuan looked at Moronghua and the others, who were now seeing the special teleportation array, and said, Let us go. Once we go in, we will reach my home. Zhanya was lost in thought, not realizing how she entered the light gate. Just as the gate was closing, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Cousin? It sounded like her cousin's voice. After a dizzying moment, the environment around a group of people suddenly changed. Lu Miao appeared in the courtyard, secretly letting out a sigh. That little fatty is so annoying. He insists on calling me big sister. Lu Miao muttered under her breath and then ran into the courtyard. Daddy, Miao is back. Chapter 81. So lively Lu Qing'an was sitting near the front gate, and, upon hearing his little daughter's voice, his eyes lit up, and a father's smile appeared on his face. He stood up, and as he thought of something, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see just how handsome Moronghua was. However, when he saw a group of young and beautiful girls following his eldest daughter, his brows furrowed slightly. Wait, why are they all girls? Where is Moronghua? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his gaze focused on Moronghua, who was closest to his daughter. Could it be that the girl is using a boy's name? Daddy, hug me. Lu Miao turned into a gust of black wind and appeared in front of Lu Qing'an in an instant. Lu Qing'an smiled and picked up Lu Miao, then looked at his eldest daughter. Daddy, I brought my friends back, Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Su Yui also called out, brother-in-law. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. At this moment, Moronghua and the others had very complex emotions. They were still immersed in the matter of being transported here in such a special way. What kind of teleportation array is this? There's a teleportation array in the academy. The academy can set up a teleportation array even within the academy, and even before the time-reversing magic willow. Most importantly, they just heard Lu Zixuan say that they were in the Demon Lin City. The journey from the Demon Willow Academy to the Demon Lin City is far. What level of teleportation array could transport them here in an instant? What level of array master set up such a formation? The information they had was that the strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao, could not achieve such a distance with his teleportation array. Once they slightly regained their composure from the shock, their gazes gradually shifted to Lu Qing'an. When they saw Lu Qing'an, they were once again stunned. So handsome. Wait, you actually have such a handsome father. There's a strange phenomenon on this side of the demon realm, where older demon lords with higher cultivation levels tend to have more ordinary or even unattractive appearances, possibly due to the absorption of demonic energy or the conditions of their previous cultivation methods. It is very difficult to change this appearance with any means. Now, Lu Qing'an's handsome face truly amazed them. Is he really a peak emperor-level powerhouse? And so young? Moronghua quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, is this really your father? Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded, replying, Don't you think I look like my father? Moronghua examined closely. Their features were indeed very similar. No wonder Lu Zixuan could be so beautiful. I guess her mother must also be very beautiful. It makes sense. Lu Zixuan's Anne is also so pretty. However, as she got closer to Lu Qing'an, she unexpectedly discovered that Lu Qing'an did not have a strong aura. There was no demonic energy emanating from him. No way. Moronghua's expression appeared slightly dazed. The powerful emperor-level aura from her father always made her feel a bit breathless whenever she got close. How come she didn't feel any strong presence from Lu Qing'an, who was also a peak emperor-level powerhouse? He seemed too ordinary and gentle. Zhanya and the other girls felt the same way. After a series of surprises, they noticed that there was no special powerful feeling from Lu Qing'an, and their eyes brightened. Found the flaw in the lie. I told you. Now your lie has been exposed. Zhanya looked at Lu Zixuan, internally snickering. Of course, she didn't immediately question Lu Zixuan, as she was currently in Lu Zixuan's house. Moreover, they were in the Demon Lin City. If she were driven away, it would take a long time to return home. She decided to begrudgingly stay for a meal and then ruthlessly mock Lu Zixuan when they returned to the academy The next day, Zhanya exchanged glances with several girls, and their expressions indicated that their thoughts were likely aligned at the moment. Daddy, this is Moronghua. They are Ahua's friends. Lu Zixuan stepped forward, smiling to introduce. So you are Moronghua. All right, you do match my daughter's description, Lu Qing'an said, staring at Moronghua, very satisfied. As long as he is not a yellow-haired kid. Junior pays respects to the senior. Although Moronghua could not sense a powerful aura from Lu Qing'an, she still believed Lu Zixuan. Perhaps there was some special reason for this. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded, then noticed that the few girls behind Moronghua had not greeted him. These little ones. Could it be? Come in, my old friend went out to prepare ingredients. He will be back soon to cook for you. Lu Qing'an led them into the house without thinking too much. As a group of people entered the house, they unexpectedly found that there was someone sitting inside. It was He Hong. Mid-stage, emperor-level cultivation. Haha, are you all Zixuan's friends? Come, sit down, He Hong said with a smile. Lu Zixuan introduced to Moronghua. Ahua. This is Grandpa He, a good friend of my father. Moronghua quickly greeted him and called out Grandpa He as well. Zhanya and the other girls saw He Hong's cultivation level and snickered inwardly. Only early-stage emperor level. If a friend's cultivation level is only early-stage emperor level, then Lu Zixuan's father shouldn't be that strong either. Just as they thought this, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Luo Danhong. Lu Qing'an thought that everyone was gathering tonight for a nice meal, so he had called Luo Danhong, who was cultivating nearby. When Luo Danhong appeared, Moronghua and the others instantly focused their gazes on her. So beautiful. Wait, that aura of cultivation, peak emperor-level cultivation. With such looks and strength appearing here, could she be Lu Zixuan's mother? Moronghua confirmed this as she saw it. This must be Lu Zixuan's mother. So that means Lu Zixuan's father is really a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, his wife wouldn't be so strong. Oh, so many people. Luo Danhong smiled as she saw a group of young girls in the room. This is Senior Luo Danhong, Lu Zixuan introduced with a smile. Senior Luo Danhong? Moronghua was taken aback. You call her senior? Isn't she your mother? Master, Su Yui smiled and said. Luo Danhong nodded, then smiled at Lu Qing'an. Did you call me over for something? She had just been practicing formations when she suddenly received Lu Qing'an's message, so she came over. Lu Qing'an said calmly, it's rare to have so many people tonight. Let's have a meal together. Oh, that works, Luo Danhong nodded with a smile. Her demeanor appeared respectful and polite. For Moronghua and Zhanya, Luo Danhong's respectful attitude was like a bolt from the blue, suddenly striking them and leaving them shocked. No, you? A peak emperor realm expert is actually speaking so respectfully to Lu Zixuan's father. Chapter 82. This world is crazy. Zhanya and the others exchanged glances, frantically communicating through their minds. This must be fake. Impossible. Are they putting on a show for us? This really is the aura of a peak emperor realm expert. My grandfather's aura is just like this. But why is she speaking to him like that? Zhanya had already realized that things were not simple, momentarily transcending her usual thought process. Could it be that Lu Zixuan's father, who didn't seem imposing, was actually a powerful figure? This shouldn't be possible. Peak Emperor realm experts should have similar strengths. And such a respectful attitude in communication is unlikely. Moreover, just now Su Yuni referred to this woman as her master. So shouldn't this woman have a higher status than Lu Zixuan's father? This doesn't make sense. Acting? That's right. It must be like that. If there's something unreasonable, there must be an issue. At this moment, Moronghua also hadn't reacted, but instead of overthinking, she directly transmitted to Lu Zixuan. Asking what was going on, Zixuan, isn't this lady your mother? Why is she speaking to your father like this? It's quite strange. When asked about her mother, Lu Zixuan's eyes dimmed slightly, and she replied with a hint of bitterness. Of course, she's not my mother. This is my aunt's master. The situation is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Is that so? Moronghua pondered for a moment and then asked, when will your mother return? She was now curious about how powerful Lu Zixuan's mother was. My mother is far away, busy with some matters, so she won't be coming here. Lu Zixuan didn't want to lie and also didn't want to mention her mother too much. All right, everyone sit down, no need to stand. Lu Qing'an noticed that the group of children was still standing and signaled for them to take a seat. He then walked towards Xiao Qingyi's room to find the demon god mother tree tea leaves that Xiao Qingyi had secretly hidden to treat his daughter's friends. Brother-in-law, let me cook. Su Yuni smiled as she stepped forward. Lu Qing'an nodded. He had something to discuss with his daughter's friends. I see that you all have quite good talents. You must come from strong forces in the demon domain, right? Moronghua replied respectfully, reporting to the senior. I come from the Morong family. Well, what about you? Lu Qing'an glanced at Zhangya and the others. Zhangya and her friends exchanged glances again. When they saw Luo Danhong sitting near Lu Qing'an, they felt a bit constrained in facing him due to the pressure Luo Danhong exerted. The Li family, the Zhang family, the ancient demon mansion. For the other families, Lu Qing'an didn't have much impression. However, when he heard the ancient demon mansion, he laughed. You come from the ancient demon mansion? What a coincidence. The one from your force, what was his name? I think it was Emperor's son, Emperor's son Z. How is he now? He had beaten this guy a couple of times, so he had a bit of an impression. Mainly remembering the nickname he had given the other party. You know my grandfather? The girl speaking was named Lu Huijun, surprised. How is your grandfather now? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Many years ago, he suffered a bit of a breakdown in his Dao heart and went into seclusion for a long time. Lu Huijuan's expression was slightly downcast. Oh, Lu Qing'an's expression was strange. It wouldn't have anything to do with me, would it? Dad, do you know her grandfather? Lu Zishuan asked. Lu Qing'an was about to skip this topic, as he might be the enemy of Lu Huijuan's grandfather due to the breakdown of his Dao heart, which would make things awkward. However, faced with his eldest daughter's question, he could only simply reply, a bit of a connection. May I ask how to address you, senior? I heard from Zishuan that your disciples are all peak Emperor Realm experts, so you should also be at the peak of the Emperor Realm, right? May I ask what your Emperor title is? Lu Huijun directly asked. She didn't want to guess like Zhangya and the others, since they had come this far. She might as well ask directly. Seeing all the young girls focusing their eyes on him, Lu Qing'an felt there was no need to hide. He just needed to pressure them a bit when they left, to prevent them from spreading rumors. However, just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from outside. Are the children all here? Xiao Qingyi appeared at the doorway, walking in with a smile. Once Xiao Qingyi appeared, Zhangya and the others shifted their attention to him. The aura of cultivation emanating from Xiao Qingyi was incredibly solid and intimidating, even slightly stronger than Luo Danhong. After all, Luo Danhong's strength lay more in formations. This is Emperor Lei Xiao. Moronghua, Zhangya, and the others were not inexperienced. And since Xiao Qingyi often moved in the circles of powerful figures in the demon domain, they had seen him from afar before and immediately recognized him. Wow, there are quite a few of you. Luckily, I had the foresight to prepare extra ingredients this time. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Greetings, Emperor Lei Xiao. Moronghua and the others quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. They had never seen Luo Danhong, and although her cultivation was at the peak of the Emperor realm, they thought she had likely just broken through to this level not long ago. But Xiao Qingyi was different. This was Emperor Lei Xiao, a top expert famous in the demon domain. There were even rumors that he was one of the friends of the Evernight Demon Emperor. Such a terrifying expert. How could they, as juniors, not show respect? Quite polite, Xiao Qingyi smiled. Grandpa Xiao, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Miao Miao came up to Xiao Qingyi with a smile, tilting her head to ask. What do you want to eat, Miao Miao? I'll make whatever you want. Xiao Qingyi affectionately ruffled Lu Miao Miao's hair. Seeing how Xiao Qingyi treated Lu Miao Miao, and hearing Lu Miao Miao call him Grandpa, Zhangya and the others widened their eyes. Grandpa Xiao. Wait, could it be that Lu Zishuan's father is the son of this Emperor Lei Xiao? That means Lu Zishuan is Xiao Qingyi's granddaughter. Zhangya blinked her eyes, which contained a dazed look, and her mouth twitched. She never expected that Lu Zishuan was the granddaughter of Emperor Lei Xiao. No wonder she could get a powerhouse like Wang Duanshan to forge a sword for her. But just as she finished thinking this, the next moment, Lu Zishuan introduced. This is my father's friend, Xiao Qingyi. I believe you all know Grandpa Xiao. Grandpa Xiao, this is Moronghua, and they are all friends of Ahua. Xiao Qingyi smiled and nodded. No need to be polite. They are all Zishuan's friends. Just treat this place like your own home and sit down. Hearing this, Zhangya and Moronghua were once again stunned. Your father's friend. It was at this moment that they quickly shifted their gaze to Lu Qing'an. Is he really a peak Emperor realm expert? Being friends with Emperor Lei Xiao, along with Luo Danhong's earlier performance, was enough to confirm everything. Wait a minute. The gentle smile on Xiao Qingyi's face didn't last long. In the next moment, it suddenly stiffened. My tea leaves. Why are they all soaked? Xiao Qingyi widened his eyes, staring at Su Yuni. When he left, he said he could let Lu Qing'an brew some demon godmother tree tea to entertain guests. But he never said to use it all up. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily frozen in place. Lu Qing'an then lightly kicked Xiao Qingyi. I told her to brew it. Do you have a problem with that? And can you not be so stingy in front of the younger generation? All right, Xiao Qingyi immediately fell silent. Until he heard Lu Qing'an transmit that he would get a few pounds of tea for him tomorrow, he suddenly changed his expression, breaking into a grin. Drink. Everyone drink to your heart's content. Zhang Ye and the others, they were all stunned. The Emperor Lei Xiao was kicked by Lu Zixuan's father. And he still looked like this. Is this world going crazy? Chapter 83. Seeing Ghosts. The laughing Wang Duanshan. How could this be? Zhang Ye's eyes widened as she crazily transmitted messages to Murong Hua and the others. They were all quickly exchanging transmissions, their chaotic voices ringing incessantly in their minds, intertwining with their muddled thoughts, making them even more confused. Before they came here, they all thought their families and powers were not weaker than Lu Zixuan's. And even much stronger. They had mocked Lu Zixuan at first, thinking she lacked any background. Now, however, they couldn't even imagine what would happen to the strongest members of their families and powers after kicking Emperor Lei Xiao. This is Emperor Lei Xiao, one of the top powerhouses in the demon domain, an existence on par with the president of their Demon Willow Academy. After being kicked by Lu Zixuan's father, he still smiled. This really isn't an illusion, is it? Zixuan, what exactly is your father's identity? Murong Hua transmitted to Lu Zixuan, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke, as she was also shaking a bit. What kind of status could treat Emperor Lei Xiao like this? Lu Zixuan smiled and said, if my dad wants to tell you, he will tell you. Murong Hua, I can't wait to know the answer. At this point, Su Yuni had finished brewing the tea. At first, she didn't know how precious the tea leaves were, but while brewing, she had realized the tea's uniqueness. It actually possessed such terrifying energy. Drink. It's good for you, Lu Qing'an said. At this moment, when Zhang Ye and the others looked at Lu Qing'an, they no longer dared to act as they did at first. Their gazes had turned a bit odd. They didn't understand why there was no overwhelming pressure from Lu Qing'an. But they could be sure that Lu Qing'an was definitely not simple. He must truly be a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, he could possibly be one of the top powerhouses in the demon domain that they had never seen or recognized. Murong Hua and the others looked at the Qingci tea cups filled with tea in front of them, holding the cups with both hands. When they smelled the fragrance of the tea, they froze for a moment. Wait, this fragrance. Just by smelling it, they felt that the cultivation bottleneck that had been bothering them for some time suddenly loosened a bit. They exchanged glances again, and each could see the surprise in the other's eyes. Thus, they quickly drank the tea, gulping it down. Boom. They felt their entire bodies enveloped by a special aura. A rumbling sound echoed from somewhere deep inside them, only ringing in their ears. Soon after, they discovered that the bottleneck that had troubled them for some time had actually broken through. Moreover, the feeling was not just that this layer of bottleneck was broken. It felt like many of their future bottlenecks had been shattered in an instant. Murong Hua and the others quickly closed their eyes, entering a peculiar state. After about 2 breaths, they opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement and shock. Their talents had actually improved significantly. What happened? Lu Zixuan looked at Murong Hua and the others, who had a strangely exaggerated expression after finishing their tea, full of confusion, and took a sip from her cup. There wasn't anything special, she thought to herself. It was just a bit tasty. If she had known that her talent could no longer be improved, she wouldn't have thought so. Senior, what kind of tea is this? Murong Hua, now facing Lu Qing'an, no longer looked at him as she did at first, but rather as if she were looking at some great existence. Who would have thought that they would encounter such an opportunity on this trip? Lu Qing'an smiled lightly and said, it's just the leaves of the demon godmother tree, a small trinket. If you can drink it, drink more. It's beneficial for you. Demon godmother tree. Murong Hua and Zhang Ye shouted in unison. They were once again stunned. They had all heard of the demon godmother tree. It could be said that in the demon domain, no one didn't know about the demon godmother tree. Even the strongest individuals in their family powers had rarely drunk the tea from the demon godmother tree. Zhang Ye's father had drunk it once, only because he had gone to a place and crashed a banquet of a top powerhouse in the demon domain, and was fortunate enough to have a cup. After returning, he kept telling her that if he could drink it again, he would be willing to sacrifice a few thousand years of lifespan. And now Zhang Ye looked at Su Yuni as she poured her another cup of tea. Her lips began to tremble. Dad, your daughter is unfilial. I'll drink to respect you first. Glug glug. Moronghua and the other women quickly picked up their cups and poured the tea into their stomachs. Demon God Mother Tree tea leaves. They hit the jackpot. Lu Qing'an looked at the children's expressions, remaining calm. However, when his gaze landed on Sun Minzi, he noticed that when she heard the words Demon God Mother Tree, the small face that had just been smiling lightly suddenly became faintly sad. He shook his head secretly at this. Lu Zixuan looked at Moronghua and the others, who seemed to be in a daze, blinking blankly, then looked at her father. Dad, what's wrong with them? Lu Zixuan quickly transmitted. It's a good thing. It's normal for them to act like this. Don't mind it. They will like you even more afterward, Lu Qing'an replied through transmission. He could sense that, aside from Moronghua, the other girls seemed to have some prejudice against his daughter. However, if his daughter could bring them back, it meant she didn't particularly dislike them. Moreover, for him, these were all younger generations, and giving them a small opportunity was no big deal. They just needed to get along well with his daughter in the future. Of course, if they took advantage of the good fortune and had other thoughts, then sorry. While drinking tea, Moronghua and the others suddenly stopped, unsure of what was happening, sensing a tremor from their souls. At that moment, they didn't dare to drink anymore. Could it be that they drank too much and angered the senior? They thought for a moment and felt that it should be that. After all, such treasures were too precious. What he said about drinking more should have just been a polite remark. Drink more. Lu Qing'an saw that Moronghua and the others suddenly stopped and smiled as he said. Moronghua and the others shook their heads rapidly, like a rattle drum. Please, don't tease us. We don't dare to drink anymore. Have you had enough? Lu Qing'an asked. Enough. All right then. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi and said, Old Xiao, go prepare dinner. All right, I'll get busy. Xiao Qingyi whistled and walked towards the kitchen. Moronghua and the others sighed in relief when they saw Lu Qing'an no longer on that topic. Just then, someone appeared outside the door. Grandpa Wang. Lu Zixuan called out with a smile upon seeing the person outside. Lu Miao also smiled and said, Grandpa Wang, long time no see. Haha. I've been busy refining weapons lately. Now that I'm done, I'll spend a few days playing with you. Wang Duanshan laughed and looked at Moronghua and the others. The kids are all here? Lu Qing'an nodded. Zixuan, introduce them. Wang Duanshan said with a kind smile. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded. Grandpa Wang, this is Moronghua. And these are all friends of Ahua. Ahua, you should know Grandpa Wang. No need for me to introduce. Moronghua and the others exclaimed, Senior Wang Duanshan. And it's the smiling Senior Wang Duanshan. Unbelievable. Haha, since they are all Zixuan's friends, I don't have much to offer. So consider these weapons as a meeting gift. Come, choose one. Wang Duanshan took out a pile of mid-grade 10 weapons and gestured for Moronghua and the others to come forward and pick. Chapter 84. Playing with the kids, these weapons were casually refined by him during his leisure time. He didn't have any particularly close friends. And since many people sought him out for weapon refining with generous rewards, he didn't need magic crystals, so he kept them all. The pile of weapons Wang Duanshan took out instantly dazzled the eyes of Zhang Ye and the other young women. Is what is happening in front of them real? The smiling senior Wang Duanshan. And he brought out so many weapons for them to choose from, gifting them. It perfectly matched what Lu Zixuan said. It's really true. Everything is actually real. What on earth is going on? They quickly looked at Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an. Is this because of Lu Zixuan's father? Otherwise, how could they be treated so well by Senior Wang Duanshan? Don't be polite with this old guy. Just take one, Lu Qing'an said calmly. Especially looking at Moronghua, who he found more pleasing to the eye the more he looked at her. He felt a little guilty for suspecting earlier that Moronghua was a Huangmao. This child is good. She even gifted a sword technique to his daughter. In the future, besides Sun Minzi, his daughter will have another friend, so he doesn't have to worry about her following in his disciples' footsteps. At the same time, arriving in this new environment of the demon domain, she can adapt better. Is it really okay? Moronghua asked weakly. She still felt a bit uneasy. It's too precious. Just this one weapon. Her father would drool if he saw it. She can't believe she just came here with her new friend and got one. Her dad would be so envious when she goes back. She could hardly imagine the scene when she returns home. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Wang Duanshan also laughed. What? You don't like these little trinkets of mine? No. No. Moronghua and the others quickly waved their hands. How could we not like your weapons? Who in the entire demon domain would dare say that? Ahua, take one, Lu Zixuan smiled. All right then. Moronghua swallowed hard, ultimately suppressing her wildly beating heart, and stepped forward to choose one. Senior, I'll take this one. Take it. After Hua took a sword in her hand, she immediately felt its uniqueness. The aura flowing on it was incredibly strong. She couldn't help but bow slightly and shout, "Thank you, senior." Haha, if you want to thank someone, thank Zishuan. I'm only treating you this way because you are Zishuan's friends, Wang Duanshan said with a smile, not caring how his words might sound emotionally intelligent, directly expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Hua glanced at Lu Zishuan, a special emotion flashing in her heart. "Zishuan, thank you." Hua transmitted sound. Lu Zishuan smiled and transmitted back, "We're friends, no need for that. What about you? Hurry up, my hands are getting tired." Wang Duanshan glanced at Zhang Ye and the others. Oh. Zhang Ye and the others' faces turned red, feeling very guilty, especially Zhang Ye, who had tears sparkling in her eyes. But she still stepped forward to choose a weapon. After choosing, she looked at Lu Zishuan and weakly transmitted, "I'm sorry." Lu Zishuan responded generously, "It's fine." Zhang Ye stood there in a daze. Is there really someone this good in the world? Wang Duanshan put away the remaining weapons and then walked towards Lu Miao with a smile. "Miao, don't you have any friends?" Upon hearing the word friends, Lu Miao's mind flashed with the image of a chubby boy who kept smiling, and she quickly shook her head. Miao's friends are Brother Xian and Aunt Shui and Dad. Of course, Grandpa Wang is also a friend. So I don't need any other friends. Haha, so Grandpa Wang is also your friend? What a good girl. Wang Duanshan said, his old face filled with affection, unable to resist gently poking Lu Miao's chubby little face. Lu Qing'an was not worried that his little daughter would become withdrawn. This little girl is very lively and can play with anyone. So he wasn't in a hurry to urge her to make more friends. "Dad, I have something to tell you." At this moment, Lu Zishuan suddenly looked at Lu Qing'an with a very happy expression. "What is it?" "Today in the academy, the teacher just happened to teach us the wind and flower sword technique. So I went up and demonstrated the wind and flower sword technique that you guided me on." Haha, that must have amazed your teacher. Lu Qing'an smiled affectionately. He recognized his eldest daughter's strong talent. One can only imagine what the scene in the academy was like at that time. Zhang Ye and the other young beauties quickly lowered their heads upon hearing this. Their faces filled with guilt. They felt utterly ashamed. They wished they could dig a hole in the ground with their toes and quickly crawl inside. Hua then thought of her task for coming here. Feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed, that teacher is an elder of our Morong family. And he was amazed by Zishuan. "Zishuan said it was guided by you, and our elder entrusted me with a matter. To ask if you could let Zishuan teach this new wind and flower sword technique to us." Lu Zishuan glanced at Hua, then smiled at Lu Qing'an. "Dad, if you have time, could you also guide a Hua?" Lu Qing'an casually replied, "Sure, after dinner. After all, there is nothing to do. So it's fine to guide the juniors a bit. Mainly, with such a lovely daughter requesting him. As a father, how could he not fulfill it?" "Haha, thank you. Dad, you're the best," Lu Zishuan said with a smile. Lu Qing'an raised the corners of his mouth slightly and reached out to rub Lu Zishuan's head. "If I don't spoil you, who else will?" Zhang Ye and the others watched this scene, unsure why, but they felt a bit envious. This father-daughter pair is so loving. Moreover, they also wanted such a strong and handsome dad. By the way, senior, just now when we asked that question, Hua thought of something again and, driven by curiosity, she still asked it out loud. She really wanted to know who Lu Qing'an was. A peak emperor-level powerhouse whom they didn't even know treated Lu Qing'an with such respect. He even dared to kick Emperor Lei Xiao, and he allowed Wang Duanshan, the strongest master of weapon refining, to be so close to him. In the demon domain, he couldn't possibly be an unknown person. "Want to know my imperial title?" Lu Qing'an smiled and asked. As soon as Lu Qing'an finished speaking, not only did Hua nod like garlic being smashed, but Zhang Ye and the other girls also nodded quickly. Their actions were perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed for a long time. "I can tell you." Hua and the others widened their eyes, looking at Lu Qing'an, waiting for the answer. "The demon emperor of the solitary," he said, enjoying playing with these kids. Uft. Lu Zishuan covered her mouth and laughed, quickly sending a message to Lu Qing'an. "Dad, you're so bad." Chapter 85, Fooling the Kids Sitting at the Edge. Su Yuni and Luo Danhong couldn't help but chuckle when they heard Lu Qing'an's words. As for Wang Duanshan, who was playing with Lu Miao, he paused for a moment, glanced at Lu Qing'an, and shook his head with a smile. This kid still has such a bad taste. He had previously been deceived by Lu Qing'an under various false identities. You could never guess how many aliases Lu Qing'an had used before. He was simply an alias maniac. Moronghua and Zhang Ye were completely unaware that there was a false element in Lu Qing'an's words. Upon hearing this, they suddenly widened their eyes. The Demon Emperor of the Solitary. It turned out to be the Demon Emperor of the Solitary. Wait, Senior. I saw the true face of the Demon Emperor of the Solitary from a distance once, but you don't seem to resemble him much. At this moment, Moronghua and the others quickly regained their senses, blinking their eyes and staring intently at Lu Qing'an, with Zhang Ye being the one to voice this doubt. Because she had seen the Demon Emperor of the Solitary, not just once, but twice. Although it was from a distance, she saw it very clearly. Lu Qing'an said seriously, when going out, one naturally cannot show their true face to others. That was me after some disguise. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye and the others no longer doubted, and their faces quickly filled with admiration. So it was the Demon Emperor of the Solitary. That explains everything. The Demon Emperor of the Solitary is also extremely young. His strength is among the top in the demon domain. This explains why these peak Emperor-level powerhouses behave this way. At this moment, Moronghua thought of something, her eyes brightening as she quickly said, "You really are the senior Demon Emperor of the Solitary. Not long ago, you gave our Morong family an opportunity. At that time, my father and I couldn't figure out why, and you said it was related to me. Now I finally understand. Zishuan, thank you." As Moronghua said this, she looked at Lu Zishuan with sincere eyes, her pretty face full of gratitude. She was wondering why the Demon Emperor of the Solitary mentioned her and gave their Morong family such a big opportunity. It must be that Lu Zishuan mentioned her to him. Lu Zishuan blinked and looked at Lu Qing'an. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. This little brat has done such things behind the scenes. It's fitting for his temperament. That's right, I personally mentioned it to your father. Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Lu Zishuan covered her mouth and laughed again. Dad, is it really okay for you to deceive my friends like this? Although it's really fun. At this moment, Zhang Ye and the others were frantically sending messages in their minds. Her father is actually the Demon Emperor of the Solitary. Oh, why isn't my father a Demon Emperor? Wrong. We were all wrong. I want to slap myself a few times right now. What to do? Woo-woo. She want to remember everything I said before, right? Can we still keep in touch with her afterwards? Moronghua sent a message. Don't be like this. I think Zishuan is a good person. As long as you can admit your mistakes and change, she definitely won't hold it against you. Hearing Moronghua's words, Zhang Ye and the others felt extremely ashamed, but still nodded quickly. As long as Lu Zishuan doesn't hold it against them, they would definitely make amends in the future. Seeing that none of them realized his lie, Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. At this moment, he didn't want to play anymore and was ready to reveal the truth. But just then, the weather outside suddenly changed slightly. Lu Miao Miao had just been playing with Wang Duanshan, and in the next moment, her big eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, Aunt Shui is back. She dashed outside like a child who had just learned that her mother had returned. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. This child. Lu Zishuan's eyes also brightened as she looked outside. Moronghua and the others felt something and noticed that the weather outside had suddenly become a bit cold. This sudden change must mean someone had arrived. Could it be another peak Emperor-level powerhouse? That makes sense. Anyone who could come to the residence of a powerhouse like the Demon Emperor of the Solitary must be extremely powerful. Before long, a stunning woman in a white dress with a smile on her face entered the room, holding Lu Miao Miao. These kids are Shui Tianfei slightly raised her eyebrows upon seeing Moronghua and the others. Why is it so lively today? She had heard from Lu Qing'an that it was a bit lively here tonight, and asked if she could come back for a meal, mentioning that Miao Miao missed her. So even though she hadn't finished her business at the trade conference, she decided to come back for dinner. Aunt Shui, Lu Zishuan greeted with a smile. Shui Tianfei smiled and nodded, noticing that Moronghua and the others were about the same age as Lu Zishuan and were sitting next to her. So she guessed that they were probably Lu Zishuan's classmates. Zishuan, are these your friends from the academy? Lu Zishuan nodded and introduced Moronghua and the others' names to Shui Tianfei. Hua, this is Aunt Shui. Her full name is Shui Tianfei. You may have heard of her. Moronghua, Zhang Ye, and the others didn't even need Lu Zishuan to introduce them. Shui Tianfei. How could they not know her? At this moment, Moronghua and the others were all wide-eyed, their eyes sparkling. And the sound of their hearts racing was very obvious, as if they were little fans seeing their favorite idol. Girls of their age all have their favorite powerhouses, their own role models. And Shui Tianfei, As one of the few top female powerhouses in the chaotic environment of the demon domain, not only has strong strength, but also unparalleled business acumen throughout history. Most importantly, she is both handsome and stunning. She is the idol of all young women in the demon race. Why could they bond so well? Because they all had the same idol, Shui Tianfei, the Ice Emperor. They would collect information about the Ice Emperor in the markets whenever they could, discussing it together. Now it's great. The Shui Tianfei they had been following for so long actually appeared in front of them. Zhang Ye couldn't help but suddenly shout. Zhang Ye's sudden lack of restraint infected the nearby girls, causing a stir like a stone, creating 1,000 waves, and even Moronghua covered her mouth, letting out a series of woo-woo-woo sounds while stomping her feet. A group of people present was dumbfounded. Lu Qing'an blinked and looked at the seemingly irrational Moronghua and the others, quickly glancing at her father. Dad, what is wrong with them? She quickly sent a voice transmission to inquire. Lu Qing'an looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help but remember some videos he had watched in his previous life. Zishuan, your friends, they wouldn't be star chasing, right? Maybe they really like your Aunt Shui? Lu Qing'an replied via voice transmission. Is that so? Lu Zishuan blinked. Shui Tianfei soon realized why Moronghua and the others were like this. Because every time she appeared in public, she would encounter young girls asking for her autograph and such. Senior Shui, I've liked you for a long time. Can you carve your imperial title for me? Zhang Ye suddenly stood up and boldly made her request. The other girls were the same, looking at Shui Tianfei with eager eyes. Shui Tianfei forced a smile and said, Okay, you are all Zishuan's friends. After we finish eating, I'll carve it for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye and the others quickly turned their gaze to Lu Zishuan. What to do? I'm so envious. Zishuan, tell me, can you see Senior Shui every day? At this moment, Moronghua's voice appeared in Lu Zishuan's mind. Lu Zishuan looked at Moronghua and gently nodded. If Aunt Shui isn't busy with other things, she usually stays here. Moronghua's lips twitched. What should I do if I'm so envious that I want to cry? Chapter 86. All the girls' idol Shui Tianfei then took out the things she had prepared for Lu Miao from her storage treasure. It was a variety of special snacks that she had her subordinates collect during this time. Miao, Aunt Shui is going back to work tomorrow, so keep these to eat. Huh, Aunt Shui, are you only coming back for one night? Lu Miao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the pile of snacks, her little face beaming with a cute smile, but she couldn't help but pout when she heard that Shui Tianfei was going back tomorrow. Shui Tianfei smiled helplessly. Once Aunt Shui finishes her work, I'll come back quickly. Then we can play every day. Okay, Lu Miao said, slightly disappointed. Zishuan, this is a gift for you. Shui Tianfei took out the carefully prepared gift for Lu Zishuan and smiled as she handed it over. Lu Zishuan was a bit surprised. She also had a gift? Thank you, Aunt Shui. Shui Tianfei smiled. She always liked preparing small gifts for others. In the past, whenever she visited Lu Qing'an, she would bring gifts. Sometimes flowers, sometimes unique trinkets. But every time, it seemed that Lu Qing'an didn't really like them and had sternly told her not to give him gifts anymore. This time, she didn't know that Lu Zishuan had brought back a group of friends. She glanced at Moronghua and the others and said, I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare gifts for you. You can share these magic crystals. No need. We don't want them. Moronghua quickly waved her hand. However, she soon felt the gazes from Zhang Ye and the others, along with their voice transmissions. Ahua, this is a gift from Senior Shui Tianfei. Accept it. You must accept it. We don't want it. We can just keep it and look at it every day. Shui Tianfei, no need to be polite. Remember to take good care of Zishuan in the future. Okay, we will. Zhang Ye and the others vowed. This was a mission conveyed by their idol. They must do their best to complete it. Like taking care of a grandparent, to the end. Moronghua felt a bit embarrassed accepting a storage ring, but when she saw the number of magic crystals inside, she almost couldn't hold herself steady. 33 million. Moronghua didn't dare to accept such a gift and quickly pushed it to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, seeing Moronghua's strange expression, was a bit puzzled about what it meant. When she saw the number of magic crystals inside, she quickly pushed it to the next person. Thus, a few of them repeated the same action. In the end, the last person held a storage ring no bigger than a fingernail, trembling all over. She had never seen so many magic crystals. At this moment, Lu Qing'an looked at Shui Tianfei and said, Is handling the business association very troublesome? Do you need my help? Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's face lit up with surprise, and she gently covered her mouth with a smile. I didn't expect you to want to help me solve problems proactively. Aren't you afraid I'll like you even more? As soon as Shui Tianfei finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Shui Tianfei was so happy that she forgot to use voice transmission to communicate with Lu Qing'an and said it directly. When she realized her mistake, she glanced at Lu Zixuan and Moronghua, and a faint blush flashed across her delicate face like ice and snow. Then she forced herself to appear calm and turned her gaze away. Lu Qing'an felt a bit of an indescribable emotion being teased so openly by Shui Tianfei. He had been teased by her before, but it was indeed the first time he was teased like this in front of so many juniors. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao both knew that Shui Tianfei liked their father, so they exchanged a special look and didn't show any other reactions. Wang Duanshan and the others were even more aware that Shui Tianfei really liked Lu Qing'an and had pursued him for a long time, so they didn't find anything unusual. However, Moronghua and the others were completely dumbfounded. Huh, what did we just see? Their idol actually. They quickly shifted their gaze to Lu Qing'an. The person Shui Tianfei had always liked was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, right? Why is she now interested in the Solitary Demon Emperor? Moreover, isn't the Solitary Demon Emperor a disciple of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? What kind of gossip news is this? Old Xiao, is dinner not ready yet? Lu Qing'an sensed the awkward atmosphere and called out to Xiao Qingyi in the kitchen. Almost done. I'm using the three-headed six-armed technique to cook. It'll be ready in about a quarter of an hour. All right, just say if you need help. No need. The kitchen is my sacred ground. No one is allowed in. Haha, except for Miao Miao. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking to Xiao Qingyi, he turned to Zhang Ye and the others, who were still staring at him. What's wrong? Zhang Ye and the others quickly averted their gaze. Could it be that after the Eternal Night Demon Emperor disappeared, Shui Tianfei turned from love to hate and then got involved with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's disciple? Thinking of this, they felt a sense of shattered filters when they looked at Shui Tianfei. No way. Moronghua couldn't bear this news the most and stared blankly at Shui Tianfei, unable to help but ask, Senior Shui, you actually like Senior Solitary Demon Emperor? She felt her worldview collapse. The reason she liked Shui Tianfei so much was not only because of her stunning appearance and extraordinary abilities, but also because Shui Tianfei was devoted. Who in the entire demon realm didn't know that Shui Tianfei liked the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? After the Eternal Night Demon Emperor disappeared, she traveled through the demon realm's mountains and rivers, visiting every dangerous place, and even went to the immortal ruins. She returned injured. She had always had a wish in her heart. That was to hope her idol, Shui Tianfei, could find the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and achieve true love. The daughters of these powerful families often find that their destinies are not in their own hands after they grow up. They are often forced into arranged marriages, marrying men they do not love. She might also walk down this path in the future. Shui Tianfei represents a kind of belief for her. She hopes that one day she will have the courage to go against everything for the man she loves. But now, she unexpectedly discovers that Shui Tianfei is with the Dugu Demon Emperor. Huh, I like the Dugu Demon Emperor? Shui Tianfei's emotions had always been stable, but at this moment, she was momentarily stunned by Muronghua's words. Lu Zixuan covered her forehead. Dad, look, how is this going to end? Shui Tianfei frowned tightly. Who told you I like the Dugu Demon Emperor? Then why did you just say you like the senior? Moronghua didn't know where her courage came from, and she blurted it out, her eyes turning red. Seeing Moronghua glance at Lu Qing'an, Shui Tianfei blinked, her clever mind a little confused. You say he is the Dugu Demon Emperor? She quickly thought of something and looked at Moronghua as if she were looking at a little fool. Moronghua and Zhang Ye all nodded at the same time. Zhang Ye and the others also gathered their courage and had to ask what was going on. Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qing'an, squinting her eyes. With a slight smile, did you play with the younger generation? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, ahem, just teasing them. You're really bad. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and chuckled. Moronghua and the others. Just as they were trying to sort out what was happening, suddenly, they felt a figure appearing outside. When this person walked into the room, Lu Miaomiao and Lu Zixuan smiled and shouted, Brother Xian. Li Zongxuan smiled and nodded, then noticed there were many people sitting in the room, and suddenly his pace halted, his social anxiety struck again. Why are there so many people here with the master? When Moronghua and Zhang Ye saw Li Zongxuan, they were stunned. The Dugu Demon Emperor? Master? Wait, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Chapter 87. Your dad is actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Brother Xian. Come sit over here. At this moment, Lu Miao quickly made space. While she herself sat in the chair where Shui Tianfei was. Lu Zixuan also smiled and said, Brother Xian, come over and sit. Li Zongxuan glanced at the seat next to Lu Zixuan, then looked at the group of unfamiliar girls, lowered his head, and said, It's okay. I'll just stand for a while. Come sit where you should. Lu Qing'an said, All right. Li Zongxuan had no choice. Since his master spoke, he had to listen. And he sat down next to Lu Zixuan with a stiff face. Ahua, my dad was just joking with you earlier. This is the Dugu Demon Emperor, Li Zongxuan. He is also the brother I mentioned today who guided me in cultivating your family's Fenghua sword technique. Lu Zixuan introduced. Moronghua, your brother is the Dugu Demon Emperor. Your dad is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The sky is falling. How can my new friend have such a terrifying identity? Hello? Li Zongxuan awkwardly glanced at Moronghua and the others, forcing a smile and greeting them. Moronghua and the others' minds were still buzzing intensely, and upon hearing Li Zongxuan's greeting, they quickly stood up and bowed to him. We are the juniors who have met the Demon Emperor. Li Zongxuan awkwardly said, No need for that. You are Zixuan's friends, so you are my friends too. You are our friend? Oh my god. Are you joking with us? Sit down. Being together means we are fated. Lu Qing'an smiled. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Moronghua and the others quickly obeyed and sat down, their eyes returning to Lu Qing'an, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Now, you should know my imperial title, right? Lu Qing'an asked with a smile. Teasing these kids is quite fun. Shui Tianfei shook her head and smiled. Moronghua and the others nodded lightning fast. They felt relieved now. No wonder Shui Tianfei would like the Dugu Demon Emperor. It turns out they were deceived by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Goodness, if this got out, would anyone believe it? They were actually deceived by the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. What an honor this is. Wait, just as they thought of this, they suddenly realized something was off. Shui Tianfei likes the Eternal Night Demon Emperor and is now publicly expressing her feelings for him here. This is understandable. But they quickly looked at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao. The two are daughters of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. So who did the Eternal Night Demon Emperor have two daughters with? Shui Tianfei is not their mother, so their mother must be someone else. But now Shui Tianfei is expressing her love for Lu Zixuan's father in front of them. Most importantly, Lu Zixuan and the others like Shui Tianfei so much. The relationships are so complicated. Since you all know my identity, I have something to tell you. Lu Qing'an looked at them with a smile that was not quite a smile, calmly transmitting a coded voice message to them. After hearing the words in their minds, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged in Moronghua and the others' hearts. Okay. Moronghua and the others nodded at lightning speed. Good, you are all good kids. Lu Qing'an smiled. All right, little Xian, chat more with the kids. Li Zongxuan pointed at his own nose with his finger, as if asking me? You just said you were their friend, so shouldn't you chat more with friends? He specifically called his disciple over to let him interact more with others. Since there was an opportunity to help this child overcome his social anxiety, how could he let it go? Li Zongxuan. How old are you all? Li Zongxuan looked at Moronghua and the others, opening his mouth to speak, each word almost trembling out, and ultimately asked a question that left everyone in the room silent. He really has no chatting skills at all. Moronghua and the others quickly responded as if they had been summoned, each seriously stating their specific ages. 17, 15, 16. Li Zongxuan. Oh, then you all. Lu Qing'an smiled at Li Zongxuan's clumsiness, but he didn't say anything. It was indeed a bit awkward and funny, but many things are like this. The first step is very important. Once the first step is taken, many things will follow naturally. He hoped Li Zongxuan could overcome loneliness, so that even if one day he left again, this child could still live happily. No longer would he close himself off and be filled with hatred because of his disappearance. Under Lu Qing'an's guidance, everyone began to chat more easily. Lu Miao occasionally interacted with Li Zongxuan, so he gradually relaxed a bit. Laughter began to ring out. Not long after, Xiaoqingyi started having people tidy up the table and brought out delicious dishes. The huge dining table was filled with dish after dish. Moronghua and the others swallowed hard. They discovered that each dish was a spiritual food. Eating it would greatly assist their cultivation. All right, let us eat. Don't be shy, just treat this like your own home. Lu Qing'an, as the head of the family, said with a smile. All right. An hour passed. After a hearty meal, the sky outside had completely darkened. Soon, a crescent moon ascended into the heavens, and the pure moonlight spilled over the courtyard. Lu Qing'an was too lazy to instruct Muronghua and the others on the sword technique, so he let Li Zongxuan guide them instead. He also encouraged Li Zongxuan to interact more with these young people to completely overcome his social anxiety. Lu Qing'an and a group of top-tier experts, including Shui Tianfei, sat in a stone pavilion, watching the group of children play. Youth is wonderful, Xiao Qingyi sighed with a smile. What's wrong? Are you feeling old? Wang Duanshan asked. Are you not feeling old? Xiao Qingyi retorted. I am 18 every year. Wang Duanshan flexed his biceps. Still 18 every year, you're not ashamed? Xiao Qingyi replied. I'm 10 every year. Haha, that's actually not wrong. You've called me your grandson many times. Wang Duanshan suddenly thought of something and laughed. As for being a grandson, you guys have been my grandsons more than 10 times, right? Lu Qing'an teased. Wang Duanshan and Xiao Qingyi had nothing to say, as it was indeed true. Because they were used to being grandsons, Xiao Qingyi was indifferent about it. After all, being someone else's grandson is still being a grandson. Shui Tianfei covered her mouth and chuckled. He Hong also smiled. It's fun here every day. Chapter 88. Unified Equipment Artifact. As the moon grew brighter, Lu Qing'an asked Su Yuni and the others to send Muronghua and her companions back to the academy. It was too late to return, and their families would worry. After Su Yuni and the others returned to the courtyard, he called everyone to gather in front of the stone pavilion. A luminous pearl hung in the pavilion, casting light in all directions, making even the small insects in the nearby grass visible. Everyone, sit down. Lu Qing'an gestured for everyone to take a seat. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao were curious about what their father was up to. It seemed he was about to announce something important. Could it be? They quickly glanced at Shui Tianfei not far away, their eyes widening in surprise. Zixuan, come here. Lu Qing'an smiled at Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan blinked, initially thinking he was going to announce that matter, but it seemed not. Dad, what's up? Standing in front of Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan blinked her big eyes. What do you think of this armor? Do you like it? Lu Qing'an presented a complete set of silver-white armor. The armor shimmered like moonlight, with every piece perfectly symmetrical. The shoulder armor was crafted to resemble a soaring phoenix. The chest plate outlined elegant curves, and chainmail dangled from the waist like flowing tassels, both beautiful and fierce. The helmet was also perfectly symmetrical. Lu Zixuan was stunned, covering her mouth at the appearance of this perfect gift. The entire set of armor struck her heart. It was exactly her ideal type. The aura it emitted was no less powerful than the set her father had given her sister. Dad, is this really for me? What about you? Lu Zixuan hesitated to take it immediately, trying to ask. Lu Qing'an smiled. I've become so strong that it doesn't matter whether I have armor or not. With this set of armor, even ordinary peak emperor-level experts won't be able to kill you in a short time. Thank you, Dad. Lu Zixuan didn't hold back. Quickly stepped forward, hugged Lu Qing'an, and happily accepted the set of armor that perfectly matched her ideals. Upon closer inspection, she liked it more and more. It was perfectly symmetrical and white. It was simply a dream armor. Meow meow, this dagger is for you. Lu Qing'an then looked at his younger daughter. The dagger was small and exquisite, the sheath inlaid with pink crystals, and the handle wrapped in a silver ribbon. The blade glimmered coldly, incredibly sharp. Both cute and concealing its sharpness, suitable for a little girl to carry. He had already decided on the direction of his younger daughter's training. Recently, he discovered that Meow Meow was exceptionally skilled in movement techniques, so he would let her become an assassin-type expert. This dagger could be used from childhood to adulthood. Wow. So cute. Lu Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you like it? I love it so much. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Meow Meow exclaimed, immediately kissing Lu Qing'an on the cheek after receiving the dagger. Lu Qing'an felt pleased, sporting a smile of a proud father. He then turned to Sun Minzi, who had been quietly sitting. She had never expected to receive a weapon of this level. The sword given to her by Wang Duanshan was already excellent. But when she saw Lu Qing'an looking at her, she froze. Minzi, come here. Me. Sun Minzi pointed at herself, doubting she had heard correctly. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Sun Minzi was momentarily stunned until Lu Zixuan playfully pulled her up, pushing her to Lu Qing'an. This sword is for you. Sun Minzi looked at the divine sword that Lu Qing'an handed over, her mind buzzing. This? No way. Senior, I absolutely cannot accept this. She felt unworthy. Listen, if I tell you to accept it, you should accept it. At that moment, before Lu Qing'an could speak, Xiao Qingyi smiled and encouraged Sun Minzi. Lu Qing'an smiled and said, it's been forged a lot. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. But, But I'm clearly just Sun Minzi. She wanted to say more, but the next moment, Lu Qing'an's large hand rested on her shoulder. From now on, everyone here is your family. All right, put it away. Sun Minzi trembled slightly. Family, her eyes turned red, and she lowered her head, gently nodding. Thank you, senior. Child, why are you crying? All right, go back and sit down, Lu Qing'an said gently. Then, Lu Qing'an took out another sword and handed it to Shui Tianfei. When he saw Shui Tianfei about to say something, he gave her a look that silenced her. It's rare for me to give you something. Just consider it a gift from me. Okay, you're the best. Shui Tianfei smiled sweetly. Then I'll take it as a token of love. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled before looking at Su Yuni. Yuni, here, you have one too. Sis-in-law, if you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Okay, thank you, brother-in-law. Very good, you're getting more obedient. Su Yuni felt a bit strange inside. Why did it feel like brother-in-law was raising her like a daughter? At this moment, Lu Qing'an pulled out a war hammer and directly stuffed it into He Hong's hands, who was sitting next to him. Old He, see if you like it? Huh, this was prepared for me. Otherwise, I couldn't be bothered to prepare for old Wang. He only likes refining tools, and doesn't he care about these? Look at him, seeing you enjoy his creations is the biggest gift for him. Wang Duanshan smiled broadly at the words. That is true. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Then I don't mind either, He Hong laughed. What's wrong? After all these years of friendship, you don't want a gift? Well then, old man will give you a kiss, He Hong joked. You can kiss him. He and I are inseparable. Lu Qing'an quickly pointed at Xiao Qingyi. Xiao Qingyi, haha, that is not impossible. Taoist Xiao, come, give me a kiss. Okay, let us do it mouth to mouth. Xiao Qingyi said, steeling himself. He Hong. He looked at Lu Qing'an. I can't outplay him. He seems to be serious. Xiao Qingyi saw He Hong looking confused and smiled. I'm shameless. What do you have to play with me? Cough, cough, what about me? Xiao Qingyi looked at Lu Qing'an and cleared his throat twice. Unlike others who rejected Lu Qing'an, he directly asked for it. There was no choice. He had no weapons. His own weapon was stolen by Lu Qing'an's little black one. I didn't prepare anything for you. With our relationship, there's no need for gifts. No way. Are you serious? Xiao Qingyi's eyes widened. What else could it be? All right. Miscalculated. Lu Qing'an pretended not to have prepared anything for Xiao Qingyi, but ultimately couldn't hold back his laughter. Drew a sword and threw it to Xiao Qingyi. Look at your miserable state. Take it. Xiao Qingyi's eyes lit up as he quickly caught the flashing purple lightning sword. This was clearly prepared specifically for him. Haha, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Good, I really like this sword. Come on, I want to kiss you. Mouth to mouth. Xiao Qingyi stood up and walked towards Lu Qing'an. Get lost. Lu Qing'an kicked Xiao Qingyi away, then stopped playing around and looked at his disciple. Xiao Xuanzai. This armor is for you. Li Zongxuan blinked and looked at the blood-red armor exuding terrifying demonic energy that Lu Qing'an had taken out. It was surprisingly similar to the one Lu Qing'an had back in the day. Due to the lack of Tianyun Divine Gold, it was missing a helmet. But considering your strength, it doesn't matter whether you need that helmet or not. Come on, put it on and let me see. Li Zongxuan hurried over. He didn't refuse, because he genuinely liked it. Moreover, it was a gift from his most beloved and respected master. Haha, not bad. It fits perfectly, has the style of my former self. Hearing this compliment, Li Zongxuan was extremely excited. His dream was to become as strong as his master. Really? A hint of red appeared on Li Zongxuan's cheeks. Looking a bit shy? Of course, who told you to be my good disciple? Lu Qing'an patted Li Zongxuan's shoulders, his eyes filled with paternal affection. Li Zongxuan tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, but they still curved up slightly. At this moment, Lu Qing'an thought of his second son. Unfortunately, there was no Tianyun Divine Gold left, and since his second son wasn't here, there was no divine weapon to give him. To him, Li Zongxuan was also like a son. Chapter 89. You still had dinner with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor Lu Zixuan, sat next to Sun Minzi, and noticed that everyone here was very happy. But Sun Minzi seemed very sad, so she looked at Lu Qing'an. Dad, I'll take Minzi back to the room first. All right, go ahead. Lu Zixuan held Sun Minzi's hand and returned to the room. Minzi, what's wrong? Sun Minzi's eyes were still red, with a hint of tears, and she said apologetically, I didn't mean to disturb you all. I just miss my dad a bit. This place was too good. It made her feel at home. Especially just now, she saw her father's shadow in Lu Qing'an. Minzi, you can tell me anything. We're good friends. Good sisters. Seeing her good friend so sad, Lu Zixuan didn't want to go back to the stone pavilion, holding Sun Minzi's hand tightly, wanting to be a listener. Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Qing'an. Her lips moved a bit, and then she started to sob. Qing'an, I really miss my dad. Sun Minzi hugged Lu Qing'an tightly, unable to control her emotions any longer, and cried out. Lu Qing'an could feel the tears falling on her shoulder, but at this moment, she surprisingly didn't have any cleanliness issues, didn't push Sun Minzi away, and gently patted her back, softly saying, Minzi, tell me about your dad. She had only recently learned that Sun Minzi had wandered in the demon domain for a long time, always alone, without anyone to confide in, surely hiding many words in her heart. Only by speaking them out could she vent the pain that had been bottled up inside. Sun Minzi hugged Lu Qing'an tightly. The warmth she had never felt before made her cry even more emotionally. Listening to Sun Minzi's long confession, Lu Qing'an finally learned about Sun Minzi's background. It turned out that Sun Minzi's father was once one of the top experts in the demon domain. However, years ago, an incident occurred where he was forced to sacrifice all his cultivation to save some people, resulting in the complete loss of his powers and a reduced lifespan. When his lifespan was almost up, he went to a quiet place to hide, where he met Sun Minzi's mother. Sun Minzi's mother was an ordinary person without any cultivation. After experiencing some events, they eventually became partners. However, when Sun Minzi was born, her mother had a difficult labor and ultimately passed away, leaving the father and daughter to rely on each other. Sun Minzi inherited her father's talent, breaking through like drinking water, but as time went on, she became stronger and found her father growing older. She went out to search for things to extend her father's life, but none of them worked, and in the end, she watched her father's lifespan run out, dying in her arms. From then on, she became an orphan. When Lu Qing'an walked out of Sun Minzi's room, she gently closed the door behind her and noticed that others had left or returned to their rooms. Only her father was sitting in the hall waiting for her. Dad, how is she? After crying, Sun Minzi's emotions stabilized a bit, and now she had fallen asleep. Dad, how about you take Minzi as your goddaughter? Lu Qing'an sat in front of Lu Qing'an and made a request. Lu Qing'an smiled and reached out to rub Lu Qing'an's head. I didn't expect this great demon who proves his path through killing would have such a kind-hearted daughter. How nice. Please. Lu Qing'an blinked her eyes, acting cute. Lu Qing'an laughed. All right, I'll listen to you. Besides, don't you think I've already treated her like a daughter? Lu Qing'an was taken aback. You seem to treat Minzi quite well. From the first day she met her, she knew who her father was. Huh, Dad knows Minzi's father? Not very well, he's a good person. The moonlight shone brightly. One of the top forces in the demon domain, the Morong family. Morong Hua quickly flew back home, rushing to her father's room at the fastest speed. Dad! Morong Hua shouted. In the room, Morong Mei, who was sitting cross-legged practicing, was startled by his daughter's sudden shout and jumped. What's wrong? He quickly got up. His daughter was usually not the type to be so reckless. She had always been mature for her age, so this was the first time she called out to him like this. It must be something significant, most likely something life-threatening. So he didn't even bother to tidy his clothes, appearing in front of his daughter in his pajamas. Dad, there's something I need to tell you. At this moment, Morong Hua's expression was extremely serious, and after speaking, she quickly scanned the dark corners to see if anyone was nearby. What is it? Morong Mei also became serious. Dad, we need to find a place where no one can eavesdrop. If this matter gets out, our Morong family might be exterminated. Morong Hua took a deep breath. Normally, transmitting messages couldn't be overheard by others, but she was afraid that what she was about to say would shock her father so much that he couldn't help but shout. And if someone passing by heard it, that would be bad. This was about the lives of the entire family. Morong Mei widened her eyes, then quickly took her daughter back to the room and set up an array to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. All right, you can speak now. What on earth happened? And didn't you say you were going to a friend's house for dinner? Morong Hua quickly walked around her father's room to confirm there was no one else present before sitting down at the table. Dad, look at this. She took out the sword she had obtained from Wang Duanshan. This. As soon as Morong Mei sat down, he stood up abruptly, pointing at the sword on the table with a face full of disbelief. Where did you get this? This sword is even stronger than mine. It is obviously forged by Wang Duanshan. Could it be that you found it while you were out? Did someone see you? Wait, you didn't steal it, did you? Morong Hua blinked at her father's series of questions. Dad, your imagination is a bit too rich. It's not that. It was given to me by Senior Wang Duanshan. Morong Mei instantly fell silent, standing rooted to the spot, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Wang Duanshan gave it to you? Daughter, if you did something wrong, Just tell Dad. I can find a way to help you. Lying will only make things harder to resolve. He was convinced that his daughter had stolen or snatched this sword from somewhere, which would bring disaster and danger to their entire clan. Indeed, he completely disbelieved his daughter's words. How could Wang Duanshan possibly give his daughter such a sword? It was difficult for him to even meet Wang Duanshan. He had to wait in line for years. The probability of his daughter meeting Wang Duanshan was 1 in 10,000. Not to mention that someone like Wang Duanshan would give such a sword to his daughter for no reason. He felt that waking up one morning to find himself transformed into a voluptuous woman would be more likely than this probability. Dad, I'm telling the truth. You child. Why are you still lying? Chapter 90. It's over. Why did you offend this killing god? At this moment, Moronghua suddenly took out another item. Dad, look. What is this? Your Academy's student token. What about it? Morongmei looked at the identity token his daughter had taken out. Look closely here. Moronghua grinned. Emperor Bingli? Huh. This aura. It was personally engraved by Princess Xuetian. Morongmei's eyes widened as he looked at his daughter. I also met Senior Xuetian. Senior Wang Duanshan was there too. Senior Shao Qing'e was there. And even the Devil Emperor Dugu was there. Hee, there was one more person. And you definitely can't guess who. Moronghua became increasingly excited as she spoke. Today's experience was simply too amazing. Unfortunately, she couldn't tell too many people. After they guessed the identity of the Eternal Night Devil Emperor, they heard the Eternal Night Devil Emperor transmit a message to them, instructing them to keep today's knowledge. Especially about Lu Qing'an being the Eternal Night Devil Emperor's daughter, strictly confidential, only mentioning it to their closest elder. She followed the Eternal Night Devil Emperor's instructions and rushed to find her father as soon as she got back. The Eternal Night Devil Emperor even had her deliver a message to the only elder who could discuss this matter. Morongmei stood there like a withered piece of wood, completely frozen. Wang Duanshan, Xuetian, Shao Qing'e, and even Dugu. Wait, didn't you tell me you were going to a friend's house in the academy for dinner tonight? How could you encounter them? Even Dugu. Morongmei asked in shock. Suddenly, he thought of something. He recalled the words the Devil Emperor Dugu had said to him not long ago. No, you wouldn't be. Moronghua smiled and said, I did go to that friend's house for dinner. It was there that I met these seniors. I found out that this friend is related to the Devil Emperor Dugu. That's why the last time the Devil Emperor Dugu said to Dad that I was doing well, he gave our Morong family that chance. With a thud, Morongmei heavily sat down in the chair. You didn't lie to Dad? Morongmei felt his head spin. This was too shocking. What kind of luck was this? Is your friend possibly the daughter of the Devil Emperor Dugu? Morongmei suddenly asked quickly. He had asked his daughter how old this new friend was, and she had mentioned she was also in her teens. So it was very possible that the Devil Emperor Dugu had married some woman without them knowing and had a daughter. No, she is the sister of the Devil Emperor Dugu. Moronghua shook her head and smiled. Wait, a sister? Morongmei furrowed his brow. He began to think that his daughter was just teasing him. Where did the Devil Emperor Dugu get a sister from? The Devil Emperor Dugu had no parents, only elders, one of whom was the Eternal Night Devil Emperor. Realizing this, he suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, just now you said there was another person there. That's right. Dad, did you think of it? Moronghua laughed. It can't be. No way. You mean to say? Your friend is the daughter of the Eternal Night Devil Emperor? As Morongmei thought of the appearance of that great killing god, he stumbled back and fell to the ground, looking extremely disheveled. Dad, you. Morongmei quickly stood up and grabbed his daughter. Xiaohua, you didn't offend his daughter, did you? This concerns the safety of our entire clan. Morongmei trembled, recalling what his daughter had just said about something concerning their clan's lives. He was now scared. The Eternal Night Devil Emperor killed without blinking. If he wanted to kill their Morong family, he wouldn't have to do anything, just a visit, and in less than a quarter of an hour. There would be no living souls left here. No, I have a good relationship with Zishuan. Really? Haha, good. That's great. We've saved our lives. Morongmei let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dad, what's wrong with you? Moronghua blinked. I'm fine. You may not know much about the Eternal Night Devil Emperor, but I know very well that if we offend him, we're done for. No, I think the senior is really nice and friendly. Moronghua smiled. He even played with us. He almost made us misunderstand. Fun. Daughter, you have no idea how terrifying this killing god is. Xiaohua, you need to tell me in detail what happened today. Remember to be thorough. We can't miss a single detail. Morongmei was very worried, fearing that his daughter, being too naive, had offended this killing god. Moronghua nodded, seeing her father starting to believe her, and began to recount in detail what had happened to her today. After listening, Murong Mei's eyes began to shine. You even drank a lot of the demon god mother tree tea? Yes, I drank several cups. This is too awesome. Murong Mei pursed his lips. After hearing you say all this, I feel somewhat relieved. It seems the devil Emperor Dugu has reconciled with him, which is normal since they are like father and son after all. Also, you are quite lucky. He glanced at the sword his daughter had. The level and forging technique of this sword are even higher than mine. He even thought about swapping it with his daughter. Xiaohua, you must remember what I am about to say. This concerns the lives of our entire clan. Moronghua nodded seriously. From today onwards, you absolutely cannot discuss anything you saw or heard over there with anyone other than me. He was startled to hear his daughter say that Lu Qing'an had transmitted a message stating that if anyone was found spreading rumors about Lu Qing'an's daughter, he would personally come to have a chat with them. This chat can't be a normal conversation, can it? This killing god is coming to annihilate the clan. Therefore, he must remind his daughter to keep this matter tightly sealed from others. As for how his daughter's other friends are doing, that is none of their business. However, they should also be the same as them, with no one daring to speak carelessly. All right, I understand. And, from now on, you must get along well with his daughter. Your friend, you must not offend her. Everything must go along with her. Being able to be friends with her is a blessing you have cultivated for several lifetimes. It is also a blessing our Murong family has cultivated for generations. The Dugu Demon Emperor, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. As long as his daughter can maintain a good relationship with Lu Qing'an, he can latch onto the legs of these two great deities. In the future, in the demon realm, he will also be considered a big figure. All right, I got it, Dad. At the same time, among the different forces in the demon realm, similar events were occurring in several top powers as those of the Murong family. The difference was that after Zhang Ye and the others had just finished discussing the recent events with their closest elders, two powerful beings at the emperor level suddenly turned pale and fainted. Zhang Ye was anxious and in a flurry, looking at her father lying on the ground, and finally used the most primitive method, pressing her finger on her father's acupoint. Dad, don't scare me. What is wrong with you? The head of the Zhang family was in a state of chaos, feeling dazed and completely unable to hear his daughter's concerned shouts. Only echoing in his mind were a few words his daughter had said. Back at the academy, he had scolded the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 91. Goodbye, Demon God Mother Tree. The next morning, as dawn broke and the lights spread over the mountains like gauze, Shui Tianfei had spent the whole night accompanying Lu Miao Miao in her sleep and woke up early to find Lu Qing'an. I still have things to handle, so I will head back first. Shui Tianfei looked at Lu Qing'an, brushing her white hair away from her forehead, speaking gently. You really don't need my help? There's a traitor in our Chamber of Commerce, and there's nothing you can do to help. All right, then you go handle your business, and if you need me, send me a message. Can I have a hug before I leave? Lu Qing'an didn't respond. All right, I'll be going now. I'll hug you when I come back. Seeing that Lu Qing'an did not agree, Shui Tianfei smiled playfully and left the courtyard. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. After that, Lu Miao Miao and the others gradually woke up. Dad, has Aunt Shui gone back? She'll be back after she is done. Then I'll head to the academy. Give me a kiss, Dad. Miao Miao is really good. Dad, Minzi and I are also going to the academy. Lu Zixuan smiled. Lu Qing'an looked at Lu Zixuan and son Minzi, noticing that son Minzi seemed much better, so he smiled and nodded. He watched as the few of them teleported away. All right, it looks like it's just us old folks left in this courtyard. Xiao Qingyi stepped out. Lu Qing'an smiled. It's just you guys left. I'm going to the demon godmother tree. Oh, you really keep your word. Xiao Qingyi's old face lit up with joy. Are you going or not? I want to go. I don't want to hold you back. He seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and shook his head repeatedly. Lu Qing'an smiled, knowing this old fellow was scared. So, he left the courtyard, shattered the void, and in the blink of an eye, traversed half of the demon realm. Arriving at the extreme east of the demon realm, Lu Qing'an stood in the air, his robe billowing in the wind. 100 miles ahead, a towering giant tree rose from the ground, piercing the sky. That is the legendary demon godmother tree. Its trunk was as thick as a giant pillar, covered in dark purple scaly bark, each scale radiating a metallic cold light. The roots coiled like dragons, deeply embedding into the blood-colored earth, creating deep ravines wherever they went, with faint dark red mist rising. The crown of the tree obscured the sky and the sun. Its branches and leaves were not the usual green, but jet-black skeletal branches, all shrouded under a huge scarlet light shield. The treetops merged into the gray clouds, where thunder and lightning rumbled, and the occasionally striking purple-black lightning was absorbed by the branches and leaves, transforming into the strange energy flowing through its veins. Most horrifying was a seductive woman's giant face outlined in the center of the trunk, with hollow eyes gazing down at the earth. Anyone who met her gaze would feel their soul plummet into the abyss. Looking at this demon godmother tree that almost cost him his life back then, Lu Qing'an snorted coldly, taking a step forward, and had already arrived before the demon godmother tree. It's you. As Lu Qing'an approached, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from the void, exploding in the sky. Old witch, long time no see, Lu Qing'an said coldly. Damn it, what are you doing here? The voice of the demon godmother tree came from the void, filled with a sense of gritted teeth. I came to pluck some of your leaves to brew tea. What? Do you want to fight me to the death? The tone of the demon godmother tree was extremely tough. It had existed since the birth of the demon realm, being the top demon beast emperor, its strength surpassing even the peak of the emperor realm. This defiant creature wanted to fight her, but wouldn't gain much from it. When Lu Qing'an became the strongest person in the demon realm, he had fought her once, but they had not truly determined a winner. However, in terms of ruthlessness, she indeed could not compare to this fellow, and ultimately had to endure, allowing him to take away a batch of top leaves. They had also made a promise that neither could break. This time I come back, I will annihilate you like a dog. Are you sure you want to fight? Lu Qing'an chuckled lightly, then suddenly released the aura of his cultivation. Instantly, the void trembled, and all things in the world fell into dead silence at that moment. A terrifying pressure sweeping over the entire giant tree, causing the demon godmother tree to tremble violently. Impossible. Feeling Lu Qing'an's terrifying aura, the demon godmother tree doubted its own existence. What is impossible? Do you still want to fight to the death? Lu Qing'an said expressionlessly, with his hands behind his back, his long hair moving without wind. The demon godmother tree quickly replied, no fighting. Naturally, there is no need to fight. Haha. Just now I was joking with you. Look, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. This is my special way of greeting. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the awkward laughter of the demon godmother tree, Lu Qing'an snorted coldly. Over the years, have you still been deceiving others with your tests, devouring human lives? Back when he had not yet ascended to the throne, he had nearly lost his life here with Xiao Qingyi and the others. The demon godmother tree was full of treasures, especially the leaves. Plucking them to brew tea was incredibly effective for cultivation. Because of this, many powerful beings from the demon realm often came here to try to steal the leaves of the demon godmother tree, engaging in a battle of wits and courage. As a result, both sides suffered losses. After the demon tree mother suddenly proposed not to fight anymore and to set up a trial, people who passed her trial could directly obtain her leaves. Thus, there was no need for battle, and everything could be resolved peacefully. People, not wanting to take risks, happily accepted this, and for many years, many came to take the trial of the demon tree mother to obtain her leaves. Back then, Lu Qing'an was no exception, but he was unfortunate enough to encounter the hidden special means of the demon tree mother. This old demon would sometimes set traps, deliberately deceiving some people into an impossible trial, trapping them to death, and ultimately devouring their physical bodies and cultivation to become stronger. Back then, he and Xiao Qingyi were equally unfortunate, entering such a trap and unable to escape. If it weren't for a powerful expert who had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm, finding a small flaw and burning out his lifelong cultivation to help them break the trap, they would have died there. That person was also Sun Minzi's father. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, the demon tree mother felt a bit guilty, but still tried hard to sound normal. Of course not. I have always remembered the promise we made back then. If I find out you have such actions, do you know the consequences? He came this time partly because he promised Xiao Qingyi to bring back more leaves from the top of the demon tree mother, and partly because he wanted to get some interest for Sun Minzi. He didn't believe that the demon tree mother had really turned over a new leaf. Of course, said the demon tree mother. So, do I still need to pass your trial to go up and pick leaves? The demon tree mother looked at Lu Qing'an, who was now exuding a terrifying aura much stronger than hers, feeling extremely frustrated. She really couldn't understand how this guy had become so strong. But there was nothing she could do, so she had to endure it. Of course you can, Lu Qing'an said, no longer wasting words. and flew towards the top of the demon tree mother. When he entered the huge red bubble, the scene before him changed. 10 huge red bubbles appeared above him. At this moment, many people from the demon realm were inside these bubbles, undergoing the so-called trial. He glanced at the 10 huge red bubbles and soon noticed that one of the red bubbles was different from the others, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No, wait. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to enter that red bubble, a heavily made-up, alluring woman suddenly flashed out, blocking his way. It was the illusory body created by the demon tree mother. She had a tall figure, skin like dark purple crystal, long hair like black vines hanging down, with scarlet leaves at the ends. She wore a long robe woven from tree bark, with sharp bone spikes adorning the edges. What? Do I have to fight you to pass? He pretended not to know there was a problem with this bubble. No, you can just fly up without going through these trials. The demon tree mother forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Then I have to go in and experience the feeling of undergoing the trial back then? Lu Qing'an stared expressionlessly at the demon tree mother. The demon tree mother was at a loss for words, but she didn't clear the way for Lu Qing'an to pass. She knew very well what would happen once Lu Qing'an entered there. Seeing that the demon tree mother wouldn't move aside, Lu Qing'an's gaze suddenly turned cold. He was only a few steps away from her, and at that moment he stepped forward. With that step, the world suddenly shook, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the demon tree mother's true body. The illusory form of the demon tree mother flickered, as if the scene being played suddenly froze for a moment. The demon tree mother's face changed drastically. How is this possible? How did he become stronger? As Lu Qing'an took a second step, the pressure on him surged again. Bang! The illusory form of the demon tree mother suddenly knelt to the ground. The towering true body shook violently. Just as Lu Qing'an was about to take a third step, the demon tree mother could no longer withstand it and shouted, "All right, I'll let you in." As soon as her words fell, her illusory form quickly moved aside, her face filled with fear. Lu Qing'an snorted coldly and decisively walked into the huge red bubble, his figure flickering and disappearing. The demon tree mother gritted her teeth, her eyes darting around, her face full of conflict. She had to think of a way quickly. This guy had become too frightening upon his return. She couldn't do anything about him. The environment before Lu Qing'an changed, his figure gradually solidifying in the distorted light and shadow. When he completely stepped into a vast space, a cold air filled with a sense of despair rushed towards him. This was a space forcibly opened by some power, with a grayish sky hanging low, as if it would collapse onto the crowd below at any moment. Hundreds of cultivators were scattered about, some sitting cross-legged, others leaning against the cold stone walls. Their cultivation levels varied, from the lowest transformation stage to the Emperor realm, with even late-stage Emperor realm experts present. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were shrouded in the same shadow. It was the numbness after being eroded by long despair. When the spatial fluctuations came and someone stepped into this space, the crowd stirred slightly like dead water. Someone suddenly raised their head, a glimmer of hope flashing in their murky pupils, looking towards Lu Qing'an. But when they saw that the newcomer was just a young, handsome man with weak aura, that glimmer of light extinguished instantly. Another one here to die. Different voices echoed from all around. It won't be long before he shares our despair. Look at his calm demeanor. I almost don't have the heart to tell him the situation here. A few young cultivators clenched their fists weakly, while the older ones let out hoarse, bitter laughs. From a corner, there were also the sounds of an infant-like whimpering, coming from a Saint King realm cultivator whose Dao heart had collapsed, curled up in a ball. Lu Qing'an's footsteps were particularly clear in the silence, each step like treading on the stretched strings of everyone's hearts. Some mechanically made way, but their eyes penetrated through his body, looking into the void. Even the shadows here were gray. Suddenly, a few drops of thick liquid fell from the dome, hitting the ground and creating shallow pits, exuding a bloody sweetness, yet no one dodged. They had long since gotten used to it, just like they had grown accustomed to waiting for a salvation that would never come. Lu Qing'an carefully scanned the surroundings, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. It was exactly the same as before. He was too familiar with this scene. Back then, he and Shaoqing had been trapped in this space for decades. The most important thing was that this place would absorb people's cultivation power from time to time, slowly eroding everyone's hope, until some went mad and others committed acts of madness just before dying. For example, releasing their despair on others who were also trapped in this inescapable situation. Violence, abuse, and even murder, etc. It was quite calm here now, indicating that these people hadn't been trapped for long. just as Lu Qing'an was surveying the surroundings. A woman's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Fellow Taoist, unfortunately, I have some bad news for you. The woman sighed and spoke. Lu Qing'an turned to look at her. The woman was dressed in a light blue robe, her skin delicate, her eyes like autumn water, her figure like a willow. Her appearance comparable to beauties like Su Yuni. Fang Xiuhua looked at Lu Qing'an and truthfully informed him of the situation in this space. Lu Qing'an, having heard the answer he wanted, asked, There are no trials here. You were trapped after entering. How long have you been trapped? Fang Xiuhua replied. The person who has been trapped here the longest has been for over 100 years. I have been here for 30 years. Oh, what is your name? Fang Xiuhua. And your companion? Fang Xiuhua had not spoken to anyone for a long time. Everyone trapped here was deeply engulfed in despair and unwilling to talk. So she was glad to speak a few more words with someone. However, she gradually noticed that Lu Qing'an's reaction was a bit off. She did not see any sign of worry on his face. He remained eerily calm throughout. Fang Xiuhua. Lu Qing'an thought of something upon hearing her name and took a careful glance at her. Late-stage Emperor realm cultivation. If given the opportunity, she would not be far from reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. What is your relationship with the Dandaozi? Lu Qing'an asked. Dressed in a pill robe and named Fang Xiuhua, he was highly likely correct. The Dandaozi was indeed the strongest alchemist in the demon domain. Fond of wandering and without a fixed residence, he left behind a legacy and took on a disciple thousands of years ago, named Fang Xiuhua. She is my master. Fang Xiuhua replied. All right, I will save you later, and you can bring a message to him for me. How about that? Lu Qing'an said. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiuhua froze in place. Dao friend, you said you would save me. Lu Qing'an replied calmly. I came here to save you. He knew that the demon godmother tree was still engaging in the same activities and was merely using this as an excuse to trouble the demon godmother tree. Even if the demon godmother tree truly reformed, he would still find an excuse to severely punish it. Now that he had direct evidence proving that the demon godmother tree had not changed, it would no longer be as simple as just punishing it. Lu Qing'an's voice was not loud, but everyone present had considerable cultivation, and almost everyone heard him. However, when they looked at Lu Qing'an, they could not help but shake their heads. This person seemed to have learned of his situation and could not accept it, going mad instead. This place, even when they all attacked together with all their might, comparable to an attack from the peak of the Emperor realm, could not be broken. It was useless no matter who came. Moreover, the strength of the demon godmother tree here was comparable to the eternal night demon emperor. When the two fought, it shocked the entire demon domain. In the end, the eternal night demon emperor won, but the demon godmother tree did not suffer much loss. This showed the terror of the demon godmother tree. In other words, even if the eternal night demon emperor came, he might not be able to save them. Despair had completely engulfed everyone present. Dao friend, how do you plan to save us? Fang Xiuhua was momentarily surprised, but then smiled bitterly again. She still held some hope. But reason made it hard for her to believe that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of hope would appear for them. Lu Qing'an said, Just let the demon godmother tree release you. Fang Xiuhua and the others thought, Oh no, another one has gone mad. But just as they thought this, Lu Qing'an looked calmly at the void ahead. Aren't you going to come out and explain? As soon as his words fell, the illusion of the demon godmother tree appeared, its face looking as ugly as a frost-bitten eggplant. Do you still need an explanation? Didn't you already know the answer? The demon godmother tree clenched its fists. Chapter 93. Refining into treasure. The sudden appearance of the demon godmother tree caught the hundreds of people present completely off guard. Those who had been lifeless and devoid of energy just moments ago quickly stood up, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the scene before them. The demon godmother tree. Wait. He actually summoned the illusion of the demon godmother tree with a single sentence. What were they just talking about? Could it be? He really can save us out of here. A group of people were shocked by the scene before them. All despair transforming into a desire for survival at that moment. Everyone quiet. Everyone damn well be quiet. Don't disturb him. At this moment, a late-stage Emperor realm expert quickly spoke up, projecting a powerful voice that resonated in the minds of all those trapped. Hearing the transmission from this Emperor realm expert, everyone quickly closed their mouths. Now, all their hopes rested on Lu Qing'an. They did not know what was going on with Lu Qing'an, but he was evidently their last lifeline. Fang Xiuhua was completely frozen in place, staring blankly at Lu Qing'an and the illusion of the demon godmother tree that had appeared. What was happening? What on earth was happening? Could it be that he really could save them out? listening to the demon god mother tree's response, which no longer resisted. A cold smile appeared on Lu Qing'an's face. You broke the promise made back then unilaterally. Are you sure you won't give me a satisfactory explanation? The demon god mother tree took a deep breath and gritted its teeth, saying, how many of the top leaves do you want? Is it about the leaves? Lu Qing'an replied. Then what do you want me to do? The demon god mother tree was a bit frustrated, but having already experienced Lu Qing'an's powerful strength, it knew it could not fight back. The logic was not on its side either. Now it truly did not know what to do. Lu Qing'an said, I will give you two choices. One, I will destroy you. Everyone present fell silent upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words. Fang Qiuhua's eyes widened, as if she were looking at a monster. What was going on? Who on earth was he? How dare he speak to the demon god mother tree like this in the space created by it? To destroy the demon god mother tree. Even the eternal night demon emperor might not be able to do that. The thoughts of the trapped people in the demon domain mirrored those of Fang Qiuhua, their minds echoing Lu Qing'an's words, giving the demon god mother tree two choices. The first choice was to destroy the demon god mother tree. This was incredibly domineering. Who on earth was this person? The eternal night demon emperor would not dare to say such things. The demon god mother tree's fists were already clenched, its chest heaving with anger, yet it did not dare to say anything harsh. Its teeth were grinding together, and it could only speak in a highly restrained tone. What is the second choice? Do you really think I gave you a choice? What do you mean? Didn't you say there were two choices? Why don't you say the second choice? The demon god mother tree wanted to roar in anger, but reason forced it to hold back its emotions. You don't need to know what the second choice is, you just need to tell me. Do you want to live or die? At that moment, Lu Qing'an's expression was extremely cold. Without releasing any aura, he made everyone present feel a pressure in their hearts. This was an invincible aura. Who on earth was this? So damn handsome. Even the strongest Fang Qiuhua and another late-stage Emperor Realm expert present were completely captivated by Lu Qing'an's performance at that moment, turning into fans. The demon god mother tree opened its mouth, but could not say a word. This was so frustrating. But having experienced what had just happened and feeling the pressure emanating from Lu Qing'an, it had already lost the courage to fight him. She now understands where that special sword intent that suddenly appeared above the demon realm came from not long ago. It's this guy. This guy has been missing for over 1,000 years, and upon returning, how could he be so terrifyingly strong? What on earth has he experienced? If you don't answer, then I'll assume you've chosen death, Lu Qing'an said with a cold smile. No. How can you decide for me? The demon god mother tree quickly spoke up. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that. Lu Qing'an seemed to ignore the words of the demon god mother tree. Wait a minute. I don't want to die? Don't grant me that. The demon god mother tree panicked, because she realized Lu Qing'an was serious. This guy, has he come this time just to destroy her? Don't want to die? So you mean you choose to be refined into a treasure by me? Lu Qing'an asked. What? Refined into a treasure? You? How is that any different from killing me? The demon god mother tree shouted in panic. Being refined into a treasure is no different from being contracted by a powerful beast to be a watchdog. She is the demon god mother tree that has existed since the birth of the demon realm. Such humiliation, if others find out. How is it any different from being dead? Oh, then you choose death after all, and I'll grant you that. Wait. I also don't want to die. The demon god mother tree was about to cry. How did it come to this, being stuck with no way out? Looking at the demon god mother tree's tearful expression, Lu Qing'an secretly scoffed. Just crocodile tears. He originally thought about uprooting the demon god mother tree and taking all the leaves home. But after considering his current cultivation level, refining the demon god mother tree would not be difficult. He doesn't need this treasure, and he could give it to his daughters to use later. Fang Qiuhua and the group of people trapped here had fallen silent at this point. Their scalps tingled. Their worldview had been severely refreshed. The demon god mother tree was about to be made to cry. They couldn't believe they were witnessing such a scene. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to be trapped here. Just seeing this scene, they would have stories to tell for the rest of their lives. This is the demon god mother tree, a terrifying being that has existed since the birth of the demon realm. Is there no third option? I'm begging you, demon god mother tree. Regardless of whether there are others here, unable to fight back, she could only lower her face and plead. Lu Qing'an completely gave the demon god mother tree no chance. You have one breath's time to consider, and you can also use this time to say your last words. The demon god mother tree, the entire space suddenly fell silent. One breath's time is not long, but in the hearts of the crowd, it became extremely long. They saw the demon god Mother Tree's expression start to become extremely conflicted. Time's up. A voice as cold as death sounded. I accept being refined. The demon god Mother Tree closed her eyes, accepting her fate. You are perceptive. Show your core. After Lu Qing'an's words, a dark red light sphere suddenly appeared before the demon god Mother Tree. This light sphere pulsated like a heart, beating violently. Lu Qing'an narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, the Eternal Night Emperor ring appeared behind him, sealing the entire space with endless demonic energy in an instant. Everyone present felt they had entered a realm devoid of sensations, unable to see or perceive anything, only feeling a sense of submission to the mysterious threat in their consciousness. Boom! Endless demonic energy surged toward the core of the demon god Mother Tree. The demon god Mother Tree let out a painful howl. The towering giant tree trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped by a massive amount of demonic energy, turning into a black sphere. This lasted for exactly 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the demonic energy suddenly converged into the body of the demon god Mother Tree. In an instant, everything returned to calm. The demon god Mother Tree disappeared from its original spot amidst this massive change. The land where the demon god Mother Tree had grown was left with a huge pit. Lu Qing'an and all the powerful beings in the demon realm present stood high in the air. These people quickly turned to look at Lu Qing'an. At this moment, Lu Qing'an's robes fluttered, his long hair danced, and his right hand rested on his chest, palm up. A small, glowing red tree floated above it. After shrinking, it looked quite cute. Lu Qing'an murmured. Fang Xiuhua, standing beside him, looked at Lu Qing'an at this moment and felt her legs go a bit weak, wanting to kneel before him. Chapter 94. Planting in the yard. The sky was eerily quiet. No one dared to speak at this moment, until Lu Qing'an put away the demon god Mother Tree and turned to look at Fang Xiuhua. Fang Xiuhua quickly reacted, performing an extremely standard action. She placed her hands on her legs, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." After Fang Xiuhua's voice rang out, the group of people who had been trapped nearby quickly reacted, following Fang Xiuhua in expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." The voices echoed in all directions of the sky. Lu Qing'an paid no attention to anyone other than Fang Xiuhua, his gaze fixed solely on her. He took out a sound transmission jade slip. "Let us exchange our sound transmission marks." Fang Xiuhua blinked. "This is..." She swiftly took out a sound transmission jade slip and respectfully presented it with both hands. After Lu Qing'an left his sound transmission mark inside, he said, "How do you plan to repay me for saving your life?" Fang Xiuhua was stunned again. Repay? She now had 2 choices. One was to work like a slave to repay. The other was to offer herself. She glanced at Lu Qing'an's exceptionally handsome face, her lips curling up slightly. "The second choice is quite good. I am a 10th grade alchemist, and if Senior needs me, I am willing to forever refine pills for you free of charge." She knew that someone of this level of strength didn't lack women, so she didn't voice her true feelings. The reason Lu Qing'an asked this question was purely to guide Fang Xiuhua toward the answer he wanted. "Can you contact your master? If you can, have him visit the sky above Demon Lin City, and consider that your repayment to me," Lu Qing'an transmitted to Fang Xiuhua. Fang Xiuhua blinked, then quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll do my best." Mainly, she wasn't sure if she could contact her master. That old man had been traveling for many years and hadn't returned home even once. She suspected that even after many years of her dying here at the demon god Mother Tree, her master wouldn't be able to find her corpse. Lu Qing'an nodded. "Then I'll wait for your good news. I'm leaving now." "Wait, Senior, could you tell me your name? If my master asks, I can tell him too." Fang Xiuhua looked at Lu Qing'an with eager eyes, sparkling with starlight. She had become a little fan of Lu Qing'an. So handsome, so strong. How can there be such a strong person? What she said at this moment was half true and half false. Mainly because she really wanted to know who this existence was. So powerful, she had never heard of him before. Lu Qing'an smiled and asked, "Who do you think I am? I can't guess your strength. It seems to be stronger than that of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. But if I had to guess, I could only think of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Fang Xiuhua, who is quite insecure." Lu Qing'an did not give a precise answer. Only casually said, "If he is unwilling to meet, tell him that the one who shaved his head is looking for him." After saying this, he did not want to waste any more words, shattered the void, and stepped inside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fang Xiuhua was left in a daze. For her master, That long hair was more important than life. Once Lu Qing'an left, the people present finally regained their senses. However, there was still no sound in the sky, until everyone looked towards the original location of the demon godmother tree, where the towering giant tree was no longer visible. Only a massive pit remained on the ground, causing their throats to roll with disbelief. Whoosh! Just then, a series of whooshing sounds echoed around. The people present quickly looked around. Unbeknownst to Wen, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. They stood with their hands behind their backs, surveying the situation below. They were the peak experts of the Emperor realm who were relatively close by. Upon noticing the anomaly, they rushed over at the fastest speed. When they saw that the place where the demon godmother tree once stood was now empty, even these powerful figures could not help but have their pupils tremble. What on earth happened? Buzz. The next moment, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. When everyone looked, they saw a thin figure, exuding terrifying demonic energy, stepping out of the black hole, with an imperial ring floating behind him. Upon seeing this, even many recently arrived peak experts of the Emperor realm bowed in respect. They had seen the Dugu demon emperor. Fang Xiuhua and the others quickly followed suit, bowing respectfully. Li Zhongshuan ignored these people and looked down at the pit. The demon godmother tree was already gone. After carefully sensing the residual demonic energy in the area, he smiled. It seemed that the master had just left not long ago. Truly worthy of him, even the demon godmother tree could be refined. His eyes sparkled with admiration. In the quiet courtyard of Demon Lin City, Lu Qing'an quietly appeared. After returning to the courtyard, he waved his hand, and the small demon godmother tree appeared. He glanced around the courtyard and finally fixed his gaze on the edge of the pond. There was a flat patch of grass there, so with a gentle wave of his hand, the demon godmother tree transformed into a red light, landing on the edge of the pond and gradually growing into a normal-sized tree. The entire tree was about 3 men tall, with a crown full of red leaves, exuding a faint fragrance. Interesting, I didn't expect the refined demon godmother tree to have such an effect. This is a big gain. It will greatly assist my daughters in their future cultivation. Watching the demon godmother tree take root, Lu Qing'an felt a special effect it possessed. Within a radius of about 30 feet from where the demon godmother tree was rooted, anyone who sat there to cultivate would have their comprehension ability increased dozens of times. If he had had such a treasure back then, he could have become the eternal night demon emperor much faster. Lu Qing'an smiled and walked into the house. As he entered, Xiao Qingyi, who was busy in the kitchen with something, quickly came out. He was holding a peculiar-shaped snack and looked at Lu Qing'an. You're back so soon? Where are the leaves of the demon godmother tree? Do you have 5 pounds? Lu Qing'an did not answer Xiao Qingyi's question, but instead looked at the item in his hand and asked, What is that? It looks quite tasty. And it has a milky aroma. Just something I was experimenting with to create new snacks for Miao Miao. Hey, what about the leaves of the demon godmother tree? Xiao Qingyi asked. Lu Qing'an sat down and said, I didn't pick any. You can go pick as many as you want. Xiao Qingyi replied. If I could go pick them, I would have done it already. How many do you think I should pick? You think the demon godmother tree grows right at my doorstep? Xiao Qingyi was speechless, then suddenly thought of something and said, she couldn't have gotten stronger again. Could she? Even you can't deal with her now, right? He thought Lu Qing'an would definitely bring back more than 5 pounds of demon godmother tree leaves. It indeed grows right at your doorstep. What nonsense are you talking about? It grows at my. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something and quickly ran outside. Then, he transformed into a gust of wind and returned to the room in an instant, staring wide-eyed at Lu Qing'an, his mouth moving but unable to say anything. Seeing the shape of Xiao Qingyi's mouth, Lu Qing'an smiled calmly. Unsurprisingly, what Xiao Qingyi wanted to say was probably you got it. Chapter 95. The highest praise for a man after a moment of shock. Xiao Qingyi regained his composure and quickly approached Lu Qing'an, laughing loudly. I thought you would only bring back a few pounds of leaves, but you actually brought back the entire demon godmother tree. He was now extremely impressed with Lu Qing'an, truly a man he recognized. In the past, both he and Lu Qing'an had been disgusted by the demon godmother tree, to the point where he didn't want to see it again due to some psychological trauma. Now, seeing the demon godmother tree refined and obediently planted in his courtyard, it was simply exhilarating. Revenge achieved. He wanted to throw a grand feast to celebrate for several days and nights. Lu Qing'an remained calm and said, Aren't you tired of drinking the tea made from your cherished tea leaves? Tired of what? You can take whatever you need in the future. No need to inform me. Xiao Qingyi smiled broadly, giving off a very generous vibe. In reality, he knew that Lu Qing'an didn't like being indebted to others. He would return what he took, even in multiples. He even hoped Lu Qing'an would take more. Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. Just then, He Hong and Wang Duanshan, who were discussing refining techniques in the room, came out due to Xiao Qingyi's loud voice. What's going on? Wang Duanshan looked at Xiao Qingyi, noticing his jubilant expression, and asked in confusion. It had been a long time since he had seen Xiao Qingyi so happy. Xiao Qingyi smiled at Wang Duanshan. Old Wang. I just went to the Demon Godmother tree and had a big showdown, refining the Demon Godmother tree and bringing it back to plant in the courtyard. Wang Duanshan exclaimed, just you? He quickly looked at Lu Qing'an. Did you really refine it and bring it back here to plant? Wang Duanshan swallowed hard, shocked by the news. That was the Demon Godmother tree. Back then, in the demon domain, there were two great bullies that no one dared to provoke. One was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and the other was the Demon Godmother tree. The Demon Godmother tree was subdued. Cough cough, I did. Xiao Qingyi wanted to show off. In front of the Demon Godmother tree, you're nothing. How could you say it was you? You're really shameless. Wang Duanshan rolled his eyes at Xiao Qingyi. If you want to drink tea, just go to the courtyard and pick the leaves. Lu Qing'an did not answer directly, but told Wang Duanshan to go pick the leaves if he wanted tea. Oh my gosh! Wang Duanshan exclaimed, quickly heading outside to witness history. He Rong didn't understand the situation with the Demon Godmother tree, but seeing Wang Duanshan's surprised expression made him curious. What could possibly cause this proud master blacksmith to act this way? So he followed him outside to check. When He Rong appeared in the courtyard, Wang Duanshan was already standing by the pond, looking up at the Demon Godmother tree, which was covered in red leaves, like a sand sculpture. TSK, 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 TSK. He shook his head, making sounds of surprise. Impressive. The Demon Godmother tree has become like this. Truly impressive. Moreover, he didn't expect that the Demon Godmother tree had such an effect. He could feel his mind becoming exceptionally clear and his thoughts operating extremely quickly, which was evidently related to the Demon Godmother tree. Within this range, comprehension could be enhanced. He quickly returned to the house. You're something else. He gave Lu Qing'an a thumbs up. This was the highest compliment a man could give another man. Lu Qing'an smiled and took out a storage ring, tossing it to Wang Duanshan. By the way, I found something under the Demon Godmother tree. Take a look at this material. Do you recognize it? Wang Duanshan took the storage ring, probed it with his senses, and his eyes brightened. Wait, are you saying this material is from under the Demon Godmother tree? Lu Qing'an nodded. When he refined the Demon Godmother tree, he discovered that a mass of metal material, about the size of a small courtyard, was entwined around the roots of the Demon Godmother tree. This metal felt somewhat weaker than the heavenly meteor divine gold, but not by much. It should still be suitable for forging weapons, just slightly weaker than the divine weapons they possessed. Moreover, there was a large quantity of this metal, enough to forge many weapons. It could equip hundreds of strong individuals. Goodness, this is the strongest metal material on Songyun continent outside of the heavenly meteor divine gold. I seriously suspect that the birth of the Demon Godmother tree is also related to this material. Lu Qing'an nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. The Demon Godmother tree has existed for a long time, and no one knows exactly when it came into being. Some even say it existed when the Demon Godmother tree was born on Songyun continent. The fact that the Demon Godmother tree has such powerful strength and has developed to its current height may indeed be due to this metal material. For example, the Demon Godmother tree might have originally been just a small tree, growing right above this metal, continuously drawing power from it, which allowed it to become more robust. How do you plan to use this piece of metal? Wang Duanshan asked. You all can decide. It's quite large. If you have anything you want to forge, feel free to do so. Lu Qing'an looked at He Rong and smiled, saying, Old He, take it to practice your skills. He Rong then took the storage ring, probed with his senses, and upon seeing the massive metal inside, couldn't help but swallow a few times. Goodness, a dream material for a blacksmith. Haha, then I'll really take it to practice, He Rong said. Lu Qing'an casually nodded. Just then, someone walked out of the void outside. It was Li Tsongxuan. After dealing with the matters over there, he came here. As soon as he appeared in the courtyard, his gaze was immediately drawn to the Demon Godmother tree by the pond, and he couldn't help but smile. As expected of my master, he entered the house. Master, Lu Qing'an nodded. Master, what you did just now should let many people know that you have returned. Li Tsongxuan smiled. Many people are already speculating that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor did this. Lu Qing'an said calmly, "Just spread the word that I have been in seclusion all these years. And now I have successfully completed my training and come out of seclusion again. It's time for the demon domain to know that I have returned. All right, I'll have my subordinates spread the word." You have quite a few subordinates now. Since the demon god mother tree has many leaves, if you need, pick some to take back as gifts. Lu Qing'an said. Is that necessary? Li Zongxuan hesitated when he heard about giving gifts. He dreaded doing such things the most. Lu Qing'an said this to encourage Li Zongxuan to interact more with others. He couldn't just be familiar with him. At that moment, he thought of something and smiled with a fatherly expression. Don't you have a crush? Listen to your master. Send a pound of demon god mother tree tea leaves over. I guarantee it will convey your feelings. Li Zongxuan blinked, a blush appearing on his face. Master, I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Qingyi and the others immediately found seats and looked at Li Zongxuan with great interest. Especially Xiao Qingyi, who seemed to have pulled out a watermelon from somewhere behind, sliced it into pieces, and, with a mischievous grin, began to eat. Chapter 96. Old bachelors teach how to pursue women. Don't be shy. Come on. Let your master hear about it. Lu Qing'an looked at the bashful Li Zongxuan, and his smile grew even more pronounced. He finally understood why many parents in modern times always asked about their children's romantic status when they came home for the holidays. It was this feeling, hoping their children were doing well and wanting to help them out. He had experienced a failed marriage, but that didn't prevent him from giving his disciple good advice and guidance in life. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Qing'an and the others, Li Zongxuan realized that his behavior had betrayed his inner thoughts and could only weakly say, I feel like she doesn't have much interest in me. Directly sending tea leaves feels a bit inappropriate. Whose child is this? My disciple is so powerful and handsome. How could there be no women who like him? Lu Qing'an chuckled, patted Li Zongxuan's shoulder, and said, Little Xian, you need to be more confident. Although in terms of charm, you are indeed slightly inferior to me. In the entire demon domain, only I am stronger than you. So as long as you like her, I believe she definitely likes you too. With Li Zongxuan's strength, the only time he lacked confidence was in matters of the heart. What your master said is absolutely right. As a man, I can confidently say you are charming. In terms of male charm, you are one of the only two who rank ahead of me. Xiao Qingyi said seriously. Wang Duanshan looked at Xiao Qingyi speechlessly. Am I not as handsome as you? Xiao Qingyi felt Wang Duanshan's gaze and seemed to know what he was thinking to himself, with your rough appearance. How can you compare to me? Encouraged by Lu Qing'an and the others, Li Zongxuan finally spoke up. She is the holy maiden of the Blood Phoenix sect. Upon hearing the name Blood Phoenix sect, Lu Qing'an raised an eyebrow. The Blood Phoenix sect is among the top forces in the demon domain, ranking among the very best. In terms of overall strength, they are in the top 3 of the demon domain. In terms of the number of Emperor Realm experts, they are in the top 2. There are as many as 5 peak Emperor Realm experts. So it turns out she is the holy maiden of the Blood Phoenix sect. Lu Qing'an murmured. If the Blood Phoenix sect hasn't changed its holy maiden in the past 1,000 years, then he knows who this holy maiden is. The strongest prodigy of the Blood Phoenix sect throughout its history, in terms of talent and strength, is only slightly weaker than his disciple. She had already broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm over 20 or 30,000 years ago, and he had interacted with this holy maiden of the Blood Phoenix sect twice. She is a few thousand years older than his disciple, so his disciple seems to like older women. Xiao Qingyi said, This holy maiden of the Blood Phoenix sect is indeed worthy of you, kid. Not bad, not bad. Li Zongxuan lowered his head, his cheeks completely flushed. In that moment, he looked nothing like a demon emperor. Instead, he resembled a pure-hearted young man. Even scratching his head shyly, Lu Qing'an, seeing his disciple like this, shook his head and smiled. It seemed he really liked the saintess of the Blood Phoenix sect. Their identities, statuses, and strengths were a perfect match for his disciple. It was a good match. However, there was one issue, that incident from years ago. He wondered if it would affect this matter with Xiao Xuanji. Lu Qing'an's heart sank as he pondered. He had killed a peak Emperor Realm expert from the Blood Phoenix sect back then. However, the Blood Phoenix sect had never bothered him about it since. Thus, his relationship with the Blood Phoenix sect had been one of mutual non-interference, but he was still worried that the events from years ago might have some impact now. Xiao Xuanji, how's your contact with the Blood Phoenix sect these days? Lu Qing'an tried to ask. It's quite good. The Demon Palace has a business deal with the Blood Phoenix sect, and because of this deal, I have had some interactions with her, Li Zongxuan replied. Oh, that's great. It seems that incident from years ago shouldn't have much of an impact now. So, listen to your master and bring back a few pounds of leaves next time you meet her, and give them as a gift, Lu Qing'an said. Girls generally like gifts. And with his disciple's pure-hearted demeanor, any normal woman would be able to guess his feelings. As long as they spent more time together and liked each other, they would surely understand each other's feelings. That's right, pursuing a girl is actually quite simple. Just learn from your Aunt Shui, be persistent, and you'll succeed. Xiao Qingyi laughed heartily. Then I'll give it a try, Li Tsingshuan said shyly. Time passed quietly, and a group of people chatted until evening. Li Tsingshuan wanted to escape, but he couldn't get away from these old demons' clutches, as a bunch of old bachelors crazily transmitted techniques for pursuing women to him. Until a cheerful and adorable voice called out from outside. Lu Qing'an and the others finally stopped. Daddy, Meow Meow is back. Lu Qing'an's lips curled up, and a smile spread across his face. Lu Meow Meow completely failed to notice the new tree by the pond, as she ran into the house holding a wooden box. Meow Meow, you're back? Come, Grandpa Xiao has prepared some new snacks for you. See if you like them, Xiao Qingyi said with a warm smile, his face full of anticipation. Grandpa Xiao, I have some really delicious snacks today. You should try them too, Lu Meow Meow said. Really? Xiao Qingyi responded. Lu Qing'an looked at the wooden box in his daughter's hand and, upon seeing its contents, had a strange expression. Is this popcorn? Does this world even have such things? Lu Meow Meow stuffed a piece of popcorn into Xiao Qingyi's mouth. Oh, this stuff is pretty good. It has a corn flavor, Xiao Qingyi frowned. He felt that the snacks he had painstakingly prepared today had been instantly overshadowed. Meow Meow, where did this come from? Did your Aunt Shui get it? Lu Qing'an asked. No, it's from a little chubby kid in the academy, Lu Meow Meow replied. Little chubby kid? Have you made a new friend at the academy? This little chubby kid insisted on calling me big sister after I beat him up. I ignored him. But then he found out I liked delicious food and brought me this snack called Rice Krispie from his family, and then I accepted him as a little brother. Haha, Meow Meow. You're even a big sister now? This little chubby kid seems to have some insight. Xiao Qingyi laughed. Lu Qing'an said, bring him over for dinner sometime. I need to see what kind of kid he is. Did he recognize your specialness and want to call you big sister? With the appearance of popcorn, who knows? He might even be a time traveler. He thought he could assess the kid's soul condition later. I don't want to bring him for dinner. He's fat and dirty. And he's still got a runny nose at this age. It's embarrassing to recognize him as my little brother. Lu Meow Meow said. Then why did you accept him as your little brother? Lu Qing'an laughed. Isn't it because of this Rice Krispie? Lu Meow Meow pouted. Lu Qing'an chuckled, then asked. Where's your sister? She's still over by the time returning Demon Willow. She should be teleporting back soon. Just as Lu Meow Meow finished speaking, a teleportation portal appeared outside. Su Yuni and the other three appeared in the courtyard. As soon as the three appeared, they were instantly attracted by the suddenly appeared mother tree of the demon god in the yard, especially Sun Minzi, who froze in place upon seeing the mother tree. Her eyes gradually turned red, and she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni were just surprised by the mother tree of the demon god when they suddenly noticed Sun Minzi's emotional change. Both of them stunned for a moment before quickly approaching to show concern. Minzi, what's wrong with you? Lu Zixuan asked, placing a hand on Sun Minzi's waist. Clearly, after experiencing last night's heartfelt release, Sun Minzi had been in a noticeably better mood at the academy today, so how could she be crying as soon as she returned? Sun Minzi tightly hugged Lu Zixuan and cried, Zixuan. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 97. From now on, you are my third daughter. Lu Zixuan was even more confused, but still gently patted Sun Minzi's back. Minzi, I didn't do anything. You don't have to thank me. She thought Sun Minzi was recalling last night's events and missing her father, so her gratitude was likely for her attentive listening. Sun Minzi would never forget the aura of the mother tree of the demon god. This tree before her was definitely the mother tree of the demon god. Ever since she learned why her father lost his cultivation, she had carried an unresolved knot in her heart. After her father's death, she would visit the mother tree of the demon god every year, watching it from afar, hoping that one day she would have enough strength to destroy it. Now, seeing her father's murderer finally receive the punishment he deserved, she could no longer suppress the emotions that had been building up for years. Her father in the heavens would surely be very happy. Zixuan, Minzi, come in, came Lu Qing'an's voice from inside the house. Hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Sun Minzi quickly looked toward the house, hurriedly stopping her crying, wiping her tears, and adjusting her state. She followed Lu Zixuan into the house. and when she saw Lu Qing'an again, she decisively knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Senior, for avenging my father." Lu Zixuan was still puzzled by Sun Minzi's sudden gratitude. But upon seeing this scene, she became even more bewildered. "This is..." Xiao Qingyi looked at Sun Minzi, then glanced at Lu Qing'an. Seeing that Lu Qing'an seemed to have made a decision, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Minzi, quickly call him foster father." Xiao Qingyi laughed. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room suddenly fell silent, and a group of people looked at Xiao Qingyi in confusion. Only Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi and shook his head with a smile. This old guy understood him too well. He even suspected that Xiao Qingyi had some mind-reading abilities. Lu Zixuan blinked, and then her face lit up with joy. "Foster father? Ah, really?" Lu Qing'an looked at Sun Minzi, who was currently silent and lost in thought, and smiled. "What's wrong? Am I not worthy to be your foster father?" Sun Minzi quickly reacted, vigorously shaking her head like a rattle drum. "No, of course not. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you." Lu Qing'an smiled. "Then what are you hesitating for?" Sun Minzi wanted to quickly call out adoptive father, but she couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why do you want to take me as your adoptive daughter?" I don't quite understand." At this moment, she glanced at Lu Zixuan, doubting whether it was Lu Zixuan who had asked for this on her behalf. Lu Qing'an replied, "Firstly, it has to do with Zixuan. You have a good relationship with her, and she asked me to recognize you as my adoptive daughter. Secondly, it relates to your father." "My father?" Upon hearing this, the longing for her father made her eyes red again. "I met your father once, and I have received his kindness. This is also why I wanted you to be my daughter's friend when I first saw you." Lu Qing'an did not hide anything. If it weren't for Sun Minzi's father sacrificing his cultivation to create an opportunity for their escape, it would have been very difficult for them to get out of that place. Hearing this, tears streamed down Sun Minzi's face again. She remembered something her father had said. When she was only 5 years old, her father held her to watch the sunset. She asked her father what he was most proud of in his life. Her father said, "Before losing all my cultivation, I fought alongside a rising star." "Adoptive father!" Sun Minzi cried out. Lu Qing'an smiled and, with a wave of his hand, lifted Sun Minzi up. "Good. From now on, you are my third daughter, Lu Qing'an. If you suffer any grievances in the future, tell your adoptive father, and I will help you." Sun Minzi nodded vigorously while crying. At this moment, her eyes were blurred with tears, and she vaguely saw a familiar figure in Lu Qing'an, her father. She saw her father smiling proudly at her. All right. Another happy event today. Enough talk. Tonight, I will cook you all a dozen delicious dishes. Let's celebrate," Xiao Qingyi said with a smile. Haha, don't finish cooking too quickly. I'm going to rush to make a set of armor." Wang Duanshan laughed as he looked at He Hong. "Brother He, let's go. Help your brother out." "All right." Lu Qing'an watched this scene, and his smile grew even wider. At the same time, when Li Zongxuan sent a message to his subordinates about the eternal night demon emperor having been in seclusion for 1,000 years and now having emerged, it caused a sensation in different places in the demon domain, especially after the news spread that the eternal night demon emperor had suddenly gone to the demon godmother tree and refined it into a treasure. Various powerful forces in the demon domain urgently held a meeting. Those forces that had been brainwashed by Li Zongxuan over the past 1,000 years, believing he was stronger than the eternal night demon emperor, fell silent. The fact that the eternal night demon emperor could refine the demon godmother tree at will spoke volumes about his terrifying strength. Fortunately, from the current situation, it seemed that the eternal night demon emperor still had a good relationship with the Duga demon emperor. The fact that the news of the eternal night demon emperor's emergence was spread by Li Zongxuan's subordinates was enough to prove that their master-disciple relationship was still quite good. Those forces that had flipped to Li Zongxuan's side breathed a sigh of relief. However, some forces still felt a bit worried, especially those who had grievances with the eternal night demon emperor in the past. Even if a long time had passed, and they had been accounted for by the eternal night demon emperor, found themselves anxious once again. The fact that even the demon godmother tree could be refined showed that the eternal night demon emperor had become even stronger after his seclusion. With the emergence of this killing god, another storm of bloodshed was inevitable. All the major forces quickly convened meetings, advising all the elders and young people within their factions to be careful and cautious in the near future. Do not be too ostentatious. Thus, the name of the killing god once again resounded throughout the demon domain. The atmosphere of the entire demon domain changed completely because of one person. In the top family of the demon domain, the Zhang family. The family head was holding a family meeting. We all understand what you said, and we will definitely act low-key in the near future. Everyone present said seriously. The family head of the Zhang family nodded. All right, let's disperse. A group of elders from the Zhang family looked at the family head, who was speaking with a slight tremor and an odd expression. The sudden strong emergence of the eternal night demon emperor, who had refined the demon godmother tree, was indeed a big deal. However, their Zhang family had not offended this killing god, so why did the family head appear so fearful? After thinking it over, they felt relieved. After all, their family head was at the peak of the emperor realm, and it was inevitable that he might encounter the eternal night demon emperor in the future. Feeling a bit worried was normal. After all, this was a killing god who could refine even the demon godmother tree. Family head, the young lady has returned. At this time, a maid quickly reported. Upon learning that his daughter had returned from the academy, the family head of the Zhang family transformed into a beam of light and left the meeting hall at the fastest speed. Everyone disperse. Only one sentence lingered in the air. The family head of the Zhang family quickly arrived in front of his daughter, Zhang Yue. He saw that his daughter's brows were tightly knit, and she seemed to have not handled the situation well, causing his heart to skip a beat, nearly scaring him into fainting. Rebellious daughter. You didn't get her forgiveness, did you? His body trembled even more violently. After the news of the eternal night demon emperor refining the demon godmother tree spread, why did he speak with a tremor? He could guarantee that in the entire demon domain, any top powerhouse who knew that his daughter might have offended the eternal night demon emperor's daughter would not be able to act better than him. He was already considered a top-level, composed old man. Chapter 98. No one the eternal night demon emperor can kill. Zhang Yue was still frowning and quickly said, how should I put it? It seems like she forgave us, but it also seems like she hasn't fully forgiven us. Did she forgive us or not? The family head of the Zhang family felt a mess in his heart upon hearing his daughter's words. Can't you give a definite answer? Zhang Yue pouted and said, today, when I went to the academy and saw Zishuan, I immediately knelt down to her as you said. I didn't expect that Lu Qing'an and the others would kneel down just like me, as if they had all agreed. Could they not kneel? Their elders are probably even more daunting than your father. And then, what did she say? Zhang Yue said honestly. She was silent for a while, then quickly used her cultivation to lift us up. We refused and knelt again, apologizing and asking for her forgiveness. Then she hurriedly said that we are Ahua's friends. So she wasn't angry with us. So, father, doesn't that mean she has forgiven us? At that moment, she felt that Lu Zishuan should have forgiven them. But when they sent Lu Zishuan to the time-reversing demon willow, they waved goodbye, and Lu Zishuan did not look at them. Did she really say she wasn't angry with you? The family head of the Zhang family's eyes brightened as he grasped his daughter's hand and asked. That's what she said. The family head of the Zhang family asked again. After that, when you followed her, did she show any impatience towards you? It seemed not. But when we sent her through the teleportation, she didn't say goodbye to us, Zhang Yue said bitterly. The family head of the Zhang family relaxed a little. It should be that you changed too suddenly, and she didn't have time to react. Since she still allowed you to approach her, there should be room for the situation to turn around. Is that so? Then what should I do next? Zhang Yue blinked her eyes. You should continue to maintain a good relationship with Miranghua and treat her well. No matter what she asks you to do, just do it. As long as she is willing to take you to her home next time, after you meet her father, kneel down and apologize. The head of the Zhang family strategized. Do I still have to kneel? Zhang Yue's lips twitched. Do you know about the demon godmother tree? The head of the Zhang family asked. Of course. What's up? Her father just refined the demon godmother tree today. The head of the Zhang family directly stated what had just happened without lecturing his daughter. Zhang Yue's mouth dropped wide open, big enough to fit a fist. On the other side, in the ancient demon mansion, after Lu Qing'an returned home, she immediately ran to her grandfather's cultivation cave in the back mountain. As soon as she arrived at the cave entrance, a white-haired old man rushed out in a hurry. What happened? Grandpa, I knelt down, and Zishuan personally said she forgave us, but it seems she is still unwilling to communicate with us too much for now. As long as she forgave you, that's good. It's normal to keep a distance for now. You should continue to maintain a good relationship with her. But remember not to provoke her again. After all, the daughter of the god of death can be quite ruthless. Okay, Lu Qing'an quickly nodded, then suddenly noticed something and looked at her grandfather in surprise, asking, Hey, Grandpa, why do I feel like you're a bit different today? The old man coughed lightly and said, Did you notice? Your cultivation aura has suddenly stabilized. Is your Tao heart stable? Lu Huijuan's face was filled with excitement. The old man stroked his white beard, took a deep breath, and nodded with a smile. It stabilized. What exactly happened? This is wonderful. The old man's mood was also quite complex at this moment. Not long ago, he heard news from his son that the eternal night demon emperor suddenly appeared at the demon god mother tree and refined it. This news shocked him so much that his scalp went numb. The demon god mother tree. They, as strong beings of this level, knew very well how powerful the demon god mother tree was. Back then, the eternal night demon emperor fought the demon god mother tree with all his might. And it was at most a 40 to 60 split, unable to truly injure the demon god mother tree. Now, hearing that the eternal night demon emperor had been in seclusion for 1,000 years and reappeared, he had actually become strong enough to refine the demon god mother tree at will. This was simply inhuman. He had initially lost his Tao heart because of the eternal night demon emperor, but now, after hearing this news, his Tao heart had stabilized. How to put it? Although he had been tormented by the eternal night demon emperor back then, this guy was someone who could refine even the demon god mother tree. He had once fought with such a being and had not been killed. He was one of the few who could still be alive after facing the eternal night demon emperor. This was quite impressive. This could be bragged about. What kind of unstable Tao heart was there? Xiaojun, cough cough, I need to tell you something. Actually, your grandpa is someone who even the eternal night demon emperor cannot kill. Huh. Looking at her grandfather's proud expression, Lu Huijun was stunned, her big eyes blinking repeatedly. In a grand hall within the immortal ruins, Su Qing'an looked at the old man in front of her and smiled, saying, "Friend Hong, if you lower the price a bit more, I'll buy this armor. How about it? Friend Su, this armor is made with my lifelong skills. It took a lot of time and many top-grade materials to create. 3,000 pieces of top-quality spirit stones is already the lowest price. All right, how about this? I can only take out 2,500 top-quality spirit stones for now, and I'll give you the rest later." Fine. After obtaining a piece of top-grade armor from the strongest blacksmith in the immortal ruins, Su Qing'an flew towards Su Xuanyu's residence. "Little brother, how is your recovery today?" Su Xuanyu, who was imagining a wonderful life after entering the demon domain, quickly came back to his senses upon seeing his sister arrive. "I can walk normally now." Looking at his sister, Su Xuanyu had mixed feelings. After thinking about it, he had somewhat forgiven his sister, not because he had let go or understood the bigger picture, but because he knew he was about to leave and might never come back, which led him to choose forgiveness. After all, in the future, the two siblings might not see each other again. Seeing her brother in a good mood today and finally acknowledging her, Su Qing'an's eyes brightened, and she quickly took out the armor she had just bought. "Little brother, this is the armor I just bought. Before I find a way to restore your cultivation, you can wear this armor, and under the mid-level emperor realm, almost no one can hurt you." Su Xuanyu looked at the full set of armor with a powerful aura that his sister took out, slightly surprised, then shook his head. "I don't need it. You can use it yourself. In my current state, I'm not fighting anyone, so it's useless." Hearing this, Su Qing'an looked a bit downcast and said, "Are you still angry with me?" She actually felt guilty towards her brother. Not long ago, the head of the Nangong family had visited, apologizing in various ways and shifting the blame onto the Huangfu family. It seemed that she thought she had harmed Huang Fuqi and his father, fearing that she would be next. Thus, it was confirmed that her brother had indeed been bullied by Huang Fuqi. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and shook his head. "No, I'm just a bit angry with myself. I'm too weak." He had been thinking about this for some time. Why had he become like this? At first, he was angry with his sister and with Nangong Yun, but after careful thought, he realized that weakness was the root of the problem. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have been stopped by Huang Fuqi that day and wouldn't have been bullied. "Sister, I want to be alone. You can go back. You can give this armor to Zhongran." Su Qing'an looked at her brother, who seemed tired, and after a long silence, nodded. "Then you should rest well." After Su Qing'an left, she returned to the cultivation hall. Just then, Lin Qingxue suddenly appeared. "Master, what happened?" Su Qing'an noticed that Lin Qingshue's expression was serious. "Disciple, the eternal night demon emperor has appeared, and after many years, he has become even more terrifying." Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, feeling a bit uneasy in her heart. He can actually refine the demon god mother tree. Is this really still within the realm of this world as strength? Chapter 99. Is the eternal night demon emperor his friend? Upon hearing the name of the eternal night demon emperor, Su Qing'an held her breath. As she had heard about this man when she was very young and admired him greatly, after she learned that she would possess the Immaculate Emperor position. She regarded this strongest being in the demon domain as both a role model and a rival. Her Immaculate Emperor position could rival his Eternal Night Emperor position, and one day, she would catch up to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, even surpassing him with the help of the resources her master obtained from outside the domain. He had disappeared for over 1,500 years, and now he had reappeared? How strong had he become? Lu Qing'an narrowed her eyes and asked casually. If even her master spoke of him as terrifying, he must be very strong. This filled her with even more fighting spirit. She would ultimately be a woman who could rival or even surpass the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. If the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could become stronger, then so could she. The news from over there was that he had emerged from seclusion and was frighteningly powerful. He could actually refine the Demon Godmother tree. Lin Qingshue's expression was very serious. What? Lu Qing'an was taken aback. It was normal for someone who had been in seclusion for many years to come out stronger than before. But hearing that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor could actually refine the Demon Godmother tree, could that be a normal increase in strength from seclusion? Lin Qingshue said solemnly. I was also shocked by this news. After confirming it from various sources in that realm, this matter is true, because it was spread by the Dugu Demon Emperor. Lu Qing'an fell silent. Could she really keep up with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's pace? Wait, Master, didn't you say that no matter how strong he becomes, he can't become too strong? Wasn't the Demon Godmother tree at a similar level as him back then? If he can refine the Demon Godmother tree, wouldn't he be at least twice as strong? Lu Qing'an looked at Lin Qingshue with a face full of suspicion. Lin Qingshue furrowed her brows, also perplexed. Logically speaking, it should be like that, but I can't understand why it's so. This strength is clearly beyond what this world can have. He might have obtained some special opportunity. Are you saying that he also received an opportunity from beyond the realm? Lu Qing'an exclaimed. Perhaps. Lin Qingshue couldn't be sure. Wait, Master, do you think the Huangfuqi father and son could be related to him? Lu Qing'an paused at this point and didn't continue speaking, because she couldn't understand why the Eternal Night Demon Emperor would come here and punish the Huangfuqi father and son. If he really could refine the Demon Godmother tree, then he naturally had that kind of strength. But why would he act this way? Lin Qingshue also thought about this matter, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand the reason for the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's actions. This matter had nothing to do with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor at all. Wait, Master, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has been missing for 1,500 years, while he has been married to me for 1,000 years. A thought surged in Lu Qing'an's mind, causing her mouth to twitch. She connected the two men together. Is there a connection? Are you implying that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is that Lu Qing'an? Lin Qingshue furrowed her brows. Lu Qing'an also tightened her brows and said nothing, just staring at her master. Impossible. How could he be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lin Qingshue curled her lip, her face full of disdain. Although that Lu Qing'an came from the demon realm and probably arrived at the immortal ruins 1,000 years ago, she had seen Lu Qing'an's cultivation with her own eyes. It was just about the same as hers. Moreover, the timelines don't match. The news from the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's disciple is that he just emerged from seclusion. He disappeared for 1,500 years, while Lu Qing'an came to the immortal ruins 1,000 years ago. Lin Qingshue shook her head vigorously. If Lu Qing'an were the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, she would have long since died, and that Lu Qing'an's temperament is nowhere near that of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is a ruthless killer, extremely vicious. He kills without hesitation. Lu Qing'an's temperament is too soft. Even after Su Xuanyu's taunts for 1,000 years, he didn't even let out a fart. How could he be the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Furthermore, he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could he do such things for Su Xuanyu? Unreasonable, completely unreasonable. Disciple, how could you have such an idea? Lin Qingshue couldn't accept her disciple having such thoughts, and it even made her faith waver for a moment. Lu Qing'an frowned. She thought carefully and indeed felt that there were many inconsistencies. After being with him for 1,000 years, the thing she liked most about him was his gentle nature. His calmness, especially when dealing with family. He was very patient and forgiving. Wait, Master, do you think there is a possibility that he and the Eternal Night Demon Emperor are friends? Suddenly, Lu Qing'an thought of something, and her expression changed. Lin Qingshue was taken aback by this. The connection between Lu Qing'an and the Eternal Night Demon Emperor indeed had many inconsistencies. But if Lu Qing'an had a relationship with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, or even a friendship, and requested the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's help to deal with Huang Fuqi and his son, then it would indeed be highly possible. After all, Lu Qing'an indeed possessed peak Emperor-level cultivation. Moreover, he also came from the demon realm. Could the Eternal Night Demon Emperor really be friends with someone like him? Lin Qingxue still refused to accept this outcome. Why? How could he have such friends? Master, the more I think about it, the more I feel that after he returns, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor just happens to emerge from seclusion, and perhaps they met, Su Qingying said thoughtfully. Lin Qingxue. She couldn't help but recall some words that Lu Zhengran had said. Lu Qing'an found a way to let Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao enter the Demon Willow Academy during non-assessment times. If the Eternal Night Demon Emperor intervened, it would indeed be possible to make the Demon Willow Academy compromise. Everything matched up. Damn, he really is friends with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Lin Qingxue was unwilling to accept this in her heart, but no matter how she thought about it, she found that it made sense. There was a 90% probability that Lu Qing'an was indeed friends with the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, and they had a very good relationship. She had heard that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor had some friends, one of whom was the Thunder Sky Emperor, and there were a few others, but not many people knew who they were. Never mind. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is just his friend, not himself. Besides, you can also become a powerhouse comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor in the future. Not only he can obtain opportunities from beyond the realm. You must remember, do not waver in your beliefs. Only by being strong yourself is true strength. Lin Qingxue looked at Su Qingying, trying to put on a smile to comfort Su Qingying and calm her own inner imbalance. Su Qingying steadied her mind and nodded seriously. Master is right. Being strong myself is true strength. However, when I really break through to the peak Emperor level, can I really become stronger with those resources from beyond the realm? You just need to believe in your master. As long as our plan develops smoothly, one day, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor will also be unable to do anything to you. However, in this current situation, we need to be cautious. Since Lu Qing'an is a friend of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, it's inevitable that this guy will use the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's hand to destroy us. Lin Qingxue's expression was very serious. Su Qingying heard this and shook her head decisively. No, I know him. He won't do that to me. Are you sure? Su Qingying nodded seriously. He is still quite good. Unfortunately, he became an obstacle to her goals. Disciple, don't think about it anymore. Lin Qingxue noticed that Su Qingying's emotions had changed again and quickly interrupted. Su Qingying closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she calmed down. It's fine. He can no longer shake me. By the way, Master, he won't treat me that way, but I'm not sure how he will treat you. How about you hide for a while? Lin Qingxue, by the way, Master, can the people you have placed in the demon realm find a way to get a portrait of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? I heard that someone saw his true face when he was refining the Demon Godmother tree. I have already asked the people there to find a portrait of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, but the demon realm is vast, so it may take some time. Sure, I want to see what the Eternal Night Demon Emperor looks like. Su Qingying didn't know what was going on, but she felt that the thought that had flashed through her mind not long ago, although many parts didn't match up, just couldn't be shaken off. She needed to be completely sure of what the Eternal Night Demon Emperor looked like before she could dismiss this thought. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Mom, I'm back. I brought a few good friends from the academy. Lu Zhengran smiled as he walked into the great hall with several young men and women. In the demon domain, in the ancient courtyard, by the pond, Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni sat cross-legged in front of the pond, cultivating under the demon godmother tree. Suddenly, Su Yuni noticed that her communication jade slip was vibrating. Seeing it was her younger brother sending a message, she smiled and connected. Little brother, how's your health? Big sister, I'm much better now. I can move normally, and in a few days, I should be able to act like a normal person, Su Xuanyu replied. That's great. Hearing her brother's stable tone made Su Yuni smile with satisfaction. It seemed her brother would be able to come here soon. Big sister, Zhengran is beside me. He asked me to send you a message, Su Xuanyu suddenly said. Oh, he has something to discuss with me? Lu Zhengran snatched the communication jade slip and laughed. Aunt, is my sister nearby? Zhengran, your sister is cultivating. Don't disturb her, Su Yuni said. Hearing the familiar words, her lips twitched. Zhengran, are you going to humiliate yourself again? At that moment, Lu Zixuan, who was cultivating beside them, opened her eyes and looked at Su Yuni. Aunt, it's fine. I've finished my cultivation. She wanted to see how her brother would make a fool of himself this time. Chapter 100. The excessively peculiar things to show off. As soon as Lu Qing'an heard her brother's voice, she knew he must want to show off something again. This kid has always been asking for a beating. Unfortunately, her brother wasn't here, so she couldn't really beat him up. If he really came over, that would be perfect. She would beat him up for however many days he stayed. Her dad was right. Beating up your brother should happen while he's still young. It's not as easy when he grows up. Zishuan, are you sure? Su Yuni began to feel sorry for Lu Qing'an. Lu Zishuan nodded seriously. Su Yuni had no choice but to hand the communication jade slip over to Lu Zishuan. On the Immortal Ruins side, Su Xuanyu had also given the communication jade slip to Lu Qing'an. At this moment, he looked at Lu Qing'an, who had purposely come dressed in armor, and silently shook his head. This kid, when you actually go over there, you'll regret not choosing your dad. He had been preparing to sleep, but unexpectedly, Lu Qing'an returned from the Qing'an Academy, learned about his situation, and hurried over to visit him. After confirming that he was not in any life-threatening danger, Lu Qing'an suddenly asked him to help send a message to the demon domain. He originally didn't want to help Lu Qing'an send a message, but thought about it. He would soon be going to the demon domain, and at that time, he wouldn't be able to send messages there anymore. His second sister no longer accepted messages from his eldest sister, and the last time this incident had caused a complete rift between the two sisters. He also prepared to leave without saying goodbye. It was unavoidable. If he informed his eldest sister, he might not be able to go there at all. Su Xuanyu then glanced at the several young men and women sitting beside Lu Qing'an. Indeed, Lu Qing'an had brought 3 boys and 2 girls, all around 14 to 15 years old, clearly from a wealthy background, obviously from powerful factions in the Immortal Ruins. They were likely friends Lu Qing'an had made at the Qing'an Academy. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Zishuan's voice sounded from the communication jade slip placed on the table by Lu Qing'an. Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Qing'an immediately smiled broadly. Sister, did you miss me? I thought about it, Lu Zishuan replied. Really? Lu Qing'an was surprised. Yes, I thought about beating you up, so that counts, right? Lu Qing'an smugly replied. Even if you want to beat me up now, you might not be able to. After coming back to his senses, Lu Qing'an said proudly. Beating you is no different from beating a dog. I could do it with just one finger. Cut it out. You're just boasting. Lu Qing'an shot back. Let us put it this way. Even if my cultivation is higher than yours, just by wearing the 10th grade treasure armor Mom just gave me, if I stand still and let you hit me, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Lu Qing'an patted the armor on his body, producing a crisp sound, and his expression conveyed pure enjoyment. Coincidentally, Dad customized a full set of armor for me, providing all-around protection. Even a peak Emperor-level expert can't do anything to me. Can your armor withstand a peak Emperor-level expert? As soon as he said that, Lu Qing'an's smile faltered. The young men and women sitting opposite him were stunned. Armor that can withstand a peak Emperor-level expert. Is that for real? Sister, do you really think you'll die if you don't boast for a day? A 10th grade supreme armor can't defend against all the power of a peak Emperor-level expert. You're losing your logic as you boast more and more. Lu Qing'an truly felt a sense of defeat, not because of strength, but because he couldn't boast as well as his sister. She was incredible at boasting. Where did she learn this from? If there was a boasting competition, his sister would definitely take first place. Lu Zishuan's face was filled with disdain as she said, You seem a bit narrow-minded. Is there a possibility that above the 10th grade supreme level, there is a rank that no one has ever heard of? As she said this, she made her armor appear, a suit made of special metal that could turn invisible, making it seem like she wasn't wearing anything at all. Quite magical. This was clearly no longer as simple as the 10th grade supreme level. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, Okay, I admit defeat. I can't boast like you. I won't talk about armor anymore. I have something else to tell you. All right, go ahead, Lu Zishuan said, curious about what else her brother wanted to show off. Little brothers and little sisters, come on, call me big brother. Lu Qing'an raised the communication jade slip, signaling the 3 boys and 2 girls sitting across from him to join in. Big brother. The 3 boys and 2 girls called out earnestly. Sister, did you hear that? I've only been cultivating at the Qing'an Academy for a short while, and I accidentally recruited 5 little brothers and sisters. Now I'm their big brother, and you, of course, are the big sister. Lu Qing'an felt a sense of accomplishment, raising his head high. Always being the little brother, he was finally the big brother now. This sense of achievement felt quite nice. Seeing her sister remain silent, Lu Qing'an's smile grew even prouder. Finally, he had something that made his sister unable to boast further. He hurriedly continued, "Sister, the little brothers and sisters I recruited this time are all young masters and young ladies from the major factions in the Immortal Ruins. You must have heard of the Linghan Pavilion and Huang Yuzhai, right? The young masters of these two major factions are now my little brothers. Come on, little brothers. Shout big sister again. Big sister." The two chimed in unison. Su Xuanyu and Su Yuni, the two adults listening to Lu Qing'an, felt utterly speechless. Are kids today really this strange? Recruiting little brothers. Lu Zixuan also fell silent. Is my brother out of his mind? I thought he was going to show off something, but he is boasting about recruiting little brothers. It seems he hasn't been beaten by me for a long time and has gotten carried away. Impressive, recruiting little brothers. Lu Zixuan said, speechless. Haha, it's just that. After all, his mother's talent and strength are well known. You don't know, during this period, too many young masters and ladies from various forces want to call me big brother, and I can't accept them all. He also doesn't know what happened. It should be related to his mother. Perhaps his mother has become too famous? Su Xuanyu's expression became even more peculiar upon hearing this. Qing'an, if I'm not mistaken, you could only gather these little brothers shortly after I was crippled, right? It seems that many forces in Xinshu are speculating that his elder sister was the one who crippled Huang Fuqi and his son. So they decisively decided to seek connections with his elder sister through other channels. Among them, Lu Qing'an is still a child and easier to handle. Now that these five are following Lu Qing'an back, it should also be under the instructions of their elders. Thinking of this, he shook his head. This kid is being used by others and is still helping them count money.